All right, we in it. Let's get the party started. Boom, 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 boom. Share it to all my friends. Gotta share it to all my friends. All right, let me see. Mm, mm, Man, not I see you, my brother. See, let me see. Get some more people up in here. Who else I can share? Get him in here. I don't know about that. Get that person in here. I gotta unfriend this person. I gotta unfriend a few people. They only be in my room like that. If I do, yeah, I do, yeah, I do. Oh, I'm unfriending that person because I seen him in a whole nother room today. Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh yeah, let's go ahead. I done fell asleep on live last night. That's gonna be funny right near the end of my video when I post it. I was nodding off like, well, that's because I tried to stretch that day because I ain't getting no snooze. I was supposed to get a snooze, but I went in somebody's room. I was like, I just go ahead and try to stretch this live. I don't even know what time it was when I fell asleep. It had to be like 2 or something like that. Um, Get me a broski or something. Think I might get some wine. I should get some wine. I just chill. Don't you remember you told me you love me? Ooh, baby. Okay, I'm coming back. Canelo, that boy tore him up, boy. He was playing with Canelo like, let's see something real quick. Yeah, that boy Floyd Mayweather know he don't want no parts of Canelo. He said that was fluke when he beat him the first time. Canelo about to tear Floyd up. If they go, they should have tried to. Be forgetting about that. People be doing that, sending them little them what's that y'all called? That host, the host things, combination things. They probably try to play the battles or something. The battles. There's a ribbon in the sky. Let's see something real quick. I forgot I gotta change this. Yeah, like that. I probably can unfollow some people now real quick. So I don't mess with this person. Um, who the heck is it? Oh, never mind. Man, I'm into. Uh, oh, never mind. Let's see. Unfollow. I'm gonna follow him too. Follow. Unfollow. I don't even know who that is. Unfollow her. She don't be here. What up, Tyler Ivy? What's the deal, man? What's the deal? Trying to clear my little list out real quick. Clear my list real quick. I don't even know this guy. Shit, I was only following his cousin. Might rate that. She don't even go live, so I'm gonna follow her. What up, Roy? What's the deal, man? So the topic today, man, we gotta stop this victim mentality. Stop the excuses, man. I hear it too much, man, so I'm just gonna get to the nitty gritty, man. I'm tired of it. My thing is, if we trying to grow, you can't grow with excuses. That just don't work. My thing is, people, if we gonna come with a plan, we gotta hold up. Who that is? She got banned? Oh yeah, let me see something. I forgot about something. The second take is something else. Which one? Why do you feel anyone owes? Oh, you talking about why is that? Yeah, boy. Yeah, I'm trying to get somewhere with this. I be hearing it too much. These people don't even be in my room no more. This dude don't go live. She don't even come in my room no more. Wow. Oops. Wrong person. That person. I don't know. What do she? She don't even come in my room either. What am I following her for? I don't get it. Yeah, she don't never come in my room. Who is this? I don't know. Yeah, that second one. Yeah, man. We about to get to something, man. I'm tired of it. Well, because I'm bored. I think that uh YT supremacy, that's becoming a trigger word to me. I feel like a deflection to not make us move anywhere. That jump be crazy. It's like I never understood it, man. It be people that make the wrong decisions in life. This is the whole point of me getting on this topic, right? I guess I go ahead and guess him. So I'm gonna talk about it then. Tell you my point of view on this. But we do make too many excuses, man. Make too many of them. Uh, then be the same people that feel like we deserve stuff, but ain't put in no type of work to do anything. I never understood that. Um, but it's like I said, people use all that stuff, uh, uh, patriarchy and it's the privileged stuff and the white tea supremacies is holding this all this other stuff, man, to not go anywhere. So it's like my thing is like even with that, like that people never show me that they even trying. I just never understood that they don't be. They don't even be trying. They just because a lot of people, from what I noticed, just even talking to them, they want that easy mode type life. That's what it is. They want it, and them the ones that even compare themselves to you. Like they get jealous. That's the ones that as soon as you get somewhere, they hating and all that. So it's like, and I don't know. It's just I guess that's a mentality that got taught or something like that. I don't know what it is, but we feel like that, and we never give a good reason why we deserve anything, or we never good reason. I don't know. It's a lot. I got too much going through my mind and stuff. Jane, what's the deal, Jane? But I think the whole thing is, and that is gonna tie to the last one, man. The last question though, it's a lot of people just lazy, man. A lot of people don't want to put in that work, and I think it's just people that's meant out here to be like that. That's what it is. Because I mean, shoot, it's easy to not do nothing or just get things handed to you. That's of course. And when you live in that life, I mean, sure, who wouldn't want to get the easy route, take a shortcut, all that. But it's like I think when you actually do stuff for yourself and take your time and grind hard for stuff, that's when you start. It build up your mental, it build up your confidence. It and you become more appreciative. That's what it is. I'm productively lazy. Wow. Wow. That's new. But yeah, I do want to see a lot. I just want to see a lot of people's input on this. That's why I started this early today. Started this early. I probably get off like maybe 10 o'clock or something. I don't know if it be that. Maybe later. But this junk is just, it's crazy, man. I be tired of hearing it. That's where this victim mentality stuff come from. That's the reason why I ain't gonna even lie. That's the reason why I don't even be feeling like getting taught the Black History Month, right? I feel like that's a double-edged sword because a lot of people, they stick in that mold because of what they got taught and use that as an excuse. Oh man, that's what happened. So I be feeling like it's more, me myself, I feel like it's more damaging than helping. Of course, people want to know about their past. We should know about it, but then again, we use that as the same excuse. Of course, we want to acknowledge the stuff we went through, but I think the past is something for us to learn from, not to just live it. You know what I'm saying? Like we shouldn't be using it like, oh man, oh now I got a reason. Now that I learned something about my past, I'm going to use this. This is the reason why I'm not where I'm supposed to be at right now. No, at the end of the day, you the reason why you not where you supposed to be. But like I said, a majority of us is lazy. Nobody don't want to put in, we don't want to put in that work. It takes a lot. We want stuff to be easy and all that stuff. But if you ever notice, when you get anything easy, you really don't care for it no more because it's just simple. You know what I'm saying? It's like a snap of a finger. You get it easy. I mean, that's just how it is. You don't notice the capabilities. You don't know what. I mean, man, it's a lot when you get things when you got to put in work. I was about to say the hard way, but so I mean, when you go through the hard times and all that stuff, you actually see it builds strength. It's no different from like lifting weights and stuff. Of course, if you could lift every weight easy, you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't appreciate it. This be just nothing to you. But when you work hard to it, like, dang man, I can deadlift this much, I can bench press this, you know what I'm saying? I used to be this, you know what I'm saying? You start being more appreciative when you put in that time. But people don't, man. It's all crazy, man. I swear them words right there it been triggering them. It be triggering to me, man. It be like, it's like one of the biggest deflections. It's just, let me use patriarchy so I can get my point across and say this is what it means and all that stuff. But when I asked them, what are you doing to get out this so-called situation? My box is closed. What? Let me see something real quick. Request. Allow request. Why is it closed? Is it open now? I just turned it on and off. I don't know if that worked. I think it. But yeah, I don't know. That jump be glitching sometimes too. So, but yeah, I be hearing it too much. Like even if you just listen to like it gets this how bad it get. We even make our own dumb decisions, right? It's easy to blame others and not take responsibility. Most definitely, that's too true. And it's funny that people know and they still do it. We must move on, but never forget. Most definitely, though. And I like. Oh yeah, I want to go back to the history thing though, because I do feel like it's more damaging than anything. That's the same way. I feel like that's the same way of being teaching somebody that hatred. You know what I'm saying? Because I do believe hate is taught, or it's just like, or you just observe it and you still taught same thing, right? I do believe it's because we just be mad at situations. Like even words, we can't. It's because a certain word had a meaning behind it or something like that. Now we just mad at the world that is. Well, I ain't about to get there though. But it's just like we never ask ourselves, why am I mad? Why do I feel a certain way of all this stuff? We let man, boys, be so much I wanted to say at one time. I guess my mind be rushing. My mind, man, my mind be rushing. But let me do one thing at a time. But basically, I do feel like it's more it hurt us more. I do feel it do plays in this part why we still stay separated, why we talking the way we talk today, why we got hatred for people, people in general. Then we even got hatred for ourselves too. You know what I'm saying? It's just they could be part of the plan too. Why whoever I don't even know whoever allow us to see what we can see or available to see. I mean, there's possibility that some people that's head over other stuff that what they say the Supremes or something like that. And I'd be like we be using my thing is like that's why I be trying to just I'd rather stay open minded. I'd rather stay to not be concrete on believing in something or saying that this is it and all that because we'll never know, man. Even the people that's supreme or whatever, they don't even know the true truth. Nobody really knows the truth. We just live in this world, man. We just going based off of who we feel. I mean, the people, whoever got power, and it is what it is. And we looking for power, and it's gonna be a forever cycle. Even if you get power, this don't mean that the war is gonna end. A war is gonna end. I think this Earth how it started it was even starting off with a war. So that's just something we're never gonna get around. I mean, get away from. Wow, this thing ain't tell me nothing.
Hello.
What's the deal, man?
So, when you say why is every discussion we make, every problem? Sorry, that's just what the fuck. Um, why is every decision we make, every problem we make, the white man's fault?
Yep.
Okay, that was even for me. That was hard to read. Um, are you talking about specifically America or the world
In general,
in general? Okay.
yeah.
So I'm gonna mainly focus on America because that's where most people talk about white men specifically being the
Yeah.
root of all evil. Um, because they are. It's just as simple as that. They are. Like you look at any history textbook, the person that started this atrocity of a thing was a white man. There's nothing that there's nothing to disprove that. So,
So every decision you make is their fault.
well, no, not every decision I make, but every
Okay.
problem in society is a white man's
Okay.
fault.
All right. I feel you. I feel you.
Like,
Cause I was about to say people, but if you got kids and all that stuff, I guess that's the white tea people problem. If you decide to put a bottle to your mouth and drink your life away, that's the white tea man problem.
well, in one
And
extent,
I be hearing crazy stuff
exactly
like
white
this.
people.
Well, I made this decision. That's the reason why I can't find a job because it's the white tea man problem.
Well,
No,
yeah,
you
no,
made
Yeah,
just messed
and
up
I
decisions, huh?
disagree. I disagree with white tea men, excuse me, palm color being the issue for it's 2023. We're going into 2024. If you have any issues of today, it is only tethered to you. It's not tethered to the rest of the world.
that
Um,
is wrong.
do I say that throughout history, based on the fact that we had thieves that came over and quote unquote conquered a country that did not belong to them? Absolutely, but I don't live in Christopher Columbus days. I admire my ancestors, but I am living in 2023. So I have no issue finding a job. I have no issue with financial freedom. I have no issues of anything of today. If I did, I would just move to another country. And I told
Yeah,
you,
so
Kev, that's what I
like
that's what I want to do,
Oh
but it
my
ain't no
that,
better
God.
over there.
that's like so ignorant in so many ways. So I want to
Can
make
I want to
specifically
chime in
clear.
on this.
No, I want to make it specifically clear that
What
when
make
like
that ignorant?
group of people, wait, yeah. So I want to make it clear if you like you're not able to get a job and you have like some fat, you know why you can't get a job. and you can base it off of the many problems in America that were based from white men, sure. But like, I can't get a job because I don't have high enough education. Cool, let's look at that. Were you able to go to college? No. Why? Because my parents weren't able to afford it. Why? Because we grew up in a poor neighborhood. Why? Because historically, white people destroyed black neighborhoods to keep them poor. Boom, person's at fault for reasons why it's
So
happening.
why is it rich black people out here then?
Yeah, there's minor exceptions to minor problem in like certain situations.
I
Just
mean,
because LeBron
and for
James
my
does this
college
doesn't mean
when I was
every
There's
still
not
black
making
person
minor
doesn't
there's
exist.
not minor areas that they're thriving in just black excellence.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
again,
Baltimore, which used to be
just
terrible,
because one
Potomac, which
black
used to be
person
horrible, is
got
beautiful
the
now.
stepping stone they need does not mean every black person has that opportunity. Like I would never put ex President Obama's children in the same field as a random black girl from a random city because they're in two different brackets of society. I think this the huge problem that most people have, well, specifically relating to ignorant black people, is that you guys don't understand intersectionality, you don't understand history, and you just don't understand that two things can be true at the same
They
time.
all sound the same.
Talk your shit, homie.
I mean, but the thing is that everybody on this floor, every single time I hear somebody say ignorant this and ignorant that, everybody's ignorant. No one has lived in all corners of the world. Nobody has visited and learned all the languages of the world. No
That's
one.
fine.
Everybody's
Everyone
ignorant
is
to
ignorant in
something.
their own
But when it
respective
comes down
ways.
to
Yes,
it,
but when you
I
choose
refuse to
not to
live within
learn,
what
that's
my
still hard.
Is you
ancestors
even
fought
trying to hear
for.
anything?
Yeah, so I heard what you're
No,
saying.
you
You're
not.
still
You was
kind of
talking in the
confused.
middle of talking. Like,
Yeah,
as
so
we trying
again,
to hear each other
it's
out, we
still
just trying to hear
ignorant. It's
something. You sound like you
still
got your mind made up. So if nobody can change your mind or give you another perspective, you don't even have to be in
no,
here.
I understand. I've heard this conversation all
So
the time.
you're not
It's the
trying to
fact
hear.
that
You just listen and respond. That's what you've been doing the whole entire time.
okay, so because there's no middle ground. There's no middle ground to the conversation. It's ignorance, period, point blank. If you know there's a situation going on and you choose to be blind
Okay,
about the
we
things
got you
going on,
now.
you're ignorant.
Okay, white T man control your life. All right, cool. So we can go to the next person then.
Thank you, Devin. Better guy.
That's
Roy,
fine.
what's the deal, man?
nothing much, just working right now.
Mm-hmm.
I
You feel
mean,
anything about the topic
I've
or
been
the
through. Oh, bro, I've been through a couple lives today. I've been seeing the same thing over and over and over again, so it's nothing new. But like, you guys see it like this. As a man, my dad taught me I'm about to go get it either way it goes. No man gonna control my future. So if you let somebody else dictate how you going, I can't look at you as a man because like if push come to shove, I go back working a fast food job until I get back into a better place. Or if this, my career don't work out, I'm gonna go do another career. It's just gonna be like that.
Hmm,
So
I feel you on that. Hey, he told you some nice things, man, for sure. So Big Whoa, what's the deal, man? How you feel about the topic?
All right, so I think the only point that I've heard so far since I've been here and listened to everybody talk, the only point that's been made correctly that makes sense is what you said. I might be wrong, but that what you said or the buddy that was talking before that dropped, two things can be right at the same time.
Right.
Where the lady was saying, it is like it is. I say out of 100%, I say a good 30% truth to validity of what she's saying. Yes, you feel me? Limitations are like one step in the wrong direction is self limitations going in. There's going to be obstacles already in life, especially in this country, regardless if you're a human being. Then when you factor in you being African American, then you factor in you being either a male or a female. Yes, our struggles, no other ways can even comprehend our level of structural struggles that we go through. But I do understand like how people like her and the gentleman beneath her think that we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot by already starting the race with the mentality we're going to lose. That is true. But it's the only thing I hate about my brothers. I won't say, yeah, I say I hate. I say pet peeve about my brothers and sisters that make it on the other side, right? And I came up with the name of this slogan or thought process. The what the nigga name from Fresh Prince? That's
Carlton.
what his name. The
Carlton.
Carlton from Fresh Prince syndrome. That's what a lot of people in our community have when we get a little bit of success or a little taste of what we should have been having. They let that wash their point of view of things of how then you forgot how hard it was to come up, and now you how you look and judge your people, it's from a whole different prospect. Like you ain't having hard coming up. Like shit was sweet. Ooh, code switching, that's a good one too. Code switching too, but code switching is more about how you operate in the job or how you operate differently when you outside of your home or any place that you feel comfortable enough. So it can have a concept of code switching, but it's not code switching. We all do
So
code switching.
with what you had said, do you believe it's two? Because you said that it's people that. So you saying some of the peoples will make it somewhere and then look down on the others or something like that?
It's not really looked down, but they let their perspective be glazed over
Hmm.
to the
What
fact
make you
that,
think that?
well, cause I noticed that, man, come on, we know them.
I'm gonna put it
We
this
got
way:
to
do
the
you
point.
believe it's because it's? I believe it's two sides to it. Because I believe like sometimes you can make it, and then another person can be hating on you because you made it, and then be like, "Bro, why you don't think about it? Why you ain't trying to?" Or some people like, "Why you don't come back to the hood?" And I said, "Why do we have to?" You know what I'm saying? I never
It's two
understood that.
sides to
Like,
the
what
same
do this
evil, though.
person, him grinding out and making it to where he make it, got to do with another person that decided just to still stick at the crib? And that kind of ties into my number one, where people be feel like they deserve stuff and never say what's the reason why we deserve anything.
The thing is, though, it's two sides to the same evil, unfortunately.
Right.
And I was gonna finish off, but I want to hit that part you just said right there.
Right.
What the deserving part. The thing is, I have the perspective I'm trying to land with you is when it comes to that perspective part is why is that even a question when it comes to us, right? And before you answer, do you not see or do you think that we supposed to be less deserving when it comes to every other community that do the same thing to their community? Do you think that are you one of those people that okay, you made it and now you feel like your people is less than nothing so they don't
Nope.
deserve to even have that question? But when it
Nope.
comes to every other community, they don't ask ridiculous questions like that. When you go to the Arabs and and they have even people that they don't even know their
They don't got
family
people hating
that
on
come
them
in and
either.
be
I
like,
like to
hey,
rebuttal that. Like, say
can
if
you
you do
help
make
me?
it,
They don't say ridiculous things like, do you deserve it? Or why should I? They don't say that. They try to put you in the
You
they might
believe
not put
anybody
you in
deserve
their store.
anything? Because me myself, I don't think nobody deserve anything. What do we do?
When it
I
comes to
want to
our
see
people,
what do
we
we do to
do.
deserve anything.
What are you talking about? What have we
I mean,
done? What have we
give me an
been?
answer.
Can I just
90%
say,
of
as a
everybody's culture and living is responsible because of us. What are you talking about? We deserve
listen,
it.
Hold on,
listen,
What are
Felicia,
you talking
because
about?
we going in a
we
row
listen.
don't.
and Big Mo
Everybody
is
else's culture
talking.
don't rob each other if they got a couple dollars in their pocket if you made it from the hood. And I see that all the time.
That's crazy. That
There
it'd be
are
like
no
black people that ask
excuses.
other black people if you deserve anything. Living in the country,
There
90% of the
are
things we
no,
do or operate with belongs to us or
Well,
came from
who
us.
keeping you here
That's
then?
kind of crazy.
Who keeping you here?
What? Come on, brother. Be for real. The people that haven't
listen,
traveled, they don't know the real like when people they be like white people that be talking about go back to your country. And then when you actually do the research about the stuff that you take, nigga, you might as well stay in the motherfucking country because it's not even worth the struggle you go through. So people that say dumb shit like that, I expect it from YT people. But it be like my own brothers and sisters that say dumb ass shit like that. But you
Why
haven't been
does
to
that get
Africa
you
in three
mad?
years.
Why they get? Why
Shit
do
like that.
somebody else's life got to do with your life?
What? Come on, my God.
Why somebody got
I
to
want to
fit
see
your
you sit
narrative
down in
for you
our
to feel
culture.
good because they
It's
need to
not
check
about,
in with you about their life because they didn't acknowledge something that you want them to acknowledge.
hold on. What do you mean by that?
I'm
I
saying
don't
why
understand.
everything got to be dumb because they don't understand what you because you choose not to understand it or
No,
you
no, no,
don't
no, no.
agree with it because somebody's supposed to do what you say.
Okay, it's not dumb because that you're not doing what I say. It's
Some people
dumb to
just
me
grew.
because hold on, no. Let me answer the question first. It's not dumb because it has really nothing to do with me. It's dumb because the fact that you don't have the fortitude to understand the situation without me explaining it. But if you go to every other culture under the sun, it's like second nature to them. They understand that you don't have to break it down to them.
can I,
They're like, oh, I
can
don't
I
know
just
Timmy on the
say,
street, but Timmy's
can I
Mexican.
just
I'm
say
Mexican. We
to,
go pull up, we make sure he's straight.
Felicia, hold on, Big Mo. Felicia, I'm gonna tell you one more time, darling. He's talking. Please stop trying to cut that man off. We are going in a row, and you came in last.
My bad. Maybe I'm talking a little. I'm going overboard. You feel me, buddy? I'm gonna cap that off, and then we can come back full circle when I get
Okay,
a
we
chance.
come back. Yeah, we come back to it then, because I see it's a lot we got to talk about. So, and you be up there. We got you in a minute, Felicia. Mr. P, what's the deal, man? How you feel about it? The topic.
Oh, not much, man. I couldn't see everything when I went to jump in. Being a YT man myself, so I don't know if my answers are really gonna be that appreciated.
You can do any of the other answers then. Or
All
answer
I'm
question.
all I got to say on the whole topic, man, is I grew up in the motherfucking gutter with nobody telling me I could go out and get anything, and life just taught me straight up that if you want something, you have to will it for yourself to happen. Nobody's gonna be coming around with a bunch of hope, a bunch of optimism, telling you you can fucking achieve whatever you want. And I had to go out and I had to work, man. I'd lose jobs because I couldn't play the political games in the office because I got a mouth and I call shit how I see it. And I've lost jobs, but guess what? I didn't go home until I had another fucking job because I wasn't going to tell my wife and my kids that I'm a broke dude that can't pay the bills. And I can go grab my wife and she can vouch that I've lost jobs and gotten jobs on the same day because, it's just how I carry myself. I'm willing to fucking work on the day I'm applying. I'm not trying to bullshit. So it's just, for me, it's like, if you want something and you think you're worth it, go out and get it. I don't think anybody inherently deserves anything other than children because they had no say in being brought here. I think the children are the only entities that deserve something because they had no choice in being created. But once you're an adult, I think you just gotta figure it out for yourself. What are you worth? I've told you numerous times, it's like in my early 20s, I felt that I was worth the fucking ghetto lifestyle, living in a trailer and not giving a shit and just paying whatever fucking bills I had, partying it up. And one day I decided I was worth more than that. So I decided to change the things in my life to reflect what I felt I was worth. And then the things that I felt I deserved came from my actions. So that's just my take.
All right, for sure, man. Felicia,
Hey,
what's up? What's up?
I would
Kev, I know you're
say,
not going to skip over me.
What happened?
Kev, I know you're not going to skip over me.
dear God, go
Oh,
ahead, go
I
ahead,
thought you
go
went.
ahead, Queen.
Go.
Um, I'm sorry. So I feel like I listen to Les Brown. I don't know if all y'all know who Les Brown is, but he's a great man deemed mentally incapable of being able to learn. We cannot use the R word, it is a slur.
Hmm.
So he was the first live black show on PBS. He's way within his millions. And he equated what he felt and what he know he could do. And even though he had to work a little bit harder, he still got there. He used to aspire to be a DJ. Now he's an author 10 times over.
Hmm.
Now he gets paid a lot of money, which that's what people care about, is finances. Right now he gets paid a lot of money because he loves doing what he does. And that's teaching other people that it may be a little harder for us, but it ain't impossible.
Thanks.
Even with situations like if you got to keep fighting something, so what? You know what? We are showing our ancestors exactly what we are holding the burden for, which, okay, we got to fight a little harder. It's not as hard as they fought. So it's not hard and it's definitely not impossible. It's difficult, but what you make your life is what you make it. I'm not going to act like we are on the same playing field because we are not when it's in comparison to our skin color or melanin lack thereof.
Hmm.
But it's not impossible. And you have to decide whether you are going to fight the same way your ancestors fight and not talk about your ancestors fighting, but actually do your job and what you need to do. So therefore, for our next generation, it will not be the same. For their generation, it will not be the same. But it does start with self. And many of us are too caught up in the idea of finances to understand that nobody else is doing it and making a lot of money that's not doing it for real purposes, like happiness,
Can I
like
just
learning how to
intervene?
learning how to not like learning how to be consistent. Things in life that you need to acquire in order to grow fully. They're doing those things and it's equating to money. But we're also going to be lost if we continue on with this mindset. But I yield.
Facts.
Can I just say, I yielded to, I don't know her name. I don't even know how to say her name. Gay
You can
Jane?
call me Lilith.
Okay. I am a single parent. My son was 9 when I decided to put $100 in his savings account from his child support, who I barely got. He's 19 now. So he has $12,000, and I did the same for myself. I put $100 when he was 9 from my account, and now I have over $12,000. It does not, and what I wanted to say to us as Black folks, it doesn't take a lot. You could put $50, $20, save your money,
Right.
right? Save your money. She wanted to cut me off and say, well, da 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 da. My son has a savings and I have a savings. Save $100, $50. And that's what they do. You think Donald Trump doesn't take $150 a month and save it and invest it? Save your fucking money because they're not going to be there for you. Period.
Okay. At least somebody said something that trying to get the break out this little mentality that
Save
everybody got.
your motherfucking money.
Can I disagree with that?
Go ahead.
I don't, well, not disagree fully, but I do believe in saving, but you got to put it in things like an escrow, and then you got to teach your kids credit. Then you got to learn credit because
Even
that's
if
the
you
only
just
way this country
$20,
survives is credit. So
$50,
use their
$20,
money, not
put it
your
in the bank.
money. Use their money, not your money. This country is not for your dollars. That's why it
I
keeps
use
changing.
my
You have
money,
to learn how
boo.
to use the credit system they
Oh
told
my
you to
God.
use. And you want
This
to increase
bitch.
your credit, but you want to save your money in an escrow.
I have money. I have money in escrow, all of that. But
Mhm.
you're not getting it. You want to defute what I'm saying. When
I'm
I
not.
have 12,000
I'm
in my
not
son's account
refuting.
and I
No,
have
she
I'm
was
not
just
over
adding to
refuting.
it. She
12,000 in
y'all on the
my
same
account.
tip. She just added to it. That's all.
I agree with you. Absolutely save. That is a key importance in that, but also use their money because that's what this country is all about. They can get rid of cash at any moment. They're still going to operate off credit.
Cash is always king.
In America, where our birth
Okay,
certificates are
okay. I
bonds and
have
our
cash.
socials are bonds and our
Okay.
body parts are
I
are,
have cash.
are credit.
Oh my
Okay.
God. I have cash in my account and I also have cash under my mattress. So when your ATM breaks down, I still can go and pay what I need to pay. You're not getting it.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with her. I was just adding on to the fact
I don't know. I don't know what's
because
going on.
now
But
I'm
go ahead,
arguing.
Amir.
Oh, hi panel.
What's up?
I was just gonna ask, like, can you kind of reiterate like what the topic was so I can make sure I stay on, on brand?
It's any of these ones. How you feel about the topic? Say we are not victims. Stop the excuses.
Are
Um.
you referring to like just African Americans or just Black people?
Everybody that got this victim mentality and stuff.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like survival mode creates the mentality of lack and of victimhood, because you know I'm gonna speak from my experience because don't want to overly generalize. But in my experience, growing up in lack and without stability, it created this mentality of victimhood within myself that I had to do work to conquer. Because you can choose to be the victim of your circumstances or be the victor of your circumstances. And in that regard, you just have to look within yourself and decide, like, is victimhood serving you? And if that's serving you, keep doing it. But if it's not, you can actually change your perception about how you look at, like she was mentioning, your money. How you look at your money and how you strategically use your money to get you to where you want to be in life. And a lot of people might think like, oh, that's easier said than done, but it's those small steps you take that put you in a better position on a longevity stasis. Like, saving is so important, like she said, because I know people kind of under the belief now because capitalism is crumbling. People are like, well, just fuck it. I'm gonna spend my money. I'm gonna go on that trip. Okay, you do that, but when you get older, don't complain about not having a not being able to retire when you want to, because you have to think about your future at a reasonable rate. Like, don't live in the future, but still reasonable consideration regarding where you are today. And that victimhood, man, it'll have you limiting yourself in so many different aspects. But yeah, that was my take. I'm kind of rambling now.
Man, nice. All right, my boy DJ, I know he about to rip some stuff up. What's the deal, man?
You're funny. How's everybody?
Good, man. Starting off hot today, you see.
I see. But yeah, man, nobody deserves anything, bro. The world is, especially you got to go out and get it. I ain't got much to say on this one. Like, I agree with the lady Felicia as far as saving your money, and Jane was right too with the credit. I think you just got to learn the financial system by itself because it's all important. Cash is important, investment's important, and savings is important. They all important. So it's not like either or. You got to focus on all three. And also work on your mind as well, improve all those things. And your skill set. So you got nothing to blame. Your money, your mind, and your skill set. And you're always going to have a job or a way of income.
Okay. So let me go start you off with the last thing. So how much do you think that laziness plays into this? Do you feel like a lot of us is lazy and we just like to use this as a crutch to why we're not going anywhere in life?
Yeah, I agree. Because, I mean, we are naturally lazy anyway.
Yeah, I feel you. Right, it's hard to try to get out there. Right,
Yeah.
feel you on that.
Or we're naturally lazy, so we got to create systems and wants to go and get it. Yeah, but you have to say you want this stuff to go get it because the brain is like, no, you're tired, not today. And that's why a lot of people don't read books, don't study, don't practice anything because it's easier to not do it than to do it. So you gotta override that that
We
lazy.
never been naturally lazy. What the heck? This dude not human. All right.
Can I just say, and this is Felicia, a lot of us don't have a P. Diddy money, right? So a lot of us think, oh my God, I'm going to save $50 a month. Well, if you're 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, by the time you retire, you have a nest. And a lot of us think, oh my God, we don't think about the future. Save just a little bit. It doesn't have to be a lot. Save what you can. So that when you get to be my age, listen, I'm not going to tell you my age, but you will have a nest egg so that you can do what you need to do. We're not going to be P. Diddy rich. So take 20, 30, 40, $50, $100 and save it.
Mm.
And you can see your best friend, even if it's $10.
All right.
Yeah. But with savings, it's not the money.
But
It's you want to have the
they too
discipline, right?
busy nowadays spending it on weed, Jordans, and
So
all
that's
type of
part.
stuff. That
Come on now. That materialism, them shoes gonna be lame as hell in 10 years. Be
so I'm
for
saying
real.
all these people that be saying this stuff, well, that ain't true and all this stuff though. But what they, who's stopping you to be on this TikTok? Now this time you could be doing something and find a way to escape this little mentality you got. Feel like you're getting held back. Nobody forcing you to be on TikTok.
Right.
And
Listen,
if you have
my
a
son's 9.
teenager, if you have a teenager, there are books out there. The books concerning getting rich by the age of 30, the age of 25. I bought them for my daughter or become a millionaire before the age 25, become a millionaire before the age 30. Even down to they have them at 18. But yeah, I bought it for my daughter. That's something
It,
to buy for
I'm
the
gonna
children.
recommend.
And then also teach them certain things.
I'm gonna recommend.
Huh? Are you breaking up?
I
Hold,
was
you
gonna say I'm
breaking
gonna
up, Kay?
recommend. Don't buy them a hard book. 'Cause
There's many
I
ways
was
Uh-oh.
gonna
you
It
guys
might have been
can
her
learn.
Wi-Fi.
You just got
Or
to
she
work
might have got a
on
I'll say
call.
all areas.
I'll say I'll say as a single mom, right? My son's dad was only paying me very little, like maybe $250 a month. Even probably less than that when he got mad at me. So I worked, but I took his money and I invested it. I took $100 out of the 250 because I knew what I was making, and I invested it into our future. You need to sow into your future. A lot of us think we're not gonna make it into 30, 40, 50, 60. Yes, you will. Oh, yes, you will. You're gonna make it. Sow into your future. Invest in yourself. I don't care if it's $10. Put it in your savings and see it grow and watch it grow.
Well, it's not even the number. The number is just the discipline, right? So you have discipline. I think that's the most important thing because, of course, you're gonna make more money the older you get, right? And better you get at your job. So if you have the discipline of saving $10, you can always increase it to whatever to match it to match.
Amen.
But I think the discipline is the most important part. So
Dang,
you
you
can
and
start
that's
with.
you just remind me. That's what I wanted to add on there. Besides the laziness, a lot of us have no discipline.
Facts.
Lack discipline. I meant to say. That's one of our biggest
Facts.
things.
The new Jordans and listen, there's a new iPhone 15 Pro Max. Do you need it? We want it, but do we need
I
it?
mean, to be honest with you, I don't think a lot of the kids of today are actually into that. I have teenagers and they're not even into that. As a matter of fact, Foot Locker is closing many stores because they can't make a profit. They're actually filing for bankruptcy. So a lot of people are not buying that stuff anymore because we know the material is only worth $5. They've already leaked that information.
Yeah, but
iPhones.
the thing is
Think about the
it's
new
going somewhere else,
iPhones
right?
out.
So the thing
And an
about money.
We're
iPhone can be
talking
an
about the
investment. So if somebody has their own business, they can actually use their iPhone. As long as what you're buying, it actually incurs in some type of value, some type of money. I mean, you can go out here and buy the new what is it called? The Tesla. And if you put your Tesla on tour road, you can make some money while you're not using it. So I mean, just invest in yourself in all avenues. I'm not saying don't buy the best stuff or whatever the case may have you, but make sure you can turn a profit.
Yes, the money game is a skill by itself. I think every kid should learn it I try to teach my son because it's a boring topic. Like that's why, especially us, as we like entertainment, right? And money is boring. It's numbers. It's just a boring topic. So we don't. That's why we don't talk about money. Even relationships, people don't talk about money in relationships. I think we should early too, even before you even move in together and shit like that. But people scared to have that money conversation. It's one of the most important topic.
I mean, can we say don't buy Jordans? But I've met many men that had a bunch of Jordans they never used or never wore, and they started a whole store at the mall. And I mean, they tripled their money. They were just collecting them. So it's all of what you do with what you have, not necessarily what you buy, because we can all
Well,
learn how
you
to do
probably
our
to
own
prioritize
nails.
Jordans over something else. That's the problem.
Right. Those are the people that are the issue. But just
Yeah.
buying Jordans, I mean, if you're
Oh
going to
no.
turn a profit, buy it.
Yeah. Right. I feel you. I feel you.
No, it's an investment, right? It's everything can change from asset to a liability at any given time. Your
All I'm
phone can
saying,
be a
you shouldn't be
liability
taking a
too.
bus while you got Jordans.
No, you can't do that. Nah, unless you live in a city, and I mean, everybody catches public out there. But if you just live in Alabama and you waiting about an hour to go to McDonald's and you wearing a pair of Jordans, nah. We're not going to do that. Ain't nothing wrong
She
with
said,
McDonald's, but I'm saying you cannot afford a pair of Jordans because your income to ratio doesn't mean that you can buy them at either
right.
bi-weekly check.
I went through my phase. I remember I was standing in an app. Cause it's 10 o'clock when the show was released, and I'm there. I'm there at 9:55 a.m. I was hit 10 o'clock. I'm hitting the button to get my shoes. So I went through that phase. I'm like, what am I doing? This is crazy. I did for like good 2 years too. It's like what my last pair of J's I bought was 2020. I'm done. I got no points.
The point of me, I'm gonna say the point of me doing this topic, right? Because I'm trying to show that a lot of us is more capable than we think. A lot of us be swearing like y'all gonna figure out the real problem is we holding ourselves back most of the time. Of course, we know that it's harder. We more difficult and um we got disadvantages, right? Everybody's aware of this. We should be not. I think a lot of us probably in our least mid-20s or not, so we don't know that by now. That's the thing. But some people actually grew out this, right? This dude, he don't agree with anything. He's just gonna stay with not true. So I'm just gonna let you talk to yourself down there. This dude's been saying that for the whole thing. We get the point. You're gonna stay your way. But my thing is that I'm gonna show us that we can do whatever we want to do. That's all I'm getting to. We choose our lifestyle, and some stuff it might be harder for us to get to it, but we just gotta grind it out. That's what I be mean about that laziness thing, because we try a couple times and we give up quick. You know what I'm saying? But then again, it is that back to I remember I'm stick with that what DJ was saying. I think it was yesterday about the will. Or that was another couple of days before that will. Everybody don't got that willpower. That's why everybody can't be leaders. Everybody want to swear they want to do it, but they don't want to do what it takes to get there or to become a leader. Everybody want to be a boss though. That's the thing. They point your finger at whatever, you know what I'm saying? But they don't want to lead or show it, you know what I'm saying? They rather take the quickest route. A lot of us have that mentality where we just gotta, if it ain't happening quick, that means it's not happening or something like that. Well, they got it easy, why I can't get it easy? Like this mentality right there, that's what be hurting us. We got an entitlement mentality. All this stuff. If you ever notice, and that's what we getting hurt at. That's why we be mad at other people. We think everybody is crazy, all this other stuff or whatever, because our positions that we in because of the decisions we made. At the end of the day, nobody is breaking our finger and telling us to make any decisions because we could do what we want. It's just we don't want to take the time and put in that work because we want everybody just to give it to us or force us to. Oh, we gonna like somebody gonna massage your brain or something like that and say this was gonna happen or something like that. They don't work like that. If you ever realize that we only live in our life, if you feel like that you stuck somewhere or something like that, you got to make some other decisions in life or make some movements and all that. We only got this one life. So how much time we gonna complain about stuff that we can't even change? It's crazy. So we got to take upon ourselves and do the work within ourselves so escape and live the life we want to live. But if you live in I can say that too. But if you live in this life of wants, right, and you putting yourself deeper in a hole, that's your fault, right? You can't blame nobody else because of your decisions. You you had this kid with somebody that's you. You can't blame nobody else. You chose this job to go to. You got cussed out. That's you. You chose it. This is where the accountability come in because a lot of people like slanging this stuff in this word and don't know what it means. And yet we keep on blaming other people, but say that we hold ourselves accountable. If you don't know the real meaning of accountability, then that's you. You know what I'm saying? This dude is so funny, though. Now it's getting funny now. If I disagree, I disagree. Go ahead, my man. But but I'm just trying to let us know that we can do it. We can do whatever we want to do, man. If you want to live this life and think that that's how you gonna stay. You know what I'm saying? But some of us have to grow. When I realized I had myself put in a corner and realized that nobody else gonna help me out the corner but me, that's when I had to change my mentality and change my life. Nobody's gonna hold our hand and give us a pass on anything. So we got to put in that work. That's what it is.
That's that freeing feeling too, right? But
I
doesn't
want
it feel
to
free
I want to
when you
throw
said
out
that?
there
You
the
say you
fact
found
that
out only you could save yourself. It's a freeing. It's so freeing because you're like everything is you. So now you're more conscious of the decisions you make. So there's nobody come save you.
I want you to actually tell. I'm gonna get back to you, Big Well. I know you're trying to say something, but I want you to say because even you came from another whole country and came here. They be trying to say that people trying to don't want to be here and all this stuff. Instead, they still want to stay here too. That I don't get it though. I'm like, all I'm saying is, if you feel like it's a problem, then we literally live in our own life. So go somewhere else. And I found it funny when Jane said that too. That was funny because I'll be saying that all the time. Like, dog, if you feel like you stuck, then go move, go somewhere else. You can put in that time, but people just don't want to because we live in this life where we want the world to revolve around our feelings and our life. But it don't work like that. And that's why you get yourself hurt because you think that, oh man, if I talk like this going to work the way I want it to work. If you ever really, people just, people got to wake up, man. If you ever realize that things that we want don't always come to us, the things we, everything, it just don't work like that. And then we get to disappointed because how life hit us. That's why I'm trying to, my whole point is I want people to have more of a appreciative mentality or grateful because nobody don't deserve anything. Who told you that you were supposed to be born? I don't know who told you that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you got to be thankful that you even woke up the next day. We literally live life like this is supposed to happen. Ain't nothing supposed to happen. You got to be thankful when it do happen. That's what a lot of people that's in the grave now swear that this is supposed to happen, but they in the grave now. So it just don't work like that. If somebody wake up, we'd be a little bit more better and appreciative in life. All these people that are unalived in 2019 and all that stuff, and you still here crying. That's
Hey,
crazy.
boss man, I got a question though. Have you ever lived outside the country of the United States before? More than a year period of time?
Say my bad. Hold up. Give me 1 second, real quick. Say it again.
Have you relocated countries? One, two. Have you, and if you did, stay in another country? Have you stayed in that other country for more than a year time frame?
Have I reclosed? No, I haven't. No,
So do you know the experience of relocating outside this country? If you wanted to reestablish yourself in another country, do you know how the process works?
no, I don't. Nope.
Do you know what the financial, you know the level of financial stability that you would even need to move and leave the United States and get another citizenship into another country and then even stay there? Do you know the process of that?
Nope.
So do you not understand how crazy you sound? You sound like YT men when they tell black people, well, you should leave this country, not understanding that, well, first
Why
of
do
all,
you
it's
do
not
that?
that easy. No, I'm just saying, let me lay it down now.
Yeah.
First of all, it's not easy.
But
Two,
other side of it
people
too.
don't speak
Like
about the fact that the taxes that go in, even the
I
tax alone, we're not even talking about the living, we're not talking about how much it costs to move, we're not talking about immigration, none of that. We're
sound like
talking
more
about the
excuses,
taxes
man.
alone. This is facts, though. What are you talking about?
Okay,
This is
but
facts.
also
You know
facts.
that
You don't hear me
literally, hold
complaining
on.
about anything either,
You
though.
know when you go to
My point
another
is, if I
country,
need to
just like
do, if I need to do, I'm gonna figure a way out because I had that mentality. I'm not making no excuses to
that's
get to
crazy.
somewhere else.
It's
So
not
whatever sounds
excuses,
crazy to
but these
you,
are
I can say
facts.
you sound crazy too. You know what I'm saying? Because you still been saying the same thing and still stuck here, and then did no movements or anything, but still crying about the same country we live in. So craziness can be both ways.
If
So I don't
I'm
know why
letting
you
you
keep
live in
doing
the
it or make
environment,
it seem
hold
like
on.
because I don't agree with you or
If
something like
I'm
that.
letting
I
you live
understood
in
you a
this
long time
country,
ago, but you
what?
just choose not
Hold
to
on.
understand me because I'm not
If it's
playing victim like everybody else.
it's not
I don't
victim,
have
it's
to do that.
acknowledgement of the environment that I'm in. It's not victim. See,
Who said
that's
I
you
don't
looking
know?
at it.
I've been in this world for 30 some years. You don't think I know this?
I just asked you two things that you correlated
You
in the
talking
beginning, and
about
you say
some
you don't
moving
know.
out, but what that mean? What point was proven on that? My thing is
Hold on. Did
if
you
I can
not? Hold
figure
on.
it out, I'm gonna figure it out.
Let me
But I'm
make sure
not
I got that
crying
right.
about
Did you
this
not say
area.
move?
Huh?
Did you not say move? We should move. If you complain about the United States,
Yes,
then it's
find a
probably
way to
time
move.
to move.
They want people
So
do
how
that?
can you tell? Hold on. How can you tell your group of people to move and you don't even know the foundation of how to do that and how much it would cost you? How can I tell you to do something and I don't even know how much they have to go in to
All
do it?
right, bro. If you want to stay, then you stay. I mean, I guess so. I bet you if
It's not
I'll find a
about
way out
staying
if I
and
really
leaving.
was really having problems.
No, this is the miscommunication there. It's not about staying and leaving, sir. I wouldn't tell somebody to do something and me myself don't even know the foundation and how that would work to do it. Why
you
would I
see
tell you to
the
So
go get a car if I don't know the process of getting a car, how much it would cost me, the insurance, all the final
you got
details
to
to get a
figure it
car?
out.
I would
Got
say
to
this
figure it
though.
out.
If
It's a
you
lot
don't know it,
easier.
how you telling somebody else to do it though? That don't make no
It's a lot
sense.
I
easier.
never said if
It's a lot
okay,
easier.
whatever. You stay with your whatever you want to think, whatever. If you ain't get what I was mean about that, it's not meant for you to get it. Then you stay in whatever you thinking because I'm not. I refuse to think that way because I'm like I said, I'm not about to complain my whole life to the grave. I'm not doing that.
It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After that. It's a lot easier to move out of the country than somebody to come here. After You have
I
Whatever. I mean, that's
mean,
what he
at the end
feel.
of
That's
the
what
day,
he feels. Shoot, I can't. Me myself, I can't help everybody. That's one thing I know. So I'm not about to
It's
keep
not
going back and
feelings
forth with
though.
a
This is
person
how
that
we
choose
prove
to
it.
stay whatever they want to stay. So if you feel like you stuck, you be stuck. I'm not stuck. Nobody in control of my life.
the
And somebody
American
control
passport.
your life.
Honestly,
And
when
Bashir
people
dude that been sound
that's
like he
actually
been
true,
stuck.
and people that actually speak on this,
That
I was
American passport can
I'm
take you anywhere
contradicting
in
each
the
other.
world.
There's people that actually done this and they tell you about this all the time.
Okay,
Look it up.
cool,
There's brothers and sisters
cool.
that live
That's
outside the
cool.
country that
That's
speak
cool.
this all the time.
That's cool. That's cool.
So we're
But
gonna
yeah,
acknowledge that people are stuck and they afraid to, but we won't acknowledge the people that actually done what you're saying and speak about the hardship they had to go through and they're still going through it. We're not gonna speak about it no
Cool.
more.
That's cool. Whatever. If they believe they stuck, they stuck. Whatever.
I mean, like at the
It's
end of the day,
nothing
we hate
special I can
that
say to help them.
other people speaking on
I
our
know I'm
topics,
not
but we
stuck,
scared to clean our own
and
closet
I'm
out.
working a
Like,
regular 10 hour, working 56 hours a day. But I'm not crying about life. People can stay that way. It is what it is. I'm not about to save people that got that mentality. I mean, I can't save everybody that got that mentality. I can just make them aware that you can be better. But if you feel like you can't be better, that's you. That's you. I don't even know how old this dude is. He sound like he had a rough life. Y'all be some rough
bro,
people,
we
man.
hate that other people speak on our situations and problems and stuff. But at the end of the day, we gotta clean our own closet out because it's gonna hurt way more coming from a different race than
They
us.
think somebody
And I
gonna
don't
come
see
save them.
why.
That's funny to me.
I
Nobody
don't
gonna
see
save you.
what's
People
the
don't
issue. We
notice
speak
that.
on our own community. We get mad at us, at the people that's speaking about it. But if somebody else speaks
Yeah,
on it, oh, you ain't
we
got no
sound
place to be
stupid when
speaking
we say
about it.
that. I need you to be a
But
victim
somebody got to clean
mentality
their
like
closet
me.
out. If we don't do it, it's going to hurt 10 times worse coming from somebody else. So we got to start somewhere.
Got to start somewhere because if everybody got that give up mentality, we'll never get anywhere.
Okay, so I have a question for y'all.
Go ahead.
I think this conversation is like kind of interesting. I've been listening and whatnot, and I definitely do agree that you know that nobody's gonna help you but yourself. Like you're the only person who can get yourself out of your situation. But at the same time, that does not mean that the system is above accountability. So. So just because we are in positions to where like we can pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, that does not mean that the government has not set things in place to make it harder for us, like the $13 billion missing from HBCUs that we were told that we were going to get, like the millions of dollars per 5,000 students that minority based schools are missing. Um, stuff like that, like the loans that black businesses are more likely to get denied than white businesses. So these things do exist. There are systems in place that are meant to keep us from having equal access to certain things. And it's not a victim mentality. It's not a delusion to say that these things exist
Facts.
when these are tangible things that the government is doing against us. So
Please talk.
so I don't so I'm also I'm a firm believer,
What's the solution
I'm a
then?
firm believer. I have two businesses. I definitely agree that
You got two
that you have to
businesses,
pull
right?
yourself up, but you also have to be able to realize that there are things that affect us, and there's nothing wrong
Who
and there's
said they
nothing
didn't?
wrong with
Okay,
people
let
and
me
there's
ask this
nothing wrong
then.
with
Hold up, real
people.
quick. Hold up. Let me just ask this: who in this panel said it's not nothing going on?
No
You
one.
said you said why is
Panel.
every decision
No, it's
you
the
said
wording that you present. You
No,
present it as
that's
to
your
what they think
perception.
about.
well
That's my
no
thing.
you
I've
said
been saying, and
what
I said
you
that's why I
said
said
what but you also
some
said
some
when are
people
we
got their
gonna
mind made
admit
up
that a
because if
lot
you
of us
don't
are
talk
just
the way they
lazy?
talk, they think that you don't know nothing.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about
I'm talking about what
accountability.
he was saying earlier, right? But what I was telling you is that nobody in this panel did not know that things is going on. I even mentioned that
But
it was we know we getting held back from not held back, but we do have disadvantages and we do have to work harder than others.
So
I
so
mentioned that
so my thing is then why would you also have the statement up here saying when are we just going to admit that a lot of us are just lazy when
we are.
when
I
that's not
believe
when
it.
that's
I
not
mean,
the
I
case.
see it too.
we should
Statistics
not
don't
we should
prove
not have to
that
we
way.
should not have to work we should not have to work 3-4 times as hard to get the same result
So
as
what
our
we
I,
doing
I
about
have
it?
a
counterparts.
question, Kev. I have a
We should be
question.
able to work just as hard as them.
Is the live about how you feel individually and how it affects you individually and not like you're part of the congressional board? Or is it about a broad spectrum when we're talking about all the way across Congress and the president and what we're Are we talking about where we are right now? Because
Er,
that's what I thought we
it's
were
about
talking about.
everything. Everything. And I don't know. And I know ain't no personal thing. It's about everyone.
No, but I'm saying though, like looking at a broad spectrum, but we can't. We try our best to see all these other avenues when it comes down to other positions and other places that we're not in, but we have our minute problems of our
Right.
own and what we see on this playing field. We don't see what is going on within the White House. We don't see it. We don't
Right.
know technically what's going on within the White House.
Hmm.
Okay, so when it comes down to bigger changes, in order to make those bigger changes, you got to watch what's going on in your own backyard. A lot of people come up here and they want to speak stats and everything else, but they're not even voting in their own cities.
It
Right.
starts in your own circle. You say you have a circle of influence and a circle of concern, right? What's in the president's backyard is got you got no influence over that. But in your own like I said, your own backyard, that's the first place you have influence. So I would focus there.
So yes, that's important, but we're human beings and we're capable of multitasking. I can we can work on our household and our immediate surroundings while also advocating for for our rights and advocating for to be treated equally. We can do both. Like it's very much so possible, and I don't understand why we're getting pushback from our
Funny how they
community
made this
for
a
doing
black
that.
black people thing.
Because
It's
We can advocate for equal
humanly
pay.
impossible for somebody to be able to multitask at full
That is
capacity. It's
not
humanly impossible.
impossible.
You can only focus on something 100% of the time. We
facts.
can't even use 100% of our brain. So it's
Right.
humanly impossible to say that you can focus on two things at one time. You
We
can't.
can focus on more than one issue at a
You got to
time.
focus
I
on
don't
what
know where
affects
you get
you,
this
your
idea that we're
family. You
incapable of
have to
doing that.
focus on what
Yeah,
affects
disagree
you
with
and
that.
your family. If you are the people, just like I am the people, you got to focus on where the people live. So you got to focus on what's going on within your own local. You have to focus on that first. It's where you live.
Yes,
Right.
you can do both. I am not understanding. Both things are happening at the same time.
I'm glad you can do both because the
You have
majority of
people in
people
your own
cannot do
community.
anything at one time.
You have people in
They
your own
cannot.
community
A lot of
who
people
do
so
not have
lazy they
the
can't
energy to
even get
work,
up and
and
go
you
to
have to
work
help
for
them
eight
out in
hours.
your
You
ma'am.
got people that's so lazy in this world, they cannot get up and go to work and focus for 8 hours without touching their phones. We're all in our phones. So, what part of the world is really concentrated when it comes down to being able to focus on more than one thing? You got deaths or unaliving going on because people are texting and driving. There's a whole board that says how many people are unalived on the road because people cannot multitask. It's humanly impossible.
But that's
Facts.
So
not
you
for
have to focus
everybody.
on what's going on with you, what's going on with your neighbor, what's going on within the school district, what's going on with the local issues. Everybody wants to talk on a grand spectrum like they can actually sit up there and say something. Y'all won't even be invited to be able to speak.
I'm not saying that those things do not matter. Those things do matter. But what I'm saying is that we can talk about both. How can you not? Why would you not want to talk about? But why would you not want to
Because
advocate for people in
I'm gonna
different
tell
places
you
as
why.
well as the
I'm gonna
people in
tell
your
you why.
own?
I'm gonna tell you why.
I
Because
don't see how you're
when
not
I go up to
understanding
my
that.
local board, when
Just
I go up
because
to my
as an
local board
individual,
meetings, I'm gonna tell you why. Because when I go up to my local board meetings and I want
Rajang,
to talk about all the
just
issues that's
because you
around, you
can,
know how many people are there?
What the freak?
About
She
eight
ma'am,
do not.
people.
She
ma'am,
don't be listening.
just because
Are
as
you
an
trying to listen?
individual,
Yeah.
ma'am,
It's
just
about
The
because
eight
yes
as an
people
girl.
there that's
Yesy.
worried about.
Whoever your name is.
I'm
What's your
sorry,
name? Hold on.
she keeps interrupting me. But what I'm
because
saying
what you're
is,
Y'all
saying
know
is
y'all literally having a
contradictory.
dialogue. Why you don't know how to just wait and then listen and then
she
talk?
was
Y'all go
Well,
back and forth.
she cut me
I
off.
did cut off Lady P. I cut
Baby,
off Lady
I'm
P.
sorry. I didn't know that the middle of
No,
my
I cut
sentence
you off,
interrupted
Lady
the start
P.
of
I cut
yours.
you
But
off.
go ahead.
My bad. No. I cut you off. Go ahead. I
Uh,
did cut you off
but
the
yeah,
last time, so go ahead.
I'm sorry, but yeah, like so my thing is just like just because as an individual, like our neurological system does not allow us to do more than one thing at a time. You cannot chew gum and move your eyes at the same time. One is gonna happen before like your focus is gonna go to one before the other. That does
Hmm.
not mean that that we can't work on more than one social issue at a time. We have millions of people we have millions of black people in America. We can work on more than one thing at a time. It takes us to get together and to advocate as a whole for that. And I'm not saying not to worry about your local about your local areas. That is very important. That's a part of societal change. But I'm just saying that at that same time we have to work on the things that are also happening at across the country.
And that's understood. And when I hear the word worry, I think in close proximity to. So, am I informed about what's going on higher levels? Absolutely. Do I know that there are things that I can go up there and not just be on a TikTok, but go every single time there's a board meeting in my city to go talk about these issues and bring facts? Absolutely. You're talking to somebody who went all the way up from a situation of being ostracized from a whole city because I decided to protest and it was a sundown town. Okay. And I live there. So when it comes down to it, I don't just stop at one thing. I keep going and keep going and keep going. But if you don't notice, in order to talk to people in high situations, you got to keep going up a chain. You got to start locally. You have to
Hmm.
start locally. They're not going to advance you and advise you because there's certain places in this world, not even the Supreme Court, can you just come and just chill. You can't just go and chill there. You have to be invited to come there after you spend big money from local.
Yeah,
So if it
and I
works
don't
that way
disagree
with
with that.
everything else, you have to work. And it's when you're going up there, you're not just talking about one person or one issue. There's a board. So you're figuring out all the issues at one time. That's where your multitasking comes into. But you got to focus on what affects you and the people around you, the people that matter to you most.
Hold on, I
Yeah,
want to say something to that lady that was just talking.
and I definitely agree with that too. I don't disagree.
I want to say something to the lady that was just talking. Blonde hair. I'm, I'm confused. Are you saying that black people don't do these things? Because I've seen me personally, in real life, on the internet, and where I turn around, black people are waking up to these issues every day. You feel me? I've seen plenty of sundown town conversations. I've seen plenty of police that are not from the community, that don't even understand how the community work. They ship it, outsourcing different type of police departments to run these communities, and there's a clear disconnect that the towns come together as an uproar. Just because you let social media show you one side of a quarter does not mean there's a lack of evidence or proof that the other side of the quarter does not exist. I've seen plenty of black individuals come together, going to townhouse meetings, going to sit down in front of churches, getting lawyers, getting media to try to get media attention. But of course, we live in a country that doesn't want to show that side of what we do. So if you allow social media and just ignorant people that sit on TikTok out here to show you or tell you, oh, this is what these niggas do. These niggas ain't nothing but trouble. All they do is gang bang and talk about woo woo woo. They don't never go to. That's bullshit. I've seen plenty of people that sue. I follow plenty of individuals that are activists on this app that are black that do this. So to not say that, oh, it's not hot because you don't see it,
I
that's bullshit.
didn't. I didn't, Big Woe, and I'm outside. I don't use anything that I do to be anything on TikTok because I'm absolutely a nobody on TikTok. I'm talking about when I step outside. I'm talking about the foundations that I'm also attached to. I'm talking about not just protesting because it was cool during 2020. I'm talking about being ostracized from an entire city where I can't even rent and still
You
had to
think you're
make
the
a way
only
through
person that
court.
experienced that though?
I understand I'm not the only person, and I never said that I was, but I'm informing you that we have to start on local levels. Nobody said that Black people can't do anything because I'm Black and I know I've done a lot. So I'm pretty sure that many, I just sat up here and said the main person that I listen to and that I love is named Les Brown. That is a Black man that was against all odds, was not supposed to be able to know how to read. And he is the number one motivational speaker. So I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there aren't great people, but I'm saying that in order to make a change, you must first do some action behind it. We've been planning for a long time. But do people go up to those local board meetings? Is it a lot of Black people? No, it's not. If you go to Dallas, no, it's not. Because a lot of people don't even know who the superintendent is in the school district.
It seems like that type of environment that you're in, a lot of black people are not doing it, and that sucks. You feel me? But I've seen and witnessed in life and on the internet a different type of viewpoint of black people that I've been involved with, that I get to know over time, that have different type of approaches. You feel me? But unfortunately, it seems like when it comes to our people, we don't give the grace of maybe this is happening on the other side of the country. Maybe this is happening in Florida. Maybe this is happening in Georgia or New York. I don't know that. I can only speak from my town or my state personal experience. What happens is individuals speak from their point of view of what their environment shows them, and they paint a narrative that that's a whole. And a lot of people do that, especially people in our community. And I have an issue with that. Because you, last time I checked, you're not Mr. Fantastic. You don't be in all these states, not you, I'm just speaking in general, a lot of all these states to witness these things, to speak on it. I personally seen individuals that lost their jobs in the police department because they want to speak about this. They try to get the community together, riled up to show up to these board meetings. Do they show this on TV? Do those clips go viral? No. You know why? Because it's not exciting. It's not drama. It's not love of hip hop. It's not what's going on Instagram or Chris Brown rocking Blueface. But it does happen. It's
Well,
happening across the country
well,
quite a lot.
okay, big well. So I think what you're missing and what she's saying is the fact that and what you're trying to argue is like just because she doesn't see it doesn't mean that it's not happening. However, just because you see it doesn't mean that it's happening at large. So I'm not gonna sit up here and be in denial that a population of I'm not going to sit here and be in denial and say that a population of like 17% is filling up those local boards and whatnot, especially when only 3.8% of our mayors across the country are black. If you think about the regular citizens, that's not like they're not going to be as active as you would think. So I'm not like it's not to say that it doesn't happen. Like we definitely do and do the work that our people. There's people on here actually who have platforms for doing that, like like Dr. Candace Matthews. She goes all around Texas and sometimes into different southern states and does it. But at the same time, it's not like it's not like it's a major thing that everybody is doing. Like that's why we're advocating for everybody to get all hands on deck and to work at the local level and to work at at the higher levels and stuff like that. We're advocating for people to get to get active in all of these at all of these levels so we can have a bigger impact.
I think people need to work on themselves.
Well,
We,
that's an individualistic
that's
mindset,
it's
but
It
yeah.
is because
We all
it
need to
has to
work on
because
ourselves.
we at the
And,
bottom
and,
now, right?
and
And if we come together,
I'm agree with what Jane just said. Because all we have to do is look at our communities, and we can tell where when we have these local meetings at these town hall meetings. All we have to do is go back and look at our community. What's getting done in our community? What is not getting done? What is being ostracized as what's been put in our community? That's how you could tell that we as black people do not go to these town hall meetings. First of all, our roads are messed up. Two, our schools do not have the proper books in the schools. Some, not all. When we look into black communities, we look at what's coming into the black communities, what's on every corner in the black community. That's how you know that we as black people do not go to the community meetings. When we don't stand firm on what we believe and what we need in our community, you could tell that there's not a lot of stuff that's coming to our community. That's how you could tell that we're not going to these town hall meetings. Look at the crime in our communities.
that's also not true. Like
Why not?
that's also not true because we do go, and that's not what I said. I said
I'm not saying
I
we're
said that we go.
not
I'm just
all.
saying that
Not,
it's not as large as you may think, but
I already
we
know. I
definitely
mean,
do attend.
but
not
all
all.
those stuff are outside
Not
yourself.
in
So
all
if you can
communities.
control, if everybody can control themselves, actually think for a second, right? If everybody can start work on themselves, actually have good dialogue, because most people can have a good dialogue right now because most people are struggling. When you're struggling for food, you can't think about changing the world, right? And there's a lot of people struggling. So my message is like, at least get yourself together so you can actually have a conversation with a clear mind. I'm not saying you guys. I'm just saying like in general, like most people cannot, especially people like us. We don't have the enough. Our base is not strong enough to make it a move. But if you work on yourself, get better, then you can have a sound mind to have real conversations and really strategic options.
I just want to say that the lockup system is not happening. It's not evidence for something It's not emotional trying to get happy. You know what I mean? We witnessed this with people like Obama being president just because he might represent or looked at that represent a majority of a certain race doesn't mean overnight he has like a wand that he can just wishes a bunch of people, a certain group of people get their leeway or fairness. Just because you get in a position of power doesn't mean the structure is going to be automatically customized for you to make things happen overnight. We got to get out of that reality of, oh my God, we get a black man, everything going to be solved overnight. It's still another class of mission that person have to go through to even get some type of leeway to get things done. You feel me? We think that, oh, just because we have a black president, just because we have a black mayor, a black police captain. Last time I checked, is a systematic thing. You might be a part of the machine doesn't mean you have a real leeway to control the direction of the machine. We don't really run the machine. We can like work into it. We might help operate it, but it takes some time. Because when it comes to us, it seems like, especially our own people, we want things to be done overnight. Like, oh, soon as you get that job, boss man, I want you to hire nothing but black people. What? You get that job, boss man, I want you to be a millionaire and put 30 stores in the hood. What? It doesn't work like that. You feel me? You gotta give your own people grace sometimes when they do fight and they finally get in them type of positions. Things does not work at easy like that. And then you have to realize when it is a colored individual in them type of positions, it's a different type of struggle for them to get things done when they are in them type of positions.
And DJ Clark, I wanted to respond to you. So I think to say that we all had to work on ourselves individually first is is very much so elitist. Because during the civil rights, they was not rich when they was getting power holes. Okay, these were not the elites and the rich out there in the streets getting bit by dogs and marching and walking through Selma. That was not nothing but the rich and well taken care of and wealthy. So people, so it doesn't. It's not about necessarily where you're at that makes you able to advocate for your community. You can advocate for your community and not be rich, or you can advocate for your community and not be financially put together. Like, and not to say you shouldn't work on yourself, because you should at all times, but advocate for your community before you get there.
But what I'm saying, working on yourself. I mean, like if a person is broke to get put together, nine
That
times out
was
of ten,
deep.
their family will be put
And that
together
was
as well.
deep.
So it
No,
starts from it starts
Right.
from us. It
that
starts
is
from the
not
very
true.
small area and work your way
I,
out.
I
That's
Versus
get
not
what
true.
I get
so
what DJ is saying. He's pretty like working on yourself just doesn't equal or equate to finances. I mean, you could sit down and read a book and understand exactly where it's coming from. Like just getting out there and just doing the work and not even know why you're doing it, you're not going to continue. It's going to be like 2020 again. Everybody just doing it to be on social media. So, in order for people to get on one accord, we must first be one with ourselves. So, if you don't know who you are going out there, you don't even know what you're fighting for. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? You don't even know what you're going up and understanding. So, working on yourself, I mean, that's strengthening your mind. Simple as drinking more water, having these understandings when we're reading and understanding what we're reading and how we're reading it. You know what I'm saying? And understanding the laws. Like a lot of people, they want to fight them, but somebody got to tell you, well, why are we just telling you? You should be over there reading it so you're well versed within whatever you're reading. So I don't think it's just a financial.
well, I get what you're saying, but that's not what he was saying. He
that's
was,
exactly what I'm saying.
because that's not what you were
That's what he
talking
was
about
saying.
earlier. When you
That's
were talking
exactly what
about,
I'm saying.
because
I'm
when you
saying
talk,
improve yourself. I didn't say
that's
about
not
What
what
he
you was
saying?
money.
talking about
I
earlier.
said improve
But that's
yourself.
what he was
The
saying.
whole time that you have been talking, you've been talking about people being well off and stuff like that. Like you
That
just
is
said,
true.
if you
I
if
said
you
put
Can't
if
together.
you
switch
work
it
on
up
if you
now.
work on yourself and you're well
I said
off,
put
then more
together.
than likely your family will be well off, right?
Yeah, but I wasn't just about money though. If you have
I'm back. Say no.
if you
Oh,
have
it's
good
about money.
morals, if you're teaching the good things around you, I'm sure you're more stable with your family. I'm
It's
sure you're cool
about
with your ex. I'm sure you're cool with your kids. I'm sure you're cool with your with the family. If most people are not cool because they got so much going on with themselves, we see this every day. Like there's so many single parents families. Dudes got 3, 4 kids. Don't see the kids in weeks or months.
That's the first thing that Bishop did in the comments said that I agree with. You kind of
So you
remix
gotta
what you said
fix
earlier
yourself.
versus
If you
what
fix
she said
yourself, you will
now.
fix those things around you, and you can move forward.
He remixing what he said, what he said earlier versus what she broke down and what he think he meant. That's the only thing I agree with Bishop said in the comments. That's not what you said. If that what you meant, you should have said it more better. So
Well,
we
I
had to
said
call it
my
that way.
statement was improve ourselves. That's all I said.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
something.
finance.
But you were referring to finances. That's what y'all were talking about before we got here. Y'all were talking about finances
I mean,
and
well,
improving
to
yourself
keep
up by
it
the booststraps
But finance is not
to
one thing though.
keep it
and
Finance,
elevating
real, I
your finance
mean,
and elevating your surroundings by achieving better finances. That's what y'all were talking about, and
but
that's
put it
what you
this
were
way.
saying earlier. So
So
let's not backtrack.
but
let's keep it going. So if you improve yourself, 9 times out of 10, your money gonna follow you.
yeah,
You
that's what
don't
I was
follow
getting
money,
ready to
money
say,
follow you.
DJ.
So if you
I'm
improve
sorry.
yourself, money come to you as a byproduct. That's I never talk about money. I say improve yourself because the better you become in yourself, the more money you're gonna make. Period. Career, speaking, in your skill set you have, the better you become, the more money you're gonna make because you're gonna charge more.
Can I tell you a quick story about the last one, Kel, concerning people that's lazy?
Yep.
People are so lazy. Let me tell you, I have a whole class and it's $300 for the class. I do not plug no information, so this is not a plug. And mostly ladies. I've only had to teach one man. And this is a job where you can change your whole life and have 174,000 a year if you just stay consistent, right? And I teach it and I tell them the key to it is consistency. It's no different than getting on TikTok. It's no different than being on YouTube. You have to be consistent. In life, everything is consistent. So people are so lazy that a job you can lay down on
Am I
and
like
start at any point of the day, they still don't show up.
facts?
What job that is?
That's
I
Hey,
how
ain't never heard no
lazy
job
some
like that.
if you can sit there and dangle the number in your first year, you can make 174,000. That's the lowest pay if you are consistent 14 hours out of the day. And still with that number amount,
What
they
job
will
is
not
that?
go to it. And the reason why they don't stick to it is because, for one, a lot of people are bosses and they're not leaders, and you have
Mm.
to be able to create your own schedule. And for two, most of the people are too lazy. So, therefore, where are they going in life in general in order to change anything when they can't even get out of the bed on their own accord?
true
In
indeed.
order to really break yourself down and to really know who you are, you have to take a lot of work. The same amount of years you have will be the same amount of years if you keep going in order to fix those years that you've already been messing up. So as we're growing, we need to understand that at levels that are higher than us, if we can't even focus on what's going on within our house, how are we going to make any changes? That's where you're supposed to focus on self. You can't change nobody until you change yourself.
That's facts. That is facts. Yep. Take
I'm glad you
accountability
said
for
it.
what's
Uh,
going on. Take
oh, what she said.
accountability what's going on in your home first. You know what I mean?
Big Wall, I got a question
Change
though,
what's
real
home.
quick, before you go, man.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to see, is he trying to understand anything? Because, like, she said all that, and all you took out of it is what job she talking about. So, did you get the point, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but the job sounds amazing. What job is that? You don't really have to do that much effort, and you can make all this money
I'm
at the end of the
Lilith.
year.
I'm Lilith. In my nightlife. So, I mean, I'm the whore of Babylon in my nightlife. So it's no
Yeah.
outside stuff. It's just I teach women how to be very feminine and make money based on being very feminine.
Hmm,
If they
Oh,
interesting.
yeah,
take
I
their
wouldn't
time and
be
they
able to
work
work with that.
slowly, and if they ignore everything else around them and just focus on what they need to do, they can make much more money than the girls that show everything on OF or everything on IG if they just slowly do it. And it's just being feminine. Some don't even have accountability to say that they're not feminine enough to do the job. They blame the job.
Facts.
Ooh, ooh.
Coach.
Stop stepping. Stop stepping on people's toes.
They're being feminine in what way? Being feminine, like just doing housework, walking around your house, doing housework, making a meal, touching your shoulder. Do you know the sexiest part of a woman's body is actually her
Hmm.
what is it called? Damn, I'm trying to tell y'all, trying to educate
He
y'all
said,
on something. I done forgot the
I'm
name of it.
listening.
The
Well,
neck.
everybody listening like,
What is that bone called? I've been smoking. The
Hmm.
collarbone. The
Yeah, the
collarbone is the
collarbone.
Collarbone.
sexiest on a
Yeah,
woman.
the
yeah.
And you know you
collarbone?
could touch her collarbone and a man will just go crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Judy,
I mean, it's
Jen,
as
I know
simple
where
as
you were going.
touching your collarbone.
Hey, I want to address this right quick. Star Lord. I mean, you probably be a ghost or troll or whatever. Nobody's playing. Is playing victim up here at all whatsoever. I don't know where you're coming from out of left field, but whatever you're talking about, you just need to go back
I was
wherever you.
wondering when one of the mods was gonna block him because he
Yeah,
been talking crazy all
you just
this.
need to go somewhere else
All
with
the time you
with
been
that
talking
nonsense.
crazy.
I mean,
Boy,
'cause
right? I was trying to ignore him on it. I'm like, no, you about to throw my whole message off.
yeah, I mean that's just too
Good
much.
night.
But that's just yeah. I don't like when people always say that some of us do play victim, but not all. We out here trying to make points, and what Jen is saying is, she's going straight to the juggler, and she's not playing victim whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Facts.
We like to hold people accountable, men and women. You know what I mean? If you're coming into Kev's live, I wholeheartedly believe that he's going to hold you accountable for your words and your actions. So, hey, let's do what we do. Let's start with ourselves, as DJ Claw is implementing. We start with ourselves and work our way out. You can't sweep around the outside before you sweep around on the inside first. That's just working backwards. So let's do what we need to do as a people, and and stop making excuses and stop being playing victim to the things that's going on around us. We work on ourselves, and everything else will work out for itself.
Facts.
You know.
They even do that. They blame that
It's
too. I'm
it's
I'm this way because somebody else made me this way. No, you made yourself this way, man.
You
I
know,
mean,
man.
So I
That's how
yeah,
bad it's
I
getting.
think that
about your
part I
people.
feel like needs to be touched on because a lot of African Americans walking around are not they are mentally traumatized and it's generational, like it's instilled generationally. It's not just one generation of people. It's
hmm
generation of people who's been traumatized from a long time ago that's still traumatized to this day that don't get it and don't get help for it because they don't even understand how every race of people besides people of color go and take mental health seriously. Black people are the only people who don't because they were never taught that it was serious. It was something that people throw off and think, oh, it's okay, or it ain't nothing, it ain't that serious because they don't see the effects on the outside. But in real life, if your mental is messed up, your whole life is going to be messed up. And that is exactly what I feel like racism did because everything that you have, every ism comes from racism. Every part of it. You literally have black people who grow up hating their self. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say the
hmm
H word, but grow up disliking their
I know.
selves and not
It's
even in a
like, yeah.
dislike that you would be able to understand. It's in a dislike of they subconsciously do things that they don't even understand that they do because of how
hmm
how how racism and bigotry was baked inside the Constitution of America. I tell
hmm
black people all the time, if you are in my mind, if you agree with Christianity, you agree with the Constitution of America and the enslavement of black people and everything that has happened because it's all baked into itself.
Come back to the original
Explain
point.
that.
Come back to the original point. Work on yourself to
Where you
find out
get that
why.
from?
Yeah, to find out
Yeah.
why you feel the way you feel.
But it's like working on yourself in a system that's literally going to tear you down each time you
Hey,
you
man.
get ahead.
But
That
Hi.
it's
but
a
when you consider that like a generational curse, if I attempt to feel the way my mother felt going through Jim Crow, and if I attempt to feel the way this person feel, at one point you're going to start seeing that nothing of what they've done has anything to do with me. I have a whole new set of goals that I need to do for them because they didn't have a voice. I have a voice, or I
Facts.
have the option to go down there and make changes. They didn't have that. So holding on to anything that's done in the past, now you're saying I'll take your burden and I'll also take my
Preach.
own.
I don't
I
hmm
really
need.
I don't
And
really look
also
at it like
and
that. I
also
look at it from a point of view of if my mother grew up and you're right, some people I feel like when they grow up or when they become older and start making logical decisions, they're able to see, okay, that's not right. I won't do that. But some people are just how they grew up, they didn't have adults or strong minded people around them that instilled that into them.
a lot of people was raised by people who was on drugs, coming out of the era where I'm coming from, and my mother's mother and my mother, coming from people who didn't even raise their kids. Their grandmas was raising their kids, and when they had kids, they still didn't want to help take care of the grandkids that they wasn't even there around or to be around. You got people that grew up with, I'm sorry, you got people that grew up with parents that just didn't want to be parents, that didn't want to be there, and you still see that to this day. And a lot of that stuff, a lot of people can't mentally, when you have a certain group of people who don't even understand how serious their mental health is. And because my grandmother to this day was traumatized and would walk around saying, oh, nothing ain't wrong with me, I'm not traumatized, but really and truthfully is the most negative. People be negative and they will tell you nothing didn't happen to me, and your whole life, baby, something is wrong with you, and you having a hard time saying something was wrong with you or something still is wrong with you. My grandmother is 56, just went to a therapist that's telling her, yes, girl, like you need help.
Well,
And
you have to
it's
go.
hard
I'm
to go
sorry, I
get
didn't mean to cut you off.
it's hard to
It,
go get help when you don't understand you're in a situation. The first step in fixing the situation is realizing you have one. So if you never
Exactly.
realize something is wrong, you're not going to go try to fix it. You don't
Back to self
understand.
again. It come right
You're
back to
in
self.
Right.
it.
uh, that goes back to Jim Crow. That goes back to
And
the Willie Lynch
no,
letter.
not
It goes
even
back.
Jim Crow.
It
Look
goes
at how
back.
they is today. Look at what they push.
I
Look at
know, but
everything you're consuming is literally unaliving you. I don't want to say the other word, but it's literally taking you from every end. And it's really hard because everything they give you today is a drug.
So you
Sitting
know
and
what you
watching
gotta
TV can
do?
become a
Wait,
drug and an addiction.
wait,
mhm,
And
though,
it's
wait, though, boo.
mental.
You know what you gotta do? You know what a solution is? Everybody's solution is unplug.
you have
Stay
to.
focused on you. Stay inside. I'm inside, and people say in my family, "Oh, she crazy. She done nut it up. She crazy. She out here just staying indoors." No, everything is unsafe. On October the 4th, I don't care if it's a conspiracy or not. My children are not going to school. Why? Because it's being talked about. I don't know what's going to happen, but I
What
need my
is
arms
talking about?
around them.
What is going on October 4th?
I don't know, but as soon as I
They
got on
they
to
say the
TikTok,
system. Yeah, they say the system's supposed to be. They're supposed to be changing and breaking stuff down because Congress is supposed to be shut down. So, but they're telling
Well, I
all
hear that,
the
but the
kids.
thing
Biden just
is,
They're
signed
telling all the
the
kids to
people at
go to
my
school.
not
banks,
shutting down no more.
the
They're
people
not
at my
shutting down no
bank say
more.
that there's not going to be one because they're going to be
Biden
operating
signed,
on
yeah.
October 4th.
Biden signed that bill. They're not shutting nothing down. But I don't want to be
anything
petty,
that's
but I remember I was in a
publicized.
live with Kyla, who came
Mhm.
into the live and made it seem like she was like friendly and all that, and then started spewing misinformation, the same information that a lot of black people be like, a lot of people carry around saying, oh, black people make up the crime rate or
How
stuff
long
like that,
ago
and
was
they
that
produce
live?
they
And you still
What?
remember that?
Hold
yes,
up, real
I
quick.
do
What?
remember it because it's something
That was
uneducated
weeks
that you
ago. I
said
think
and
that was
that you were
a few
standing
months
on,
ago, and she's still.
because it's certain.
Nope, we don't do that. Y'all talking about some other stuff. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I was a little lost.
But go ahead, Trap. I know you try to say something.
Hey everybody, how you doing, panel?
That
What's
boy
up?
was waiting for trying to talk.
Shut up,
Dude,
bro.
dog.
Anywho, I just want to put my 2 cents in. Far as the conversation went, I think a full-on destruct and restruct of how Black people operate is due. All of us need like a new system to go under, something new, because what we've been doing for forever now just hasn't worked for us, honestly. So I would just say probably just deconstruct however it is we're going about stuff now and just do it over. And to Big Woe, the reason I said that in the comments, what was it again? Because you said trauma is never acknowledged by the individual first. I think this is false in some cases because I recognize mine without any help. And that was just through situations with people, like dealing with friends and being in relationships. And you have to be in tune with self and you have to get in tune with God. However God looks to you, doesn't matter if it's through a pen and pad, you go to church, you go by the water and you pray, whatever. If you start to really understand yourself, get away from how other people think and start to build your own mentality, like things that make sense to you and things that don't. Read up on things you don't necessarily understand. I think research is really good if you don't understand your full identity. It's so much stuff out here about who you are, what we are, how things have happened for us. Like, just go ahead and read. But I think being home and properly not being online is good for all of us. Like, we really have to unplug. Like, I don't know who said it first, but it's really good for us because we were never meant to be so plugged into this. Nobody's ever seen a phone in their dreams, right?
Right.
I seen it.
Very true. Trap fairy. I've never
Nobody,
seen a phone in my dream.
I
right?
have
But
seen
Hold
it.
up.
I
What's on
have seen
Facebook?
it.
yeah, but not.
I have seen a phone in my
Let
dreams.
me see what's going on
Can you
TikTok
update
in
my
a
status
dream.
real quick?
Sniper.
Nobody's ever seen a
Yeah,
phone.
think
I
about
don't
that. Have
trust
I
you.
seen the phone in my dreams?
No, I
No,
wasn't
you
a
got me
phone.
thinking
Trap.
too.
I
I'm
think
like,
I
Trap.
I
already
think
am.
I don't
Exactly.
know. I feel like I may have, but I don't know. I'm really unsure. Like,
We
Yeah, I
never
mean,
seen a phone in our dream. We never seen a TV in our dream. We've seen cars. I know I've seen a car. I've seen a boat, but I've never seen any of that. And that just tells me that maybe it's not so much a part of us. And if we seen it, it just happened because we probably experienced it on Earth. But we are more so connected to soil than we are to technology,
true
and
indeed.
that is what we
So,
need to get back to.
okay, I gotta disagree with.
We're
I have to
spiritual
reword
beings,
what I
right?
said then,
So being
because
a spiritual
I
being
want to
is connected
say
to nature. That's natural. I
Yeah, because
think
I'm
people
always
understand that.
outside of my
is he
dreams.
talking? He sound real low.
Can you
I
hear me?
definitely have seen a TV in my dreams. I've seen a phone in my dreams. I mean, and that's just me. But I
what
can't
the heck
speak
was on
for
your phone?
everybody else. Yeah, it was just like I don't know if y'all seen an old phone, like a rotating phone. You know what I'm saying? That one that used to sit in the wall in the house.
rotary
You know what
phone.
I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like one of them
I
old
think
phones that
I'm
sit in
pretty
your
sure she
house.
talking about like a cell phone.
Phone is a phone,
You
no
know
matter
how
how
we
you
always
look
be
at
on
it.
the phone. I get you though. Cause like
You know what
I
I'm saying?
get what she
Yeah,
was trying to get to though.
I know
Cause
what you
like
saying.
you know how we always get distracted by cell phones and all that stuff or whatever. Like I can't picture that being in a dream and all that stuff. Like you don't look up like, dang, wonder what's on TikTok or something like that. It's so
Right.
much.
Yeah,
Huh?
I never thought I was on the phone for 8 hours in a dream.
Yeah, I get what you're
Right.
saying.
Like
I
who
Yeah.
gets on their
100%.
So
who gets to their dream and then they just chilling on Facebook in the dream.
so hey Trap. So I want to say that maybe I have to reword what I said in the comments because not a lot of individuals have that built-in self-awareness where they don't need interaction with individuals or uh, evidence of self-destruction to see what they go through or what they're causing. Now, majority, I'll reword it, majority like that self-awareness or even have the type of tools around them, like good friends and individuals they can speak to when they go through something to highlight what they're doing that's harmful. Majority, no. Majority of people do not have that self-awareness built in them and it's still in them to realize them. If I'm a pookie and I'm blowing down that boulder, you feel me? Because they thought, stop me trying to grist me. That boulder, damn, you feel me? I'm not realizing, damn, I'm spending way much money on this. I'm not spending too much time with my family anymore. I'm kind of late at work. I'm looking raggedy. Woo, woo. Usually, the majority of the time, it takes an outside party. Either it's a friend, a random individual, family member, their kids, their wife, and say that, damn, you have a problem. My nigga, you know that, right? Damn, you losing weight pretty fast. Look at your face. You looking crazy. You're not the same attentive and full of life individual we used to know you as. Majority of the time, when somebody go through a trauma, it don't have to be just drugs or sex or whatever trauma that's. Because nowadays in America, a lot of things can be considered trauma if you abuse it.
Facts is
But
subjective.
majority of the time, yeah, majority of people don't have that self awareness built inside of them. If you
Mhm.
do, then I ain't lie, you're remarkable.
Well,
Because majority
everybody
of people
has it.
don't have
You're a
that.
human being.
And
You
we
have
need
Hey,
that
before
outside party
everybody
to
go
self
real quick, I
destruct.
want to do a quick break. Because these likes is crazy. I want a lot of people in here for real. But if y'all can, for the people that's in the box, if y'all can hit maybe a couple FYPs and share to some people, like maybe 10 people, that got the same mindset as you if you want to, you know what I'm saying? But you could do that, and then the people that's down there in the comments, if y'all can try to get me to like 7K. I made it a weird number too. Give me the 7K if y'all can. But we can go ahead.
Well, I want to respond to whoa, like
You said 70? Damn.
7K.
whoa, I'm not at all perfect, right? Like, I just grew up with my mom, my father. He would only come and see me like on the holidays or whatever, and sometimes he wouldn't even do that. So I knew of him, but I didn't know him, and like, I feel like I kind of already was going through an identity crisis with that, and not understanding my full background as a black woman. So I kind of like, I don't know, like I know I'm not the only one, but I care about myself. Like I wanted to fix what was wrong with me. Yeah, I
Hey,
know.
why you paying attention to me when I was talking like that? You attentive when she talking, huh? Kind of
Don't.
crazy.
This
Go
dude
ahead.
is horrible, dog. Leave me alone, man.
Well, stop it.
I'm playing attention to everybody.
Anywho, um, I care about myself. At that time when I was going through an identity crisis, I'm not gonna say I didn't care about myself, but I didn't know who I was. I didn't know who I was to care as much. I'm about to stop talking, Bo, if you don't stop
No,
it.
you good. You good. I mean, we all understand. I understand what you're saying because we all do go through that crisis at one point in time in our life. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Everybody
right.
ain't in tune with oneself in the beginning of our, coming up or our upbringing. You know what I mean? So we do go through a identical crisis, identical
Come
Identity.
on, big whoa.
crisis.
Now
Thank you,
being an
Jay.
adult, big whoa.
You know what I
Up
mean? We
here in this
Nah,
all
he
town.
don't care about it. Man, we say he want Trap to talk. Man, let
No.
Trap finish your story because he
Well,
was
stop.
striking
Yeah.
poses and all type of shit. He ain't striking no pose
I'm
for
over here.
us.
I'm doing the same thing I usually do.
Well, stop, yeah. Anywho, this is what I'm saying. I'm gonna land my plane. All I'm saying is you have to care about yourself, even when you don't have anybody around you. Because I was doing so much for other people that after a while it was just me and myself in the corner with God, and that's it. So get back to your roots. Get back to who you are. Even if you don't know who you are, like writing is really good. A journal is really good. Just write out thoughts and figure it out, and just get back to the soil. And I land there.
And I just want to say, you're so pretty, or I'm about to call you Trap Queen, child. Trap Fairy.
She's
Look,
a trap queen.
hey,
Fairy.
ain't no wrong with that either, but yeah,
See, the
you're
vocal swing
pretty.
out
Explain
that
that name.
thing. Look
Explain
at
that
him. Oh
name.
my
Why is
God.
it fairy?
I can't do anything. What
Look,
the heck?
Why is it trap fairy?
hey.
I get the trap part, but why is it fairy?
I consider myself the most delicate thing to come out the hood. So the most
Mm.
delicate thing I could think of is fairy.
Hmm.
Bang.
I
See,
know
and
when
she came from
people,
the hood, so she understood.
yeah, I know when people read the name, they automatically have these thoughts. But yeah, I'm
Hey,
not.
I need somebody to record this live, right?
Girl, I thought
Y'all
you was
remember that
Wiccan.
song? Y'all remember that song by Yo Gotti Pose? Notice how every time Trap started talking, somebody cue that song. Cause I swear to God, he had a cue of Pose every time she started talking. But when it says it's regular, he on the phone with us, he testing, he moving. Trap started talking, he's trying all type of poses in this bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh
feel
my
me? Like,
god!
I did the
that
same thing with
crazy.
everybody.
Why you
Quit it.
Bro,
One
not
time I was talking, he yarned, big whoa. No, it was twice.
that's
That was
crazy.
late at night. That's late
That's
at night.
crazy.
I yawned on her too. What you talking about? I learned it. I yawned on everybody. I actually fell asleep last night. That was crazy.
Online?
But can I get out the hot seat? What the?
I'm thinking about the hot seat. Y'all funny.
On a different note, I think that black people are owed reparations and that they deserve it. Um, I think that's a very much so needed thing, and I'll use my family for example. Um, I try to mention it every single time because it's very uncommon. So my family, we got our reparations. We got 446 acres, and many animals and cattle because and we currently have the largest black ranch in Texas because of that, and we got that because my great granddaddy was a slave, and when emancipation happened, he was the only one who didn't run away. So the slave master ended up giving it to him, and that's how we got our that town. So um Now, me personally, I don't have none of that land in my name. I don't do agriculture. I'm not a farmer. I have no intention to farm. But shouts out to the rest of my family who do got it. But but I feel like, you know, with that extra boost from slavery, which, you know, directly impacts them because they own that land. So with that extra boost, like they were, like, you know, they were able to maintain themselves. A lot of them who own that land don't even live in Texas no more. Because it makes they got it to where they can make their money on, you know, while they gone. They live in Detroit and stuff like that. And um yes. So I just think it's important. Like, you know, my family was able to thrive with that reparations. I feel like if everybody at least had a tenth of that, you know, which is what we was promised, then we would all be in a much better place.
I want to ask
Okay,
everybody in the panel this
I have
question.
one question though. I have one more question, Big Wolf, for right now. Um, so Trap Fairy, are you single? Huh?
No, I'm not.
Okay, dang, because I was about to hook you up with somebody. You may know him, you may not, you know.
She is
Um,
beautiful.
but yeah,
It's
his
not
name
you up
start
here
with a letter
playing love
K,
doctor.
and I
Kev,
was just gonna see,
talking about
you
Kev.
know. Huh? I said the letter K. I ain't say no K. I say you may he stay up here late.
Kendrick Lamar.
Kev.
Okay, but I'm gonna respect you, Trap Fairy. I'm gonna respect
Yeah.
you.
Thank
But
So
to
my
yes,
question is
to
for the
yes, I
panel
am
is
ready. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Big Wolf.
my question for the whole panel, including the host too. Um, since Miss Lady P was talking about reparations, right? And before I even mention this, I'm not gonna say that I agree with everything this man who I'm about to say says or how he thinks. I don't agree with everything he says or the way he think. But when it comes to, I'm 28, right? In 28 years that I've been living on this earth, when it comes to black people talking about reparations, he's the only person of the 28 years that I've lived on this earth that broke down reparations the proper way that we should get it back. Now, I don't know if that's in the interview, right? Dr. Umar, when he went to the Breakfast Club the second time, he was having a conversation with Charlamagne. Now, I'm not going to say I agree with everything he said when it comes to other stuff and family, woo woo. But when he broke down reparations for the black people, what did y'all think about that? Because I think he executed perfectly.
I'm sorry, I don't keep up with Dr. Umar.
I
Hey,
don't, I
Doctor
don't,
Doctor
if,
Umar's a salesman, right? That he's cool. I like his interviews, but Doctor Umar is a salesman.
I
You know
got
what I'm
one
well,
saying?
question for you.
I, I don't
When you
know
listen to something, you
all of
got to
what
be
he
able to filter out the
said.
craziness when it comes to it, because he's a very intelligent man. I'm not going to take
I
that away
mean,
from him, but he
I
has his points where he derails
started.
sometimes. I'm not even going to lie. He
Question.
I
does.
like Dr. Umar. I just don't like empty promises, and I don't like an overthinker. I feel like he overthinks a lot of ideas and he doesn't follow through, and that comes along with the territory of being intelligent. A
Mm,
lot of
I
people are
love his
diagnosed with other things
breakdown when
when
it
they're
comes to.
very intelligent.
He's a
yeah.
salesman.
I I've been
Oh,
factual with the breakdown
he's
he
not.
gave when it comes to reparations.
He's not a salesman. Dr. Umar is very intelligent, and what he speaks on what half of the people on this app speaks, but don't have the backing to pursue half of the things that he's saying. So he just speaking on his beliefs, on
He
what
do
he
be
believes
capping
and what
though.
he feels.
He do be capping.
But
Like
you
when he
think
talk about black women, he has two black baby mamas and all that capping you doing about niggas, and you got two black baby mamas. Come on, cuz you selling out.
I
well,
You
your
selling out.
personal what you
hey,
do in your personal life is your personal life. You know what I
No,
mean? Just like
hold on, Mr. Brother.
we can't speak
Brother.
on.
Your
If
personal
that's the
life
case,
is a
then we have to
representation
speak
of what you
on,
believe, though.
huh?
Do you believe your personal life should be some type of ties to your personal life to what you believe and what you represent? And like, how can I say I'm pro-black and I have three kids by a Chinese lady or a white lady or a Mexican lady, but I'm talking about, oh yeah, I love my sister. Shout out to my sisters. I love my brothers. But
Oh
look what you're doing
shoot.
in your personal life.
I
Come
mean,
on now, that's contradicting.
when you see that you had an error or you made a mistake in your life, you try to do things to try to correct it. We all
What's
make
your definition of
mistakes. We
Yeah,
all
I was
make
waiting for somebody to say
mistakes.
something.
Hold on,
We all
I got a question. Okay, so just because you get in a interracial relationship means that you just automatically aren't pro-black?
I was
Right.
just about
No, no,
to ask
no.
that.
What I think about that is, okay, and it's gonna be talked. I got in trouble yesterday about this. I ain't tried to at the end of the night, but it got me chest about it. I'm not saying you not pro black, but like let's say we have let's say Charles meeting, right? And it's the race is the topic, right? And we're talking about pro black and we pushing woo woo this and thing. Your voice be to calm down a little bit. If you don't got step down, you got down with a swirl. I need you to tone your voice down a little bit. Don't get too rowdy when it comes to we talking about lifting each other up and how our women is beautiful and our men are very ooh this that, and the thing. I need you to calm your voice down just a little bit. If you just pull a Kanye last summer, you don't pull the Kanye, you can't be too vocal, my nigga. Like
But,
calm down, homie.
So who make
Calm
these
down.
rules?
but don't
Right.
we all know? Don't we
That's what
all
I'm saying.
already know a man that was with YT women before he was pro-black?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Don't we all know another
Hold on, what she
historical
said?
man?
Yeah, I do.
Hold on,
Don't
what
we
she
all
said? Say
know
it
a
again.
historical man
Eh,
that would only be with palm-colored women, but
I
he
Hold
is
on,
know.
don't do that.
historically
Listen,
great and he's
don't do
still
that.
great
Our
today.
women did the same thing too. Don't do that.
Can a
Don't
I
white
mix.
know
T
this.
person
Don't
be
don't
pro
hit
black?
one side. Don't
No.
do that.
I said, so we don't know
No.
Malcolm X. I'm talking about Malcolm X. We don't know historically great man
Date white women.
that used to
I'm
date
not saying you're
only palm
wrong, but I'm
colored
saying
women.
women did it too in our community. Don't show the
Yeah,
other
I
side of
mean
the coin too.
that's what
Don't
I
do
said.
that.
We got to give our people that even though they dated or they had children by that, we have to give them grace. We have to give them grace
Malcolm X,
because
Malcolm X, and Marcus Garvey.
right,
Cause,
Marcus Garvey
cause
too. They
somebody,
all dated black. They all dated outside of their race before they became who they are. So at
Right.
the end of the
Right.
day, what I'm saying is this: we can't listen to their life. We have to listen to their message. The
Facts.
message they're speaking is facts. But we do
What?
have to learn how to come together
Oh
and not
no.
look at their past. Their past is what it is. That's what made them great.
And
Their
then
past,
Dr. Umar said he only dates black. He only wants black women to be a part
that's
of his
it.
organization, to be this, to be that. So doesn't that sound familiar?
It does.
So I
Cause
want to know.
Hello,
I want to
people.
know everybody
Hello.
because I see everybody got their own what is okay? What is y'all definition of pro black? Because this seems like everybody trying to make it up for everybody else.
Everything that benefits Black people. I wouldn't say everything, but most of the things that benefit us and pretty much it's a continuation of our lineage and everything like that. That's what I
it,
would
Okay,
say.
the
so
actual definition is
I can't understand nothing Tony talking about. He sound like he underwater slap boxing.
What?
So why you always doing this to me, Will? You always doing
Nah, it sound like
definition.
you woke with it something like I can't hear you, G.
The
you
definition is
always
building.
doing something.
The definition is building power for Black people.
mhm,
That's what
that's
it says.
definitely yep,
so
And
building
and I'm
power.
gonna ask this question again: can white T people be pro black?
No,
no,
Hell no.
So you said building power for black people, right? So you
they can't.
saying a white T person can't help us?
No.
They could build power
nope.
for equality. But as far as like pro blackness, I don't know.
No, they can't. They can't do
Uh,
that.
No, they won't.
so I'm trying to so let me look
That's
this up
not.
then.
Oh, I'm not agreeing with y'all.
Let me look
I
this up.
definitely. What's the
Honestly,
call? Being.
feel like I feel like African American people don't want to include white tea people in saying they're pro black because
And we
we
not wrong.
Are we getting somewhere?
Yeah, we sure not.
we
We sure
we
not
as
wrong.
a collective don't want to include them. We haven't been included in anything of theirs. We've been excluded.
Facts. Facts.
Actually,
We as
I
a
would like to.
collective.
So you saying if we was to get help for this is funny.
I would say it
So if we
like this
get help,
because
huh?
yeah, I got like this. So pretty much the when it comes down to this, the white tea people have had a hand in our destruction for nearly 400 years. Would you then would you then trust these same people that had a hand in your destruction for 400 years to then help you
You
and
think all of them the
restore
same?
something?
It's not
It
even
doesn't
that.
matter.
It's just the they have the ability to switch and infiltrate like no other because they proved it time and time
Okay.
again.
I
And
was
So
that's
gonna
the
say
can our
we're
people
that's
we're
not
still
switch?
stigmatized.
our
We're
people
still
can switch,
stigmatized. It
but
doesn't matter.
our people can switch, but ours is different. Ours isn't as violent as theirs. Even if theirs isn't physical, it attacks our mind and body and our spirit all at the same time. Their get back is just crazy. So
White
I
people.
don't want them to be a part of anything pro black because We don't have nothing of our own already. And it's not saying that we want to stay separate from them. It's just saying let us build our own, basically. Pro black.
Yeah, let us
Baby,
build
I
us
am
our
not
own
understanding
too.
nothing y'all are saying.
Thanks.
Okay, hold on, 1 second, 1 second. So when we are talking about being pro-black, right? That means that you are for the advancement of black people, throughout our society, right?
No,
In our current society that we live in, we are not in those positions of power, right? It's white people. So like we don't make up a large part of Congress. We only 3% of only 3.8% of our mayors across the country are black. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have that our foot in the ground in this society, in a way that we can advance ourselves on our own. That's
So
not
what's your
that's not
point?
fi- that's not possible in this
We
in
Yes,
this
can.
yes,
in the
We
yes,
society
can
Wait,
that
do
we
wait,
it
have
on
hold,
our
hold
now.
on,
own.
In
hold
the
on, y'all, hold
society
on,
that we
y'all,
We
hold
can
have
on.
definitely do it
in
on
the
our own.
society that we have
we
now,
make
what
Hold
I
on.
will say is that if we go about the method of deconstructing and creating a new system, then white people are not needed. But if y'all are trying to advance in this society, you're going to need the assistance of white people
No, we
because
don't.
the society is
Didn't
led
No,
by
we
so
white
you
don't.
people.
saying
No,
Martin
we
Luther
do
King
not.
ain't had no white people helping him?
No.
The white
Hold on, hold
we
on,
He
are
hold
had
going to
on.
need
Bro,
white
we need
people's
to.
assistance
Oh
in
my, we
in
need
this
to
he
wake up,
society.
bro.
granted, he
We
did
would have to
have
start a
I
new
don't. I
society to
don't
not need
think they
white
can.
people.
I don't
he
think that they
had
can be. I don't think they can be pro-black. I believe that they can be an alliance or an ally, and that's only for a temporary cause for many people. And once the cause is already fulfilled, then you move forward. I mean, I
Yeah,
I really feel like that's
That
how.
I'm
yeah,
we
trying.
that's
don't
how I would
need
see
I'm
it.
trying to
I
see.
allies.
see
We're
it
in
like
that
that.
definition where it said you have to be black to be pro-black to
We don't
actually
need
help
we don't
black.
need allies. We need accomplices. We don't need allies.
That's
Those
fine,
cannot be
Ooh,
but
good
that's
trusted.
only
point.
for temporary. That's only
But
for
we can't trust our
temporary.
own people. I don't get that. That don't make sense.
Who said
No?
everybody
We
could
can't
go?
This
even be
They,
this
pro
is
they're
where
anything right
that's what I'm
now.
saying.
You're
This is
right,
where we mess
Kev.
up. If we
You're
can't
right.
think outside the box and see what the real problem is,
the
it
what's
ain't
the real
really.
problem?
It ain't just huh.
What's the real problem?
What I'm saying is, it ain't just the color of our skin that's the problem. Of
Hmm.
course, we
It,
get. Of
right.
course,
Sorry. Sorry.
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I just said right. I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
Kev. I
No, I'm
can't
about to
hear you.
say. I was about to say
I
what
can't hear
everybody.
you. Go ahead, Kev. I can't hear you.
No, because I always talk about this all the time. I actually talk about the race ethnicity thing. I used to have the topic. I mean, the lives about this stuff or whatever.
Hmm.
And we always do this judgment based off of, and even if I don't even people know if people believe in the Bible or not, it even say that we're not wrestling against flesh. It's more of a spiritual like war. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
we so quick to judge situations because the color that's what make us any different from the people that do that. You know what I'm saying? We would never be able to grow if we think that everybody's our enemy because they skin don't look like the same color as ours or something like that. That junk is it's crazy. But then our enemy can be the same color skin as us.
Hold on. Let me ask you
Until
something.
until we get the black
Facts.
until we get the black community to see itself as a nation surrounded by many nations intent on doing the harm, we'll be in the same situation forever.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That part.
Preach,
That
brother.
part.
That
Preach.
and also in the Bible, remember, they even distinctly, depicted who's who. Remember, you know who
Tell me
Esau
that.
is, right?
Show me
You
that.
know who Esau?
Yeah, I know. That's what all the Israelites they keep revolving around that same
Israelite?
thing, though.
Yeah, that's
But
that's Esau. Yeah, they
yeah,
they
and they
they
said he
they
was.
they've
They
done the same thing.
yeah, they
Same thing.
said that he was white and he had a black brother
Who?
because he was red because he
And
was considered red in the thing. That makes
Who?
no sense to me. He was a twin
Who?
brother, and somehow he have a different blood from him. Somehow he got because he got different skin.
Who?
So this is crazy. This is crazy to me. Um,
I already
Actually,
know what he talking
No,
about.
actually,
I know.
there
I'm
I'm not
asking
saying shit.
who. Who are you talking about?
actually there are
This man
cases
wrong
today
for
like
being an
that.
ally to helping
Those
my
children
David
are
brother.
was
called
red too.
chimeras. Those
They
children
call
are
him
called
White King David.
chimeras.
Fraternal twins do exist, but I
But two
don't
different
I
bloods
don't.
though.
Huh, you
Right.
said what?
No, it
Yeah,
actually
that's
happens
true.
today.
My
Those
my
kids.
my dad is a fraternal twin, and what's it called? Him and my aunt are two completely different colors.
Of
Right.
course,
You
I'm
can
talking
have
about
a
blood.
kid. You can have a child with two different colors, which that
Yeah,
child is called a chimera.
mhm.
and it's rare too. But you can also,
I thought the
but you
Chimera
can
was like
also have
from
twins with
Disney
two
trying
different
to
dads.
line with the wings and shit.
It's a rare case, but yeah, you can have
That's
twins with
real
two different
thing.
dads.
I mean, why would we trust the people that God hated?
God hated. Oh, we were
Yep,
talking
he
about
did
that.
say that. Yep, he did say it in the Bible.
Okay, I love doing this one, dog, because the same thing. I know everybody how they interpret the Bible, but even God's hate is different. Okay, we'll put it this way then: if God told us to hate anybody,
He didn't tell us to hate
or He told us
nobody.
to love
Mm-mm.
everybody,
He
So
told us
love
to love
everybody.
He
them.
didn't say that
But
either.
what he say also
where He
said
said
that
that, okay, where He didn't say love everybody, it literally
Where
said
did he
love
say
thy
that?
neighbor,
Yeah,
huh?
but he
love
also
everybody.
said
Where
that I
did he
would
say
make
it?
a people liken unto myself that I will set aside that was different from anybody else
Talk
in
to him,
history.
G.
I can't even hear him. Say that again,
Say
because
it again,
he
G.
said
Say
something at
what
the
you
same
said.
time. I don't even
We
know what he
couldn't.
said.
Yeah,
He
we couldn't
just
even
he
hear
He
you.
just said
also
something.
he said these words that I will create a people liken unto myself, different from all other races. This is what he said. This is in scripture.
Yep.
Give me that. Okay, I love this. All right, so we can do Bible stuff now. Give me the verses then.
I can't remember what it was, but I read it.
Yeah, because this is serious. I like a
I'll
lot. A
find it
lot of
and
people
send you
like throwing
information.
scriptures out, and I love reading it with them because I realize everybody interpret things differently.
Mhm.
Yeah, 'cause I'm
I'll
finna say,
I'll
look,
find out that
I know.
information and send it to you.
I was gonna
Because
say,
I'm
let me
100%
get
sure
Moses in
if
here.
that's his
You
whole
know, he can
thing
explain
was
what's going on.
basically for us to love one another. It never said hate anybody. It never said that nobody was better than somebody. And even
Well,
if we want to say that we the chosen ones, what we chosen for? I'm pretty sure we
here,
was chosen to spread the word. And he
if
didn't say it was a specific
if
color or anything that us Americans decide to throw, I guess, remix it
Oh
up.
shit.
if
You know
God
what I'm
didn't
saying?
love
I don't think he
everybody,
said that.
God didn't love everybody. That only came about when you had an intercessor, which was Jesus. God didn't
Hmm.
love it.
So he
I mean, the
create what
book
he
of
didn't love.
Revelations does confirm what he's saying. Because he talks about the synagogue of Satan in Israel, and they're Jews, and he hates them. And I don't
Mhm.
like them either. So, you know what I mean? He does say that. I just had to
You
jump
said
in.
God said he hated.
Hey, you gotta be careful about the gay
Hey,
people. You
it,
saying too
it,
much about them,
Yeah,
man.
you definitely
it
got to be
says,
careful about that. I
for,
suggest you
for
drop
instance,
down.
it
Said
says
that
this
I
right here
love them.
In Matthew 5:43. It
I
says,
love.
you heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. It says that in
Mhm.
Matthew 5:43.
Hold up, I got you.
To
What
know
the?
how that
That's
relates to
that would
love.
be contradicting of the Bible then. If he even said love our enemy, so you said hate our enemy, and he tells us to love our enemy.
That's
What
what it
the
Nobody
says.
freak
said
type
love.
of? Like
Love.
you
Folks don't
said
even know who their enemy is.
Yeah, you
that.
don't know,
That's
you know.
weird. Y'all about to now. This about to be mind blowing because
Even
now I
God know who
see.
the ops
Well,
was.
I
He
can
did.
Now
say
it's going
it's
to
a
tell
time
me
for
that the
everything.
Bible do contradict itself, but I'm not gonna say that yet. I'm gonna actually read this just to see. You said Matthew what?
Matthew
Because he told
5:43.
us to love our neighbor, and I could pull up a scripture about that too. So I mean, love our enemy too.
And it says, if you love those who love you, what reward will you get? Are you even the tax collector doing that? That's in Matthew
Talk
five
that
forty
Bible
three.
shit.
Matthew, say it again. Matthew
You want to which one you want to go first? You want to go to 5:43
5:43. Okay, I got you.
and then Matthew 5:46.
5:43. Ye have heard that it have been
Talk
said,
that biblical shit.
thou said, love thy neighbor.
This
Ye
ain't
have okay. Ye have
Linda.
heard that it has been said, thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. But I
Mm-hmm.
say unto you, love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil on the good, and seeteth rain on just and the unjust.
Unjust.
So it's telling us to love them, love our enemy.
Tell us to be
So
good unto them.
the next scripture actually say we gotta love it. That's why we should read the whole scripture.
That's true.
It does. It says that you have to love them, but it doesn't say you have to interact with them.
No, you don't. That's the unevenly yoked type situation, though.
So
You
if
love them
you
from a
want to,
distance.
I want to answer a question for what's her name, Linda, down in the chat.
Hmm.
God said He loved Jacob, but He hated Esau. Go read that.
He can't be
Yeah, I
right.
seen that though. He also said that we should hate our mother, hate our father, and them, and love him. So
Well,
it's obvious. If you compare that, it's obvious his hate
Hold
is
up.
different
What's the
from ours.
context?
if you
Hold up.
really
I
break
need
all of this
context for that.
down, when we talk
Right. So
about
why you don't use what's the context with that too? That it's obvious that God mean love less when He say hate.
Bub Letts,
That's what I'm saying. You can't go from one thing and say, oh, He really mean hate on this one, but on this one He don't really mean hate.
I say like I love my people. You know what I mean? I love all people. But I love my people more because I want my people to be where majority of the YT people are at. Because we in our society, in our economy as black people, we are struggling. We don't have what the next group of people have. Not saying that's a crutch. Not
Facts.
saying that that's a
That is fact.
excuse, but
and
we
that's the
should
thing.
be able to be. If we look at the pay scale, we're not making half of what the YT people are making. They make money twice as much as what we make. Twice as much. They make 80 something thousand compared to what we're making 45,000. So what I'm
70-50
saying is
majority.
this: in order for
It's
us
about
to, in
55
order for us
actually.
to be able to bring, we have to fix our community first. We have to love ourselves as a black community first, and then we can be able to love within.
And
You
we
know what
need
I
to
mean?
love
Bring in other
ourselves
other
too.
cultures.
Highlight that.
We do have to love ourselves first, and we have to love our community, our blackness. You know what I mean? Because for so many generations, Jim Crow had took our minds and kept our bodies. So now that
Charity
into
starts
the
at home.
century in 2023, we have to get our minds back. We have to get us back in order for us to see that, black people are great.
Most
We are
definitely.
we are phenomenal and we are a powerhouse together. You see how we are now? We're separated. We're weak. So now we come back together, we can be strong as one, as a
But
community.
Yeah,
but I
I'll
know
be
you
back.
heard
My
about all
chicken is
skin
like
folk
30
and
minutes.
can folk. So
That's
But
true.
we ain't gonna be able to take everybody. We
I
ain't, we ain't gonna
think
be able to take everybody.
yeah.
You're
I
not.
think, and the reason why I'm
That
because
Bible even said that.
I'm going a whole nother route, right? I mean, I wouldn't say that nobody's route is worse, right?
Right.
Hold up, real quick. Hold up.
No,
I was just
and
gonna say, yep, Bible even said that. Not everybody gonna make it.
no,
I mean,
everybody ain't gonna make it.
listen, you have black
Only the
people who
chosen ones,
are
and only
more.
only 2/3, not even 2/3 of them gonna make it.
You have
Right,
black
exactly.
people who are more of a white supremacist than black folks, than white folks
That's
are.
true. That is
Hmm
true. I
So when
agree
we
with
say
you.
all skin folk ain't kin folk, we mean that. Not
Yeah,
all of us
it's
gonna
true.
make it.
Not all of
Not
us
all of
will
them
be
gonna
able to
make
go.
it anyways.
It's
You
the
can't. Yeah, you
like-minded
can't even
people.
love everybody.
So hey, yeah, I'm glad you just said that. Me myself, and like I say, whatever. I'm gonna say that everybody got their way, right? So if we is gonna do it, like go that way, and that's I mentioned this before though. I know a lot of us say I'm gonna work with my people first and all this stuff, right? So my thing is, yes, we can. Everybody got certain ways how they want to find some type of growth or something for us to get better in life. So if we are doing that, right, we
Hmm.
should learn what, because like I said, it's the lack of grace we have for one another. Reason why, because all it takes is for us, like, even with this, say if we didn't have a good mind on us, just because if I think different from y'all, we'll be ready to unalive each other because we think different, which is sad. You see what I'm saying? So the
Hmm.
thing is, we need to respect and understand that everybody got their own route. Just like my man's that just dropped, he was quick to call everything stupid because I didn't sound like him. We got to
That's
stop
true.
doing stuff like that. You know what I'm
That's true.
saying? Because everybody have their own route of how they want to find something. It don't mean nobody is better than other. That's the reason why we won't be able to work with one another because we keep thinking that my way is the best way or something like that. So we do have to find a way to um let me see, just to basically get along and stuff. But all it takes is our little feelings to get hurt. Then all of a sudden, we about to take off our own kind of stuff. We don't realize that we trapped in our own feelings most of the time because we don't want we care more about our own feelings than other people's situations.
This
Hmm.
So
is
if we
true.
are going to go that route, or whatever route, we gotta find a way to. And that's why I do highlight that out the Bible. That's what I learned on it, is that it's really He want us to love every
Yeah.
situation so we can figure a way to get out of it. It's like that. It's like imagine if we did supposed to hate people, right? What would make us
Hmm.
any different from the rest of the other people that's doing the same thing? We'd be doing the exact same thing. That's the reason why this war or whatever the situation is continuing because nobody's trying to be the bigger person.
True. True.
So what's make us any different? You know what I'm saying? So we saying the same thing. Oh no, you're trying to do this and all that stuff, and then we doing the same thing. It's like we'll never get anywhere. It's gonna be a continual cycle.
When you say we doing the same thing to who?
In as in okay, as in we try to because somebody angry. Okay, oh he was. Oh, let's say okay, let's do black and white, right? Oh, he's being racist with me, so I'm gonna be racist with him. How do
Well,
that solve a problem?
that's an internal issue. But you talking about? I mean, I don't remember never black folks holding. I mean, black folks holding white folks hostage. I don't remember none of that. I've never read anything about that. I mean, I've been a lot of places. I've never seen anything. All I know that
That's
everywhere
what you
that
got
these
on my
people set
message.
Why
That's
foot,
did you
crazy.
let her know?
That
everywhere that
wasn't
these
my
No,
point.
but
people
no,
They
when
have
it
don't
But
comes
got
ever
down
to
whatever,
to
I
it,
guess.
do. They don't
no, when
got
it
to
everywhere
comes
do
that
it.
down
We
to
do
it,
it
he
to
people
ain't.
have ever
ourselves.
set foot, they have
We
brought
do it to
nothing but death
ourselves.
and destruction. Everywhere they ever been.
Yeah,
But
that
we
That's
wasn't
also
my
do the
point
that's
though.
same
scripture
But
too.
thing.
I
That
guess
we
That's
also
scripture
do the
too.
same thing to ourselves though, and we
they
divide
don't
each
want to hear
other.
that part. It's an excuse when we do it though.
Yeah,
No, it's
we
not an
divide each
excuse
other. We
when you
even
do it
divide each
though.
other up here on the platform. Ain't that sad? We up here arguing about
That's what I'm
gender
saying. It's crazy.
and
That's
We're
why
not
we won't get
arguing.
marriage
anywhere.
We're not arguing
and
out. That's a
This stuff
traditional.
been going
proximity
on for
thing.
years since I was born.
I believe.
Sometimes we
That's a
gotta change our
proximity.
mindset.
That's a
I mean, this is all
proximity thing. It
scriptural too,
happens
Dave.
with
This was said that
everybody.
we was gonna be hard of hearing. We wasn't gonna get it. All of us wasn't gonna get it. This is
Right.
scriptural too.
It is. It really is. And my thing is this right here, and I would stand 10 toes on this. I believe, and everyone, I feel like if everyone go back into slavery, go back to the Willie Lynch letter. All we had to do is read the Willie Lynch letter. The Willie Lynch letter put everything in very strategic perspective of how it went from 1776 until to this day. Everything that he has said that they had put implement into our culture is happening today. So if we read it and get an understanding of that book, I guarantee you it'll change a lot of people's views on why we the way we are now. It would change a lot of perspective. But a lot of people don't want to look at the past and look at what we're going on now. Everything that they talk about in the past that's happening today. That's why we can't get out of each other's way. Because everybody have their own ideology. They have their own history. They have their own
I
thinking.
get you.
Ideology.
Ideology. Thank you, sir.
He got
Thank
it.
you
We
for
got it.
when I can't get it right, thank y'all, man, for correcting me. I appreciate y'all for that. You know
It's
what I
all
mean?
right.
Yeah, brother.
And,
Got
We
you,
and
brother.
got you,
Got you.
dog. Ain't nobody have to go through all that. You got you.
yeah, I
But
mean, and
but
we
can
and
we
we
can we
and we just and we start reading more on things to that nature from the past. I guarantee you, they'll have a whole different outlook of today. A
but
Hey,
whole
let me ask
BK,
you a question. How
can
many
we
of you have
agree?
watched the Hidden Color series? How many of you watched it?
I
Hold
You
have.
on.
guys, you
I've
guys.
listened. I've listened and watched Hidden Colors, but can I ask a question? Well, can I make a comment? Because we're not just gonna act like we're just messed up people. You know, the children, the ones that are coming up next, not the alpha, not Generation Alpha, but
uh-huh.
the ones right before them. They're not doing any of this that we're doing, and
Mm,
mainly because a lot of us as adults, we get it. We just can't get it with one another, and that's sad.
facts.
We all get the point, and we're passing it along, and our children are not as ignorant as generations before, not even my own, because I let them listen to, like, my daughter come in, she'll hear what we're talking about, not just in Kev panel, but other panels, and she'll say, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I
And these are full-fledged adults. Why are y'all fussing about this? And then I have to back away because I'm like, okay, well, if my child thinks it's childish, then what am I teaching her by listening to it?
Facts.
So we don't give them enough credit. You know, one
Wait,
thing that
what
I
conversation
was
exactly?
stunned by, it's a lot. It's a lot of, not this one, but it's a lot of, like, Cam's life is cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see how quiet they are. His life is cool. But if she hears like mess, she'll be like, oh my goodness. But let me tell you, the first time I heard that the palm colored children during Black History Month, they cater to every little need that they have. It don't even matter if they have it. If they want to sit down, they get up. Some of them carrying them to class. You know that a lot of us adults were not privy to that, and that's been going on for years. Like they even got, and it's sad. I shouldn't say that they should be doing this, but the kids, unfortunately, they got this little whip app that
Mm-hmm.
sounds like a whip,
Mm-hmm.
and
My
they shouldn't
goodness.
be doing this. All the melanated kids go around the school whipping it out, and they like, we not the generation to play with. We not playing with it. It's either you're gonna be with everybody or you're gonna be left behind.
Right.
That's pretty much what they're saying. It's either we're gonna band together, or if you don't want to band together and you want to listen to your ancestry that's also dumb, you're gonna be right along with them.
Mm-hmm. You can definitely learn from kids. My 21-year-old, he sit here sometimes and he listens to a lot of the live. He's like, Dad, wait a minute. What they're talking about don't make sense. And he said, how old are they? I said, well, the majority of them are older and some of them are
Facts.
younger. He said,
Facts.
what they're talking about, and I agree with Jen was just saying. My son's like, that don't make no sense.
Word.
So I had to stop listening to a lot of those lives, and me personally, caring vouch for this. You know what I mean? I do a lot of research, and I do a lot. When I'm just not even on app, I do a lot of study. I do a lot of reading, and a lot of things that what we listening to on these apps do plays a major part in our thinking.
Facts.
We do have to get a step away from what trap fairy said earlier. We do have to unplug sometimes. We do have to step back and look at things in a bigger, as a whole, and get a better perspective of it. To
Hmm.
get to that, okay, a lot of us can't get along because everybody has their own agenda. Everybody
Facts.
has their own, you know, reasons of X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Just because you get the Z first don't necessarily mean I'm gonna get the Z the same way you got the Z. But the end game is us all get to Z. But we got to travel down different paths. What makes your path different from my path? What makes your path better than my path? You know what I
You know
mean?
what's crazy, BK? You know what didn't happen out here during these protests? People weren't having conversations when they was out there. Because out here, when I had conversations, I got answers to a lot of, the main answer to those that were for the Confederate monument. They didn't even know that the town I live in was not a part of the Confederacy. It was
Mm,
still, it was still belonging to the indigenous. It was, so when it come down to it, they didn't even know that there's no such way that your ancestors came from this if you came from this town.
How do y'all
right.
feel about
And let me tell
that?
you who I
Like what you
truly am.
just
But the
mentioned that.
thing is that the one thing that they said out there was that, oh, we feel like we're dumb because y'all are educated. So your pushback is what your ancestors did was just push me into greatness and learning better. Okay. Okay. For my generation, I'm learning and you're mad because I've went way past you. You don't even know what you're out here worshiping. I have
Right.
to tell you what you're worshiping for you to understand. So the problem is that you're dumb and that's a personal problem. So
Mm-hmm.
you're taking it out on everybody else that has an education. Unfortunately, we come in great numbers with education because we have to.
How do
Education is
y'all
very
feel
important.
about that? Concerning the indigenous people. How y'all feel about that? Being black.
What are you talking about? How
I
we
Say
feel
mean,
what
about it?
now?
Just
I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm black myself, and I just wanted to say, like, if you're scapegoating, like, if you're blaming external factors outside of your control, like, everyone is under the same rights, is under the same, we're all under the sun, we're all humans. There's only one race that matters, and it's the human race. And so, if you're gonna fail
So
in
an
life and
extremely
blame it on the
white
system,
argument.
if you're gonna blame it, I'm black. Like, I'm not white. If you're gonna blame it on the system and
It
you fail to succeed, like,
it
that's
is
messed
it
up.
is something
It
other
makes you
than the
racist in
human
a way.
race because if we was just a human race, then we would all be around here
all
naked like
right,
it's the
but I
Garden of
wanted to
Eden.
say something too. I'll be honest. I want your 2 cents
My
myself.
bad.
No, I want
My
your
bad.
two
Yeah, because
cents.
you
I
did
want your
have a
two
He
cents.
judged
question.
too fast, Tony. You messed up, man.
No, I want your 2 cents because
Say
she'll
what?
go on his spot and then you can come on my I promise you. But yo, how y'all feel about indigenous people? I mean, how you guys feel about that?
I
About
can't
what
speak on
I
in
indigenous
couldn't.
Do you
people.
particular?
Yeah.
guys
What's
understand
your
this question?
question?
Yeah, I do. I would. I actually explain.
I
I mean,
can't
so
speak on indigenous people. I don't. I haven't read up on indigenous people
because
like
every time
I
I
met a
talk,
few.
somebody
I
else
have to.
talking. So once I get a time to talk, I promise I will talk.
Yeah, we're asking you. What did you say?
Yeah, and I got. I got you. So how y'all feel about black people, indigenous? My remote failed, but indigenous people, like yo, we all black and da da. I mean, indigenous people, they need to get their championship. So, how y'all feel about black people? How y'all feel about that?
What?
How
Again,
do we feel
Wait,
about it?
what?
I'm not understanding the specifics.
Guys,
I didn't even hear like the
So
end
wait,
of what you
someone
so
were
please
saying.
in
explain. I'm so confused.
he said,
no,
how do
okay,
you
so
feel as a black people about indigenous people? You know what I mean? And
Okay,
I
I
to
mean
get
that,
it. You
the
put
I
it that
was
way.
indigenous.
It's
saying,
all right.
I was telling him, to his question, I can't speak on indigenous people because I personally
They
haven't
understand
read
though.
up on indigenous people when I'm just learning black people.
I
When I
got
What
you.
we
haven't
supposed to
really
feel
fully
about it? That's what I'm
understood, you
wondering.
know what I mean?
I know.
I don't
Like
feel
I
no
don't
way
feel
about
no type of way.
it. Yeah,
Like
I don't.
respectfully,
I
it's no
mean, yeah, I
disrespect.
mean,
What they got to do with my life?
yeah, what that got to do with the price of
I
tea in
mean,
China? But
I,
like, no, I would, no, I'm playing. But no, when it comes down to it, I mean, there's more than just, I
Don't
guess,
play with that
indigenous
shit, yo.
people.
I promise you,
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
play
I
with
mean,
yeah,
look, to give
yeah,
you a
yeah,
straightforward
yeah, sure,
answer,
sure.
I
Hold, hold,
love and
hold on, hold
respect
on, hold
everyone.
on,
Like,
hold
I
on,
don't know what you
Russo.
mean by how I feel.
Yeah, we don't understand. Like,
if
we
you
yeah.
we were
hungry,
talking
I'ma
of two
feed you. If
specific
you need a
demographics.
shirt, I'm gonna give you a shirt. I'm not trying to check your genetic makeup background. If you're whatever it is, your race, I don't care. If you're hungry, I'll get you something to eat. If you need a shirt because you don't have one, I'm gonna give you a shirt.
You know what he's trying to do?
Yeah,
You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to make us
what
look
I'm
at
trying to do.
someone
What I'm
for
trying to
their
do, Poppy.
race, thus
Tell
making
me
us a
what I'm trying
racist.
to do.
Wait,
Tell me
let
what
him.
I'm
I
trying to
didn't
do.
hear him. Hold on. What?
No, no. Tell me what I'm trying to do. He's about to tell me what I'm trying to do. Please, Poppy, tell
You're
me what I'm
asking
trying to
us
do.
how we feel about a certain race.
Yeah,
So
and
if we
that's the
an-
only thing I'm trying to do. That's
so
the
so
only thing I'm trying to do.
if we answered
yeah.
in any subjective way, that would make us racist. I'm not gonna put myself in a corner based on
That's
your line of thinking.
I don't
I'm
see
not
what was
risking
the
that.
point. Like, what was the point of that? Yeah,
No,
I don't really
okay,
know
I
too
got
much
you.
of
I
the
got
point.
I
you.
could make a valid argument that you're
I
racist,
got you.
actually,
I
but
got
I
you.
that's
won't.
I'm
why I
racist.
said that's exactly why I
Pause,
said,
pause,
hey,
pause,
we're gonna
pause,
kill this. Hold on, brother.
pause,
We're gonna
pause,
kill this.
pause,
We're gonna kill
pause.
this noise
I'm
right now.
racist. I'm racist.
We're gonna kill this noise with this right here.
Y'all
We don't know
stupid.
about it. We
Cousin.
can't speak
Y'all
on it
You can be. What are you
because
talking about? Yes, you
we
can.
don't.
Hold,
Hold
hold
on,
We
y'all.
on,
Let
haven't.
hold
him
on,
let him
No,
get
I
it
hold
can't
out.
speak
on,
on it.
y'all. Hold up,
Hold up, y'all. Hold
everybody,
up. 1 second.
please.
I'm gonna let
Let
BK say
BK,
stupid.
something.
let BK go, please.
Get the fuck out
Like
of
I
here.
said in the beginning,
What?
I can't.
Look. He listen to what he's
Hold up,
saying.
brother. Hold up.
Russo,
Hold
Hold up.
Russo,
on.
Russo,
Hey,
Russo. It's okay to let.
Bro,
Hold
he could
on,
get
let him go.
your live banned. Look at what he's saying.
no,
Like
fuck
I
Never
that.
said,
mind.
No,
my
BK is
brother,
talking right now. Just
my
let him
brother,
talk real quick.
my brother. Listen to what I'm saying, my brother. I can't personally. I can't speak on indigenous because I haven't read up on indigenous. I haven't experienced any indigenous, so
Ain't
I
right, okay.
cannot
I'm
say
talking about
anything
old
on
boy.
it.
Just
I
talking about.
cannot give you my opinion on it. All I can say is I haven't read up on it. If I
I'm
was
talking
to
about old
read
boy.
up
You
on
talking
it,
about racist. Get the fuck out of here. I'm talking about old boy. You talking about racist. Suck my
Oh my
dick, dog.
goodness, bro.
oh,
There's
okay,
you
bro.
have to
Look,
understand you
look,
can't
look.
say words like that like on TikTok
Man,
live.
suck my
Like,
dick, dog.
oh
Okay,
my
I'm
all right,
not.
that's
goodness.
I'm
enough.
gonna drop my dick.
That's up.
I'm gonna
That's
drop
it.
my
That's
dick.
it.
Fuck
Bringing this
out of here.
dude off your live, man.
If you think it's impossible,
Chill, chill, chill. Okay, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's finished.
if you think it's impossible to dislike some other group of people based off how you look, then that essentially makes you what you're describing.
Y'all,
Like,
we're not gonna
Oh,
turn the
he's gone,
conversation
bro. He's
about
gone.
him. We're
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah,
turn
he's
the
gone.
conversation about him. This ain't his live.
Yeah, I mean, we can't speak on something that we don't have no. I don't know nothing about. I'm not going to speak on something that I don't know nothing about. That they didn't do anything to me, and I haven't did anything to them, so we can't speak on it. Period.
Right. Even places that
We-
I've been to, I still don't speak on it because I don't live there. So
exactly. So we only can speak on what we experienced and what we know about and what we read upon. Now Nasir can. I mean, I can speak. I think I can speak for Nasir. Nasir has a worldwide mind of history in his brain that he can speak on a lot of topics. I cannot. So
I just feel like
we're not even
everybody.
gonna. That's why I was
I'm
trying not to
sorry.
even go there with him because I knew what he was saying. I knew where he was trying to go with it. That's why I kind of try to shut it down because I knew where he was going at with it.
it's not
We
even really
can't speak on it.
capability. It's about
I feel
relevance. It has
I feel
nothing
like
to do.
everybody. Let's squash it with this. Everybody shouldn't live outside the country, but everybody should travel, especially especially
I agree.
within your own backyard, which is around the states, right? And when you
Exactly.
travel, you'll start to learn and appreciate everything about your travels, even if it's something to say, God, thank you so much because I do have the ability to do. You still appreciate, and then you learn other
Exactly.
cultures and you understand that people just live differently, and you
They do.
love that, right? So there
Yep.
is no indifference where we need to argue or make a point. It's just learning different things, and we can learn from each other, all of us. So there
Exactly.
is no how do we feel about this? They're beautiful people. Next.
Mhm.
They are. They are. They are. I
Thanks. I love
agree with
it.
you on
Somebody
that.
said
Hey,
something. That was the
so
Thank
juiciest
you,
stuff
King.
I heard today.
Yeah,
But
we do.
yeah.
We
Perspective.
can't we just can't be in our backyard, in our homes, and not expecting to let's travel outside of our comfort zone to get and understand the bigger picture. There are, just like Jen said, Jan, she said it best. We do have to travel with, outside of our confined space that we call home, our security blanket. Because I went outside of my state and I've seen different things that I don't see in my town. Not saying it's not happening. Now, did I go straight directly in different hoods? No, I didn't. But I can hear about it. I love to hear when people speak about their place where they're living. I
Hmm.
But
can't,
these people that
you know what I
saying I'm
mean?
racist, like I'm like, yo, y'all don't even know me, dog.
Hey,
yeah,
my
I,
hold
brother,
on, hold
man,
on.
they're just gonna leave it alone. You don't got to take it personal.
yeah,
That's his
yeah, yeah.
perception, so
We
it's
don't know.
nothing dealing with you. If you know you're not, then just keep it that way. That's all, man. You ain't gotta make no
No,
big deal about it.
we
It's just
don't know
another guy
anything
on the
about it.
internet.
Yeah, we don't
But
know
that
anything about
what
this
you said,
individual.
BK, and that's why I said that ties into what I be always talking about. We only hold ourselves back. It's our mentality, the way we thinking and stuff, and the stuff we want to be holding from each other. Because we can expand as much as we want to. We just choose not to a lot of the times. And
So
this goes back into this victim mentality situation or whatever. Because we be feeling like we can't do anything with our life. I can make the choice if I want to walk out the door of this house or not.
yeah,
But I can make 100 excuses why I don't. You know what I'm saying? But it's me. We make our choices. This is
And
where
also,
accountability comes in. That's why I talk about it so much.
what
And once we realize that we make every last one of these choices of our life that we only live in, because we can only complain about it until the grave. Who gonna want to live that type of life? So we got
exactly?
to start doing stuff about certain things instead of complaining about it. Because
Yeah,
complaining, whenever that ever gave us anything, nobody can never tell me that. We can talk about it 100 times or know about
hmm
whatever went through whatever, but my thing is, what are you doing now and today?
right.
But you know
Just
something
like
though?
what you said.
You know what? If I may say something, I just say, yeah, this is an interesting topic, a topic that needs to be discussed and everything. And yes, I do agree and everything. We do need to stop blaming certain people for certain things while we cannot succeed, while we're not able to, say, expand and go above and beyond. Like for instance, you see people from Africa come here with clothes on their back. Within 5 years, how come people from Africa, from the islands, they come here and they surpass that, well, not me, but they surpass many black men. You know what I'm saying? Within 5 years, I mean, they come here with nothing but clothes on their back, and they succeed. Also, as well as this, but you also look at as well like to travel outside of our community, which would be good also to learn to see something else. How about taking a step farther? I say, how about I'm saying travel to Africa, go see how it is over there and everything, see what we can learn from there. Also, as well, another thing is this. Another problem in the community is self-hate. And self-hate is so real. It
It
is,
is.
So
it
hold
is
up
so
real quick.
real.
I want to say something real
And
quick.
also,
So,
let
one
me say,
second, my brother.
I,
One second. One second. I just want to put this out. I'm gonna go ahead. Terror hog, man. This is an example. That's why I be meaning. Like when people say stuff like this, victim. That's why I be saying this the problem, man. That's why we ain't gonna never get anywhere. So this when this right here, victim mentality is a YT's. Everything we keep blaming YT is a talking point, right? This is what happens when a person is uncomfortable with their lifestyle and they don't have no answer to something. So they will rather deflect and say something like that. Like my thing is, that's why I said we'll never get anywhere. We keep having this, and I can't force nobody to have a certain mentality, right? But if you don't have the answer to something, so you gotta say that, okay, the only reason why it's like this, or it make me feel uncomfortable because it's starting to hold me accountable, right? That means I'm gonna put it on somebody else. So as long as we gonna keep playing this blame somebody else, that's no different from how women want to blame man for stuff and all this. Like, how long we gonna keep pointing fingers at different things before we start making better choices within our life? I don't get it.
Oh
But
shit.
the thing about
People really don't want to change themselves that bad that they rather put it on somebody else. But guess what? You're gonna be stuck at where you at because you only think so small about yourself. We're gonna be stuck.
well, not me.
I'm not
But not,
saying
well,
you. I'm not
not
saying
me.
you, but I'm just saying there's many people that's like that. There's many people that's like that, and it's sad. I be feeling sad for my people that's like that. That's the reason why I be on this afro to see if I can wake somebody up. You know what I'm saying? To
But
let
you,
them know it can be done. A lot
but
of us
But
don't
you
went through a
can't
lot
wake
of stuff.
nobody else
How
up.
many times we gonna keep mentioning that we all been through some stuff? Everybody been through something. And then when we even say something about us being through something, we want to make competition with that. What the
Right.
freak? Like, when we gonna ever do something? You ain't as bad as me. And when the freak we gonna ever get anywhere? Like,
But
this
you don't
stuff been going on
understand.
for years. Like, how y'all not seeing this? We've been doing the same exact thing. That's why I said, even with my man from earlier, just because I don't talk the way you talk, that don't mean I ain't been through nothing. I just
Yeah.
woke up. I realized that nobody's gonna help me with my life but me.
But you realize something, there's no cohesiveness in the community. I mean, and that's just that. Like I said before, there's no cohesiveness in the community. And you look at other nations, you look at other people, they
Well, you
have a
tell me
social
what's
cohesiveness
cohesiveness.
within each other.
Come on, you tell
Black
me.
America don't have that. And
We
let's
have
say,
we,
and also
we
another thing is this and everything.
Oh,
Look at
man.
how the way our men treat our women, disrespect our women and stuff like that. Tupac, and I'm not trying to quote Tupac, but Tupac did say, "It's saying we keep on having a race of babies who hate the ladies who make the babies." You're starting to see this every day. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Yeah,
saying
well,
like we
I
just have a
think
long way to go.
you honestly is trying to pick up you on your live, like your joint. I think you're trying to add people off his live and try and pick up on your joint. That's why I see it.
And saying I'm not trying to pick up on no lot. Just saying what I'm just and saying what I'm saying. I agree with what this man is
Yeah,
saying and
I know you
everything. We
trying to
do
be a
need to
simp.
stop with the
That's all really I
excuses.
feel off of you.
Hey, the
well,
people talk about
yeah,
cohesiveness is cool, but I
Yeah, you
always
feel
say
me?
individual got to take care of themselves because
Yeah.
if you notice, like even the black people who say even middle class black people, right? They don't do a lot of stuff. They don't fight people
Y'all don't
like
even
that,
see us
like
as
physically,
African. Like
like
keep it a
physically
buck.
fight
Y'all
people
don't even
in
see us as
clubs and
that.
stuff like that. It's the people who still going through their shit.
Yo,
So
keep it a buck. Let's keep it
Well,
a buck. You from Africa. Let's keep it a buck. Y'all don't even see us as African, cousin.
who from Africa?
What
okay, let's
regardless of you
can,
from, yo,
can we have a
Africa,
I
those
live
solution?
in
who
I
African
live in New
American,
York City. I
yo,
live in New
yeah,
York City,
yeah,
man.
African American, Africans
I'm an
don't
African
see
living in New
African
York City.
Americans as Africans.
I'm an African living in
Who's
New York
African?
City.
Yeah, you are African
This,
American.
hold on. Can I? The solution to one of your
No,
problems,
I'm
saying,
telling you the truth. Like
saying,
y'all
saying
probably
the
don't want to hear
solution
that
to
Hold
shit.
one
on
of
real
the
quick.
problems
Let me talk
and the
real quick.
reason
Let's go, Andre.
why people can come from a traditional place in this world over here and actually surpass us is because they have one
No,
thing
no,
that's
no, bro.
more
Yo, the bros
valuable
love
than
y'all.
Bro,
I
money,
promise you,
and
the
it is
bros
gosh,
love
called
bro.
y'all.
tradition. They have a traditional standpoint. They also are very disciplined. So that's the reason why. And I'm talking about all the way down to a schedule. That's the reason
Hmm.
why they can come over here and they can
Can you
surpass.
say that one more time, man, please? I heard you, but I really want this to be heard.
yeah.
My
Because you
bad.
keep talking at the same exact time.
The reason why others, because he said people from the island can come over here and surpass because they have traditions.
Right. That's true. And the reason why a lot of us can't make it here, no excuse, is a lot of fear.
Mm,
They a lot of us fear that if you make it, they fear that they can't make it. It's a crab in the bucket mentality.
mm.
What a lot
Thank
of
you.
us have in our communities.
Thank
Fear.
you.
They are fear. They have fear that they can't do it. They don't have a work ethic to make themselves better. They have to use every reason why they can't do this or why they can't do that. Sometimes, as they say, and as Claude said earlier, we have to know ourselves. We got
Facts.
to be able to do our self evaluation. We have to look at ourselves and say, you know what? I need to work on my attitude. I need to work on my communication. I need to work on my education, or I need to work on something about
Hey,
me
mute up, my
to
brother. Dang,
better
your
me.
truck is clicking.
That
That
sound like claw clicking.
Nah, it's not
was
me.
a saying.
but but it's a lot of things that we need to do. You know what I'm saying? And what we go back to what we said earlier, what I mean, I go to my community meetings on Mondays and I see that, a lot of us don't come to those meetings to better our communities.
Mhm.
I look at it, you know what I mean, every Monday. It's every Monday at 7 o'clock. They announce it. They got it on different boards. They got it on different websites that we don't just show up for those type of meetings to better our communities. You know what I'm saying? One person can't do it all for a community. It has to be a community effort. If we see that something is going on or wrong or whatever, we got to come together, and we're afraid to come together because of fear.
Facts.
And that's where
We
I land
afraid.
my plane.
What? Well, hold on. He said we're afraid to come together because of fear. Mm.
You eating?
Nah, I'm thinking.
Sound like you
I
smacking and stuff
can't.
over
I can't live amongst the ill nature. Point blank. Whether it's my people or the YT folks. Point blank. Period.
there. Right.
Can't. I can't. Before the day I die, and I want my son and my daughter to know we can't live amongst the ill natured individuals. For real. It ain't about no money and no nothing. If you're ill, you're sick in the mind. If humanity and the preservation of that is not at the forefront that you coincide with, period. Now, we can be online and just make up all type of scenarios and have pages and just, no. The ill, the ill. Even those who be online, who make the pages to propagate, you know what, I'm going to just shave off a little bit to have a narrative put in place so I get some monetary. No, if you're not truthful, righteous, period, let's cut the shenanigans. And I'll land my plane right there. Thanks for the platform. Allow me to speak of that.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hey, I know you want to
Yeah,
word it.
it's all start with yourself, bro. Because at the end of the day, only you can live your life. We can be in a group as much as we want. We can come together. But if your life is not good, you're still not gonna be happy. It doesn't matter what the movement is going through.
Exactly. No matter where you move, anything.
It doesn't matter. You got only you can take care of your life, and then
Right.
you can help somebody else. Because
You
I've
know,
seen it all the time. We come together on certain issues, but the person who's going through the most problem, he's not focusing on that. He's still hungry. He still got bills to pay. His life's still not awesome. So he can't focus on helping the majority when he can't focus on helping himself.
that's
I'm sure
true.
the
Dog,
body.
it's so bad. Look, it's
Yeah,
so bad that even if we was to get to where whatever we want to get to, that mindset is really that serious. We still gonna be the same way.
exactly.
We gonna blame, oh dang, I'm at $1 million, but it's somebody else's fault. I don't got $1 billion. I mean, it's gonna always gonna be something, money, whatever. But as long as you got that same mindset,
Yeah,
we would not get anywhere. Basically, that's what I'm getting to. So it's really the mindset that that's why I say it always self. It's back to self no matter what. Like I said, we can blame anybody, 100 different people, whatever on whatever, but it's your mind at the end of the day. That's what you need to fix.
yeah.
That stuff always gonna go back to self. You can only correct yourself. We be so busy trying to correct other people, but we are our own problem.
Hmm.
It's crazy. So none of that stuff gonna save you but you. People gonna realize that. You the only one wear your own cape. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's gonna come in here and hand whatever you want handed to you. It just don't work like that.
True. That is absolutely true.
That's right.
That's,
Teach them accountability.
yeah. We do.
Yeah.
You said it. We do got to hold. We got to hold ourselves accountable first.
Mm-hmm.
If we
Yeah.
can't hold ourselves accountable, then we can't expect to hold nobody else accountable.
Right.
Living in the
You
states here, bro. If you learn the game, because it's a game. If you look at life, it's like a video game. You look at everything. You look at your life from your financial picture, your mindset, your career, your personal development, your body. Like if you work on all those things, you can't. It's impossible to lose. It's literally impossible because if you work on your finances, your credit, your savings, your expense, if you got that and you work on your mind, now you can think straight, think clearly, you eat better. This has got nothing to do with nobody. This is just all you right here.
Right.
And your career, whatever you're working on, just keep mastering those things. You're gonna be way happier anyway because all those things are in your control. Everything else is not. Just all opinions after that.
That's why I like Sims. And then I used to make myself super rich. And then I realized when I was little, I was like, oh, I'm bored when I'm like super rich. But then I'm also bored with the game when I have to wait for the person to go to work and I got to build on it. But I got more activity going over here. And over here, they're just living and then, eventually unaliving.
Hmm.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. That's my favorite game.
And how
It's the grind, man. That's what make everything exciting. People, and that's what I noticed. Like people, even though we don't want to do a lot of stuff, we want to take the lazy route, right? But it's that grind that gets you, that actually builds your character and stuff.
hmm
Like if you was just easily handed, or you got to where you want to get to, you want to appreciate it, and just like you said, you're gonna get bored with it because that's just how humans is. That's in our nature. We keep doing the same exact thing, or we make it somewhere. Either we gonna want more of it, or we gonna get bored. It's just that's how we are. You know what I'm saying? Even if you stay with the same person, you gotta still try to find different ways to entertain that same person. But that's just how we is. If we do the same thing, that's like eating your favorite food. You can get tired of a certain food because you keep eating the same thing. You can get tired of a favorite movie that you've been waiting on, whatever. Eventually, it's gonna get boring. So it's just like it's that grind that make you know what I'm saying, that build your character. And like, dang, I can't believe I made it this far and I did all this stuff or whatever. Because we got to be happy that we able to even do that. You know what I'm saying? We be getting mad at people because people that hold on. But that's why let's do it. Come
life
on
is
here,
life
man.
is
I
an
would
experience.
let you up, man. You just keep talking over everybody, dog. I'm trying to let people hear. That's all.
So like life is an experience, right? You gotta experience. That's why traveling is good. Eating new food is good. Like cooking for yourself is good. I'm just trying stuff just to feel alive.
Oh,
A lot of people not living their life. That's why they're bored and they
oh,
self what's the word? They self sabotage themselves because they're not living. They're just coping with life. If they start living and start doing things that they want to do, they realize how fun life can be.
Hmm.
Because I think that's how I always say happiness. I think happiness is in the doing. Either you're
mm,
happy doing it or you're happy when you accomplish it. I
mm,
think that's our major happiness, really.
I agree. Living abroad does change just broaden your perspective. I mean, I've had the opportunity to go to 22 different countries and live in 6 of them. To
Mm.
see how other people live is completely. Most people it'll be shocking. It would be shocking. You want to get back to. I used to think I always wanted, man, I can't wait to get back to America. Well, no, I found things I love everywhere else. I found a lot of things I love. Being able to go to the pyramids, to go to the Ivory Coast, being able to do all of these things, it broadened my horizon and it gave me a different perspective on life. And
thanks.
Yep.
Mhm.
When
That's
you
why
come
I
back,
say
you can't wait to come back to the States, right?
I'm ready to leave now.
But then you can come back. I already go back to the States.
because that's why I try to get him to jump in at the time. I can speak on Nasia because Nasia has a wealth of education from different perspective on this world. You know what I mean? Because when I listen to him, I can imagine or I can picture myself in that county or in that state or in that country. You know what I mean? Because you can learn, and I love listening to other people from different countries speak because they can
Right.
speak on of different topics of what's going on in their country to understand how they live, how they
I have
see things. You know what I mean?
somebody.
And sometimes the one that's coming from other countries can speak on because they are on the outside looking in. You
Right.
know what I mean? Because they can
Hmm.
give you a different perspective on okay, what we do better as a community, as an individual. You
Right.
know what I mean? And we stuck in our ways and not trying
Yeah.
to reach reaching ourselves to see what the problem is. And a lot of times, as we go right back to saying, is a lot of that got to do with us. Why we cannot branch out, why we can't see this, why we can't see that. Nobody is holding us back other than us, and we are enabling ourselves out of fear and out of guilt because we gotta hold everything on our heads, on our shoulders. So we do have to get out and do other things.
Perfect example, right? I went to Vegas. I love Vegas, but I would never live in Vegas, right? But I love to go experience and come back. I was like, I would never live here. New York, I love New York, but I would never live in New York. You know what I'm saying? Like, so to travel, I can say, okay, that's cool, but I don't want that. You know what I'm
Man,
saying? That's what perspective is really. Like, you get to see something else. Like, okay, that's cool. Oh, I thought I wanted that, but nah. Because in the movies, you see them towers in New York. That people want to live in New York. They're like, oh shit, hell no, I can't do the traffic. I can't do this. People are mean. But it's good to visit. And when you leave, you're like, okay, cool, that's cool. You know.
I agree. I do agree with that. You know what I mean? I would never live in Vegas either. I mean, I would like to, it's different places that I would like to visit, the monuments and different aspects, learn different things, different cultures. But
mhm.
living in Vegas and California, nah, I don't think I want to do.
Yeah, me
But
too. I would never.
you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I like to visit and see things in California. I like to see things in Vegas. You know what I mean? I like to go to Africa. I like to visit, and I believe I think I would love Africa. You know what I mean? Because that's the motherland. That's where I found out that my last name comes from. You know what I mean? So that would be something that I would be very interested in to visit.
You
You
will
know?
love it. I mean, Americans have been given this distorted picture about Africa. There are places in Africa that rival Hollywood. You hear me?
Right.
They rival. I mean, even the architecture that you see in England, that's Moorish no architecture from West Africa, from North Africa. That's Moorish architecture that you're looking at. It's really, I would suggest that everybody travel outside of the country. Then you'll learn to appreciate life a lot more better than you do.
Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah.
All about that, man. Appreciating life, man.
Just
Yeah.
being outside of the country allowed me to start practicing stoicism. I'm not worried about the end. I'm worried about what I can do right now.
Thanks.
Right.
That's it. Yeah, stoicism. That's a thing all men should practice, especially in this app. These guys are so emotional, triggered so easily.
Bro, man.
I mean,
Stoicism
that's
is the
why you
key for
have the
all
men
men.
with the female. Let these guys act out of their emotions. I mean,
Yep.
they took everything they use it. If they're using anything, their emotions attached to it. So basically, you're talking to a man, but it's actually a woman.
Hmm.
Ruled by his emotion.
Oh
Hmm.
my.
It's the stoicism, man. Like I said, all these things are muscles. Got to work on
Right.
emotion.
Mm-hmm.
All these things are muscles that got to work on.
Habits. Habits make you. Habits make your character.
What they say, you are your habits. You are your habits.
That's why. That's
I
why
mean,
I
I
always
suggest.
mention this book called Atomic Habits. Actually, that's the book. Like I said, that's the one that changed my life. When I listen to it, and I realize I'm like, dang, this shit makes sense. And if you keep practicing that something, that's what you become.
Yep.
So I
Right.
was like, you know what? I want to. I want to be a positive person. So I had to think of all the positive character ways, and I mean, just look at it. I'm observant of it, and just try to focus on or striving to be that. So I had to look at all this stuff, and then it got to a point where I had to hold myself accountable. I'm like, dang, this what it takes. You know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to. Because I even heard this other thing. Because I was listening to a lot of motivational things and all this stuff or whatever. So
Mhm.
I was listening to like this one thing is like, and it made no sense to me though. Like, no, even you got to be accountable for the things you feel like you should be accountable. That jump was rubbing at me like crazy. I'm like, what the freak? But sometimes it could be somebody else's fault. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff or whatever. But I think as I started focusing more on it and trying to build a habit of trying to look at things in a positive way, and I mean, it took a little time though, but maybe like a month or something like that. But it's just, and I had a test in my life too. And this one dude came in here was talking like, "What the heck I told you?" and all this stuff. It's like, man, I'm like, "Dang!" So as I said I want to be positive, somebody want to bring the negative out of me and stuff. But it's like it just was just funny. I feel like there's funny ways that God work. Okay, let's tell him and test it real quick. But it's just like it do take time if you make a habit out of it. Because even the way we are now, right? We be like, oh, this is just me. I'm me. That's why I'm gonna make a live about that too. Do you really know? I'm gonna make a live about that though, because everybody say it's just me. This is me, but you can always change too. So there ain't no such thing as. I'm gonna get to that though. But
I mean,
even the way you are now, it's been many habits of what your way of living that built your character you is now. So you can really be anything you want to be, but you just choose not to.
For sure.
I mean,
You're not
you
your
know,
body. Your body is a representation of you. Your body is not who you are.
Yeah, that's just an image.
That's just
We
it's an
always,
avatar. So your mind can be programmed. You can deprogram, reprogram your mind all the
yeah,
time.
most definitely.
I mean, like Stoicism teach you not to chase ephemeral pleasures. Your should be about everything that you've done, because that's the end of a journey that should be the greatest moment for you. Pleasure seeking ephemeral pleasures throughout your life, you never amount to anything because they're fleeting.
Hmm.
Mm.
Like this guy said a while ago, he said you're ruled by everybody is ruled by the emotions, and I would say most of female does. Men doesn't rule by the emotions. You can control emotion, right? You can control emotion.
Everybody can. I disagree with that. That's just a. I think an adult should be able to control their
Yeah,
emotions
but women, it's kind of harder for them because it's the whole worldview is about how they feel.
because the what's that they got called they got we got hormones. What they got? I forgot what's called that. Start with an E. I think
It's
estrogen. Right. I think they got something to play with it. I think from what I heard, but
Because it's the way how they feel. Like
but
they view the world
I
from a feeling perspective. For
yeah.
us, we view it from a doing perspective.
I feel you on that, but I think that's we can all, like I said, I believe humans can adapt, right? If they choose to, or whatever. I don't think it's no certain thing that just ties or forces to be a certain way. And I feel like that us being an adult, that's what make us mature for real. That's what make us really an adult is be able to control your emotions to use them when you're supposed to. You know what I'm saying? To be able to be aware of it instead of just going straight off emotions and stuff. That would be the problem. Because if because it's men that I've seen that's emotional too. We can't just say,
So
we humans, but I think it's our job to try to control our desires, our emotions, our all this stuff, because we don't have to react to everything we feel.
that's what I'm saying.
right.
That's what I'm saying. Men, but the thing with difference between men and women is men react up the emotion very different. It can
That's
go either
not
way. You know what I'm saying?
that's not true, man. That's why it's men fighting men
That's what
and
I'm
all that
saying.
stuff or whatever. That's an emotional thing. When people
That's
feel
my
like they
point.
getting checked or they ego and all that stuff, that's still an emotion.
That's what I'm saying.
Pride,
No, what I'm
right.
saying is, I guess you don't understand. What I'm saying is, men who respond of their emotions, it's not a natural thing for them to do. Of course, we are that way now, but it always been that way. It wasn't always that way. Like more men are being taught to be, oh, it's okay, you can cry, it's okay to cry, it's okay to be sad today. Like this being taught, that's not a natural reaction for men.
All this stuff getting taught. All of this stuff gets taught. I don't think a lot of stuff is even nature. It's like it's nature and nurture, but there's certain stuff that make us uh probably react to something quicker or slower or something like that. Maybe something like that, the way we built. But I'm like I said, I'm a firm believer that humans adapt. We can be whatever. That's why you see is a lot of masculine women and feminine men. So it's what's getting taught around us. We don't be born this way. I don't believe it. It's the people we around. It's the stuff we see, the television we watch, all this stuff. I don't even think like even these fetishes. I was hearing somebody had a live about or talking about that too. Like this stuff come from somewhere. It's always a source. We just be thinking stuff pop up out of nowhere, but no, it came from somewhere. We just don't want to pinpoint it, but it came from somewhere. You done seen, oh, this might happen this way, or we done seen, so we just feel like it's us now. This came from somewhere. A lot of this stuff came from somewhere. Our attitudes, the way we express ourselves. Because I believe if I was born, or if one of us was born in a whole different thing, we wouldn't be thinking the way we think now. And if we was in a whole other environment, we only think the way we is because of the environment we in now.
See, I create my
We
environment.
adapt. Humans adapt.
You can create your environment too, though. Like you're saying, like, and that's what say come back and working on yourself again. Because when you start
Yeah.
working on yourself, you can create an environment you want to be a part of, right?
Yeah.
But that's you responding to your situation versus you reacting to it, right? And that most people react to their situation. That's why they respond of their emotions. But when you consciously make a decision of what you're doing, that means you're in control of your emotions.
Thanks. Yeah, that's the
Yep,
so I
I'm
just
lazy.
you said what? I'm
I'm
lazy.
lazy and I'm a procrastinator. I
Who
really
ain't?
am.
Who ain't?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
I
Who ain't?
procrastinate
We got our time.
heavily.
But I mean, you got to break that cycle.
I know. I'm doing it every day. It's just like little itty bitty pieces every day, bite sizes.
Yeah, and this that's where we have to go back and not speak on yours. Even when procrastinating, we have to work on it. That's a discipline that we have to work on.
Discipline,
Self,
right?
yeah, we gotta self discipline. Learn how to discipline, get everything done that we need to get done. Then we can relax. We relax too much and not get everything we need to done. Because I get it.
I
Because
think we
I'm
made
a
the work though.
procrastinator.
Hey, Jane, do you
Yeah.
work for yourself?
Hmm?
I'm asking Jane if she work for herself.
Am I working on myself?
No, do you work for yourself?
Yeah.
That's why.
I'm
nobody,
so
nobody hold you
lazy.
accountable. I go through that too.
Yeah, I just ate like a whole bag of powdered
What's
donuts
up, humble?
yesterday, and I'm supposed to be working out, and I don't regret it because I love it. But ever since I stopped dealing with the schedule that's on somebody else's terms, now I can't even hear alarms. So I have like 4 alarms in my room to get up because now I'm just extremely lazy.
Yeah, you need somebody,
What you
hold you
disagree
accountable.
with, hobo, this time? Something it's so shocking. You're shocking me.
Hmm.
You need an
I was
accountability
even a
partner.
lazy vegan. You know what I'm saying? I was vegan for 2 months, but
Lazy
I was
big.
lazy with it. I was like, I don't want y'all no vegetables. Let me get a processor.
And that's
Let
why
me get the meat.
mentors are so important. Accountability partners. These are things that people have, especially entrepreneurs, because it's hard to hold yourself.
Somebody answer the phone or something. Nah, you probably gotta drop and come back up.
Yeah, I believe so.
But yeah, it's hard for people
Sociopaths.
to hold themselves accountable because it's yourself. You give yourself a pass. Like, man, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do. Let's start Monday. That's a favorite thing to
Hmm.
start Monday.
That
When
don't
you get
make
to
sense.
Monday, you say,
Sociopath.
why would I work for myself and start on Monday? Everybody else start on Monday. I can start on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Mm. So he
I
said
did that for a
sociopaths
year.
have no emotion. I don't believe it.
They
I
do
think
have
every human got
emotions.
emotion. They just express it different. They probably just don't
Yep.
express it the way that we can identify it, but everybody have emotions.
They
We
have
would be a human if
emotions.
we didn't have it.
They have too much emotions. They express exactly how they feel. They react
Yep.
of exactly how they feel. They feel to kill today, they're gonna kill today. They feel to do something else, and that's the thing about managing, because we all have these emotions, right? Anger, sad. It's just when you can know what you're feeling.
What are you talking about, hobo?
Because I think I am one, to be honest with you. And when I get sometimes when I'm not doing nothing, and when I feel like doing
I be
something, I'm
feeling
going
like
to
people
go get
make
that
they
checked
they
out.
personal life and then make it seem like everybody else is their personal life. I highly think that. I can't agree with that. Everybody doing too much. People not doing enough nowadays. They so freaking lazy.
Hmm.
Just because you doing a lot, I don't mean everybody else doing a lot.
I ain't doing a lot of those.
He said, I ain't doing it. I know you be grinding, man.
Mm-mm. I'll be laying right in the bed texting, text messages there about, okay, good morning. Take a couple pictures, go to sleep.
Oh, coach.
Oh, man. Nah, that's why you ain't come back up, man. I thought you was coming back up. But hey, what the freak? But yeah, man, like I said, this is the reason why I be doing all this stuff, man. I just be trying to actually weave out the people. Cause like I said, I'm big on this growth thing, man, and trying to, in this unity situation, man. Because like I said, I don't, everybody got their own forms of unity. I'm unifying off mindset, mentality. I feel like that's the strongest way. My stuff, I think what I'm trying to unify off of is more effective than, that's what I feel. Like I said, because I'm going off of, I'm not saying it's better. I just feel like it's more effective personally. I think if we go off the mindset, we can get somewhere further in life. We get a lot of people that think like us and all that stuff. And like I said, it don't come with a certain color because I realize it's people that's just like me. That's a whole nother. They can have squint eyes. They can have whatever, and they think the same as things, same way as me. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, my mind a little bit open on that situation. And that's something I just chose to look at. And I see it. You know what I'm saying? I see we miss on a lot of blessings because we close ourselves.
Yeah.
But
Why people defend it so much? Like even earlier,
Hello.
somebody was defending that thing so much, right? They're defending the victim mindset. Well, you never know. This happened, and I'm like, but we're telling you different, a different side to it. Like, but we're telling you this. I'm like, we acknowledge that, but why they
mhm.
defend it so much? That's my question.
Right, that is weird. Hmm. Somebody about to talk. I heard somebody else about to
Hello,
talk.
everyone.
What's up, Lee?
Thank you for inviting me, you guys. I was reading. He said, "We are not victims. Stop the excuse." I agree with that. But it's like a 50-50 with me as far as agreeing with that because at some point, it's black people. We are victims, and I'm going to explain before y'all chop me in half.
Some people agree with
Um,
you.
you know, like my home, like I keep to myself. I do my thing. I don't care about a lot of things, but when it comes to my house, and everything that I've done, I do care about that. So I actually was getting my house appraised or whatever. I knew my house was already worth like at least 510. So I got this appraiser in just to appraise it, and they appraised my house for 175.
Oh,
Now, remind you, in my area, there is no house under 5K. I was like, okay, I ain't even trip about it. Like, that's when I was like, I guess you can say uneducated about how things go. Or I don't know what you want to call it, but so I ended up getting a second appraiser. But before I got the second appraiser, I went, told my one homegirl Rhonda, she's white, about it, and she started crying. I was like, what the hell is she crying for? And she is I mean, she made me feel bad. I was like, what is wrong with this woman? But she ended up explaining it to me. So I ended up having to transform everything in my house. Now, before that, I didn't even know that it was other people, black families out here that went through the same thing. So I don't know if I was dumb or just like wasn't that involved because I was living my life. Like I don't like try not to do like the whole racist thing or whatever. Whatever, do what you do, just leave me the hell alone. So I end up having to transform everything, take all my black stuff down in my house, and that's when it hit me. That's when I broke down. I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute." I don't know. I don't even know how to explain my train of thought, but at
You
that
know what
time I did break down.
when I heard you on this though, you made me think about this now. After talking to a few people today now, so I realized for what I got out of this, if whatever you believe is what you're gonna become, I noticed that. So if you believe you are a victim, then you're gonna stay a victim. If you believe that you can achieve something, that's what you're gonna strive to do. That if you believe that you live your own life and you can make it, that's what you. And both. And the thing is, I'm gonna put it this way: both of them is right. Both sides can be right at the same time, right? But what I mean about this, but whatever your mind is focusing on is what you gonna see. Just like I be saying about is negative and positive in this world, like the karma thing. People be talking about karma, believing in karma and stuff, but I realize how that works. Whatever you focus
But
on
see,
is what you gonna see or what you gonna
See,
become.
the thing was, I didn't know that I was a victim. Now, being a victim doesn't, for me, being the victim, it was about systematic racism, the banks and all that stuff. It was systematic for me when
You
I realized, and I felt
so
kind of lost.
Victim to
Like,
what? Okay, I'm gonna
why
get to
didn't
that
I
then. Let's
go
get
back?
to the deep part then. What
let me
you a
help.
victim to?
It was systematic because how you gonna appraise my house for one? Like, why would like no? So it would, but the second time my house was appraised for 710. So. But that's after I changed everything about me. Like there was nothing left in
I,
the house
but
that was me.
I respect what you're saying, but I don't
I,
think.
I, I just don't get that part. I mean, I get it now, but at that time, I was like totally like, I guess
But what I'm saying though is that
dumbfounded. I don't know.
I don't think the house would have sold for 175 anyway because the market value that would bring down the houses in that area as well, and that's crazy.
No, but the thing is, there was no house on the block under 5K. No
That's what I'm
house.
saying.
But
That's what I'm saying. So
they
if
to
your
do
house
my
was
house at
sold,
one something, that's not right.
it's not
But I
right.
didn't know that though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I didn't know that. Like I didn't know my parents didn't raise my brother-in-law like that. So when things it's sad that when you have to have like other people tell you like, oh no, this is not right. And I'm not no stupid person, you guys. I was just
I didn't know. I
What I'm
honestly
saying
did
is,
not know.
I-
your
I'm
realtor would
confused.
have
Are
told her
you
this.
talking about how you stage the houses was
Yes,
bringing?
yes. The second time I staged it, my best friend Rhonda, she, took down everything and put their pictures up. Her and her husband and her daughter Alex, they put all their pictures up all throughout my house. And then you come back and my house is now worth 7,
So what
10.
did what did
So
so
You didn't even
what
have
did
to
the
really do that. You could have did like because I do work with companies or whatever. I'm not gonna say the company because then people like to dock stuff up here. But you could have just staged it with big murals or something like that and then like simplistic. So most of the time with modern furniture and stuff, it's just a simplistic look. You didn't have to really like put the palm color, your not disrespecting your friend. We have to say palm colored
not
picture
even
up
but
like
no,
there.
that.
It's
but the
just
house, the furniture, everything was okay. It was just the pictures. It was,
But do you go
and I
that
do,
far?
and I will
right.
admit, I do have like I'm not going to call it black paraphernalia. It's black art. I do have it like it's really heavy in my home, but that kind of like took something away from me to have everything stripped to get the right quote because I'm equal. Like I don't bother nobody. I accept
It would have
everybody.
to be
So my
It
right,
was
question to
but
you
but
is
the
simple.
though,
house didn't seem like it was open to everybody. So when people came in, they probably didn't feel included with wanting to buy. You see what I'm saying? Like it has to, unfortunately now, not unfortunately, but it has to be more open
no,
to
but
just acceptance of everyone. Because
so
if
my
I put a
But
question
it
is
was
rainbow
just
in one of my
it was just a
cribs, they're
simple
not gonna let it.
appraisal.
so my
It
question
was
is
a
this.
Right.
simple. It was a simple appraisal. After I redid all the bathrooms, after I redid everything, I even finished the basement because the basement was never finished. I like it was just I don't know. Maybe I'm just I
So
don't
what did
know.
the
It
realtor
was
say?
just
I
What
weird
mean,
did
to
the
me.
realtor say?
it's still blockbuster. I mean, regardless, it's still a minute type of example of blockbustering, and we're not far from that. I mean, blockbuster was just it wasn't too long ago. It was the last generation. So, I mean, that's what people had to deal with, and now we're getting the minute. But I mean, at least all it took was some pictures, because
And
back
that's what
then,
But
I
I'm
what
trying
I'm
to
mean,
tripping
find. I'm
about is
trying
it
to
just
that
was a
like.
no go.
I'm trying to understand like
That's what I'm
how.
tripping about is I had to change. Like my house is no longer it was no longer black just for 2 hours. It was just filled with my homegirl and her
Got you.
family's pictures. And
I
then
just
I didn't
want.
even know about the other stories of black family. Like I didn't even know about that. So I kind of feel like I'm kind of like a little closed off from the world based on the way that I was raised. But it's like it was an eye opener. That's all I can say. It was a hell of an eye opener for me. That's probably why I drink now.
But I'm asking you though, like, what did the realtor say?
Real.
Because it's. I don't think it's possible to go from 500 to 100,000 just because of pictures.
And that's what I said, but I didn't like trip out about it. Like how some people just go off and like what the blah blah blah. And I didn't do that. I was like, wait a minute, I already know. Let me get a second. But when I went to my girl Rhonda, she was like, that's when she started crying and she explained it to me. And I felt bad because I was like, my white her homegirl explaining stuff to me that I didn't even know about. Like I didn't even know about. She the one who told me about the other stories about the other black families. And then she sent me the links and it's like news clippings. I was like, what the
Right.
hell? Like, where
Blockbustering
I've been at?
I don't
and
know.
Where have I
mortgage
been?
and
I
well,
just
I
don't know
mean, it's a
because
good book for it, and it's The Color of Law.
real
That's where I
estate
started at.
is one of the most regulated industry in the country.
So,
Like it's
so
hard
is
to
these
do
are these
research in real
excuses
estate.
for the housing market? Is this an excuse for a housing market? I don't know. I'm lost right now.
No, no, it was just a simple appraisal. I wanted the appraisal after I had redid all the bathrooms, after I did all the renovations. I wanted an appraisal. So that's why I asked for one and got one and went to a company and like once
So is this is pertaining to the topic at hand, or this is
yes,
something
yes, because
totally left field?
because sometimes what I've learned is that we don't think that we are victims until we keep going moving up and up and up and we have to deal with banks and deal with appraisal companies and deal with all these people. We don't think that we are victims until we are a victim. That's why I called in, because I was listening to all you guys and I agree with you guys. Like wholeheartedly I agree with you, but sometimes it's different for other people because some people don't like myself. I didn't think I was a victim until I was one. And it's not because
Okay,
of white people, it's because of systematic. It's
okay,
systematic,
okay.
not because of white people.
We are
Got
So,
victims to
so you're
ourselves.
you're not a
it.
victim per se. You understood something and then you overcame it and survived it. I don't believe that victims live another day.
Victims are
Right.
no longer here. It's either you survive or you're no longer here to
That's
say you
right.
survived.
Victim or
No,
survivor. Yeah.
I disagree because victims they survive. They
That mean you're
survive,
a
and
No,
survivor
you
then.
have
they
gunshot
damage
victims, you have domestic
themselves.
violence
They
victims. They survive and
and
they
guess
live.
what happens? Guess
You
what
a
happens with
survivor then,
these
not a
victims?
victim.
They could become also the aggressor if they don't survive it. They can also get into another circumstance where they're facing the same problem if they don't survive. If they want to remain a victim, you're always going to face victimhood. So you're always going to put
No, I
yourself back
disagree
with the
with that
same
because it's like
situation.
alcoholics. It's like alcoholics. They go to AA. They have not drunk in 20 years, got their little chip and everything. They're still recovering alcoholics.
Right.
But they're not
Because
victims though.
they
But they're
will
no longer a
they
I think
victim.
still have
victim.
the
I thought victim
opportunity
was something
to
done by somebody. Victim.
They,
they
That's self. That's a self thing.
I'm
Your
sorry.
alcohol
yeah,
is if you.
they are a survivor from their addiction.
Yeah, that's
You know,
addiction.
And
they're
just
no
like domestic
longer
violence people are survivors, but they're
they
also
were
always going to be
victims.
looked at
They
as
were.
victims.
Right.
They were victims. They don't look at a lot of survivors don't look at themselves anymore as a victim. They look at themselves now as a survivor.
Survivor. Right.
At the
No,
time that
I'm not.
that
Hold on, you
happened,
guys. I'm not saying I'm a victim now.
yeah, I know,
I'm
no,
just
no, no,
saying
no,
that
no.
maybe. I'm just saying maybe I'm a little out of touch, or maybe I done missed something
Yeah,
throughout the years. I'm not a victim, but I done missed something. I
yeah,
didn't
you
miss
do.
something because I didn't know about any of that. Like I didn't know about the other people. I thought I was the only one.
No, you're not.
But I come to find out I wasn't. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, what you're saying is, and I totally get what you're saying. You know what I mean? But a lot of times, when even essays or SVs or alcoholism or whatever, you know what I mean, they were victims. They played the victim. You know what I mean? Because a reason why they started drinking because something happened in their life, so they became a victim. Now that they're on
And
the
the
other
reason I
side,
started drinking, the reason I started drinking was because I felt like I was dumb as hell or something, or I missed something because I shouldn't have my best friend, which is my white best friend, tell me something that I should have known as a black woman. So I'm like struggling with some things, but I don't ever want to go through that, and I don't want nobody to go through that. I don't give a damn what color you are, but that right there can never happen again.
that
That's ridiculous.
that's where the victim mentality plays a part, made us down the road that we go down. You know what I mean? But when you on the other side, now you become a survivor of your victim mentality. You know what I
Facts.
mean?
It's just like
Oh,
it's
got to
just
come
like the
on the
people
other
that
side
say,
of that road to
right.
become a survivor. Yeah, we got to look at a lot of times we go to the banks and yeah, we can play that systematic role and it's systematic, but I'm still not a victim. That means,
No,
okay,
you're right.
eventually
You're
I'm
right.
going to survive whatever is on the other side of that. Because if I might get a million no's, but a million and one going to tell me yes. So now I became a survivor. You know what I mean? It's just the fact we play that victim mentality role. Oh man, this and that. You know, we just got to do better. We got to
But
find
but
out.
it, but you have to admit to that. You know, it's something really systematically going on, and it's not going away. So we cannot
It's
like
been here.
ignore it and be like, oh, I'm not a victim. I never said I was a
That's
victim. I think something. I don't know. I must have missed the. I don't know what I
It's
missed,
been
but
here,
it is what
and
it
people
is.
and people before us, our ancestors have fought, and this is how far we have gotten to where you could put pictures up because before you couldn't even live on the block. You know what I'm saying? So you couldn't get a mortgage at one point. We couldn't get a mortgage, you know what I'm saying? Our ancestors. So it has gotten to this point where now it's still systematic. However, it's not as bad as what it used to be because there have been people that have been fighting against it. But to people that say victim, let me tell you, have y'all ever been to a meeting where they try to keep people in a victim mindset? Because there are
Mm.
meetings out here that the
Enabling.
person
Remember
orchestrating
yesterday?
the meeting, they keep them in that mindset by blaming somebody else instead of telling them, survive it, now move forward. This is what you do as an individual. They keep bringing up the issue. But when you go to AA meetings, them saying that they're recovering alcoholics is because that's accountability. This is a choice. At any moment, I can make this choice and I can go back to it. And today, I'm saying I'm recovering because that's the choice I'm
And I
making
feel that
today.
you're right because I'm not a victim. I'm recovering, but I don't think it was from that situation. I think it's from because of me not knowing, and I feel like I was. I don't know. I feel like I was left out. Like I missed something, where I would never blame my parents. We were just raised the way we was raised, but there's like I should have known about people that went through it like I did. Like, but I didn't know about that. I had to have her, Rhonda, tell me. I was like, what the hell? That's why she was crying.
Don't save yourself The funny missing. thing, Everybody, if we still here, we still gotta learn. the solution is in what every other community does, whether it's Spanish people, Asian people, Indian people, the LGBTQ You mean community. indigenous? You mean Is indigenous? no, yeah, no, Or are we talking about India? LGBT You community. said Indian, so are you talking about people from India? No, Or are you talking yes, about yeah, Indian, indigenous? not indigenous people. You can include them as well, but it's Okay. pretty much Well, just
Mm.
let's just be unifying fair. as one for the goal of excellence within your community. That's what every other ethnic group does. Even the Jewish people, people with the same ethnic backgrounds, they come together for one purpose. Now, how they go about accomplishing it may be different, but the ultimate purpose is for the group to excel. It's just that simple.
Right.
And people make it people overcomplicate and say, oh, you have to be this, you have to do this, you have to believe that we came from Egypt. No, you have to believe that we're Indian. No, we're the real Jews. No, we're not. We're this, we're that. No, the simple answer is we all share the same skin color. So with that simplistic view, the goal is for everyone with the skin color to excel and come together. Simple. That's what
But
every other group does.
That's
I hear
It
what you're
ain't
dangerous.
saying,
simple,
but we all don't
unfortunately.
share the same skin color. Like, we just don't.
It ain't simple, unfortunately. I mean,
Right, that's
obviously,
dangerous.
we're fighting over the production of
No.
melanin, something that nobody can recreate. So, of course, it's not simple. That's why we're saying that people need to figure out who they are as a person, because the only thing that that does is protect you from the sun, or it burns you in the sun, whether you
Hmm.
black or not. If your eyes are green, that's also melanin. People don't discriminate against eyes. So,
Word.
And like in my neighborhood, I'm the only black person, but I'm not the only minority. We got an Asian couple down the street. We got some Bosnians over here. We got some Arabics. But the crazy thing is, like, we all stick together, and the white people really don't want to be bothered with us. They want to actually kick us all out, but they can't.
Some white people.
It's weird. But I ain't going nowhere.
yeah,
We'll have to burn
somehow
my
I
house
want to
down.
keep
But
them
thank
going.
you
Ain't
guys.
nobody else
I
live.
want
Tell me
to give
some.
space for someone else. But thank you guys for having me, and I hope all is well. And thank you guys.
For sure.
Thank you.
What
Bye.
Appreciate you.
you gonna leave off the piano for? Unity is the answer. Unity is the answer. Oh, stop saying Amy, please. You gonna have the whole indigenous community coming after you if they hear that. Stop saying Indian?
I
Hmm.
learned.
Well, you were talking to a comment when you said stop saying Indian? Yeah. Oh, someone in the comments said Indian? No, you did earlier. Yeah. You So don't want what are people from you don't India want called? another. You wasn't Yeah, speaking on people from India. I was speaking on people from India. You assumed. The majority of people, when they say Indian, and they're I'm being not. ignorant because they may not know, they are not referring to people in India, because then Well, you would that's say dumb. Asiatic. That's dumb. When it comes to me, I was specifically talking about people from India. So Asiatic people. You can say that, but then there's the Asiatic black man. So I'm well diverse in the different ethnic backgrounds. I'm I didn't speaking. say I didn't say melanin. I said where they're at. So that's I'm specifically Asiatic. talking about That's not it. Indian people because they are called Indian because they live in India. They're not called Asiatics. Okay, he trying to argue the fact that he was No, referring to indigenous people and calling them Indian, and I just corrected him because you was calling them Indian. You was not talking about people in Asiatic how countries, are you going to tell me what demographic I was talking about? I because was most not people talking don't. about indigenous people. I was specifically talking about Indian people because I live predominantly in an Indian area. So you can't tell me what I'm talking about. Okay, if that helps you feel better. It doesn't help me feel better. I'm not going to argue with ignorance. So we can stop this discussion right here. Because obviously you we feel can that when – you stop participating, because King.
Oh,
We You feel can that when you
right,
stop
right.
participating.
Okay.
You feel You're
Okay.
as if – participating. you feel as if you can tell me where I was coming from. That lets me know that you
No,
have
I
All
don't.
right,
I
no
shit,
don't
knowledge.
feel that
y'all
way.
win.
Okay.
Okay, we
You
cool. We
got it,
can
bro.
I'm
just.
done
You
with her.
got
I'm
it.
done
You
with
got
her.
it.
I'm done with
Let's
her.
All
just
right.
You
All
see
right.
move
why
All
we
right.
can't
on.
unite? It be the
Obviously, she
simplest
can't
stuff.
argue, so I'm done with her. She's gonna
Like
tell
You
that's
me.
still, you,
embracing.
my
How she
brother,
All
gonna
right,
my
tell
brother,
me?
somebody
you
got to
got
be the
it, my
bigger
brother.
person.
Embracing.
You still
How can you
arguing
tell?
about the situation. All right.
How can
Okay.
you
Let it
tell?
go.
How can you tell
Embracing.
someone where they're coming from?
Just
Obviously,
let it
you're
go,
here to
my brother.
argue.
I
Hey, my
can't.
brother,
I
my
It's all
brother,
can't.
right,
my
man.
King,
You're
brother.
getting emotional
win.
now, man.
No,
We
I'm
all
not
right, man.
emotional
Win.
at all. I'm not
Yeah,
emotional.
You
I'm
win,
okay
Okay,
about
King.
it.
just leave
King.
it
I'm
alone.
emotional
You
We're
at
just
all.
gonna leave it
win.
alone. It ain't no
You
big deal.
I'm not
win.
emotional at all. I just don't
You
stand for
you got it.
win.
ignorance.
You got
King.
it, bro.
King.
King,
You
King, you got it,
win. Come
bro.
on, let's
You
just
got it, bro.
move on. You
You
right.
know about it. I mean, let it go. You
Are you
still
married?
arguing on. You still
Are you
harping on
married
it,
or
bro.
single?
You're very emotional about it.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm not. I'm asking a simple question. Are you married or are you single?
to
What difference do
whom?
it make?
Where did it come
To whom
from?
are we talking about? People that's being lazy. You see the topics? Ain't none of them about married or single. I'm trying to understand the person I'm talking to. Why? I'm an
Whatever.
evil person. I'm almost like Lilith. You don't want to know me. You don't. I don't honestly don't want to talk to you. You okay? So why are you asking me questions, King? Go ahead and have it. Go ahead and have it, darling. I don't know why I'm the standpoint
I'm
for
not
men
your
that always
darling. I'm
feel
done
like
talking to you.
they like to talk
Okay.
to me, then say they
All
don't want
right.
to talk to
All
me, then they ask me. My body count is 1,000,000.
right. This is not that type of live. We're not gonna do this on this type
That's
of
before
live.
you
You know
start
what I
asking these
mean?
questions.
We on the topic at hand. What are we are not victims. Stop the excuses. So, how do you feel about question number one, King?
Thank you, BK. How do I feel about question number one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we are not victims. Stop the excuses. Why do you feel you are old slash deserve anything? Me personally, I don't feel I'm old or deserve anything. I feel, I believe and think. It's not what I feel. That most of the times in life, you get what you work for. So I don't think anyone is old or deserve anything from anyone besides their parents and family members.
Mm,
Your
I,
parents are family members? I don't think they owe you either.
I
So
say
first,
that too.
if your parents brought you into the world, you have no choice. They owe you a home, they owe you shelter, they owe you food. You didn't ask to be born in this world. So if your parents don't owe you anything, that means every parent when the child is born should abandon this child
That's an
by your
entitlement mentality.
definition. Yeah, that's a
Because a
choice.
parent don't.
To
Every
to
human got a choice to what they want to do. A parent can have a baby and not take care of them. There's some parents that actually throw their baby in the garbage. You know what I'm saying? So you got to. That's why I say. That's why I'm be trying to. I think my point of putting that is like we got to get out this entitlement mentality because it's like we get hurt from thinking that we owed anything. You know, I deserve this or whatever. But then when we don't get it, then we mad at the world. So that's why I say we got to be more. We need to be more appreciative of what we get. We got to appreciate the good parents. Appreciate, and if we want to just go to the main thing, just appreciate that you even alive. You know what I'm saying? That's where it all starts at. If you can't
exactly.
appreciate nothing else, appreciate that you living. Appreciate you didn't get thrown in the trash can. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate the little things, exactly. Because some people, like for example, I believe you should appreciate everything. The fact that you have eyebrows. There's people that don't have no damn eyebrows. There's people that don't have hands. These people don't have a nose or lips. You should appreciate everything. You should
Everything.
appreciate the fact
Yes.
that you can even
Appreciate.
think.
Yep. Everyday living. You gotta appreciate it,
Every
man.
little thing. I appreciate feeling the wind blow on my skin. There's
Right.
people that can't but feel that. So like I
Yep.
think people, like you said, it comes from appreciation. That's the
Yep.
root of everything.
Yep. 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 So, number two, how you feel about number two?
Why is every decision we make, every problem we make, the white man fault? Well, I think I don't think me personally, but I think the people who believe that they have valid reasons, from the past, and some of them may believe in systemic racism, so I understand that perspective. But at the same time, if they're not taking the action steps personally to be successful, they can't just blame the white man.
Even if that, right? If it was in the past, then like is that same person in your life right now that's holding you back from making all the decisions you doing now? Like
Not not
when we
necessarily.
pick the wrong school to go to, or if I want to
Hmm.
hang with a gang or something like that, or if I want to
Hmm.
drink my life away, like, is any of them making it? You see what I'm saying? Like, what they got to do with the white tea person because of my wrong decisions?
Exactly. So in those scenarios, I would say no, because that's personal accountability, like I was just referring to.
Yeah.
Like you have to take the action steps to make your own life better.
Hmm.
But I do understand like how some people think, okay, you guys took the resources, but you never returned them. I could be up 1 point something million, whatever that equates to. I could be up a couple million if you return me the resources that you took from my great great grandfather, from my great
Hmm.
great 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 grandfather. I could be up
I
some
got
money.
I got another example too. This how I look at people nowadays that keep that victim mentality, right? Because I done been through, I experienced racism, all that stuff, right? This like that person that want to say it was 3 years ago. Man, this one white tea person watched me and tried to make sure I wasn't stealing nothing from the store, and then sat there, did this, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And using the same story for their whole entire life until today. Like that same person is holding them back when they because all their decisions, they gonna keep going back to that story. Reason why they made wrong decisions. That's how I be looking at people nowadays. Because it's like, what? Like I never understood. It's like, how long we gonna keep using that same person that was from the beauty supply that treated me racist and say that's the reason why I'm at where I'm at now. This gonna be crazy to me. Even though we might experienced it, right? We say, remember you was talking about some people have experienced and they have been victims of it. But what is stopping us today? You know what I'm saying? This person hovering over your back and making sure you don't make the right move every time or something?
Hmm.
That's what they
I
That's
do.
gonna be
honestly,
Kev,
crazy.
I
Kev, I
honestly
got a
think people just
nickname
like
in my town. Guess what my nickname is? Guess what they call
Wisdom.
me, Kev? They call me Obama Courtney.
What the what the I've never heard that
All
one.
the bitches in my area call me Obama Courtney. And I got a shirt that
Oh
says Obama Courtney.
wow. Wow. I wonder what that means.
They was trying to make a spin off of Obama because when I was saying what I needed to say to all the locals out here, and I was speaking fast because you know you got a time limit, so I'm speaking fast or whatever, and it was like six of us. And
Yeah.
across the screen on the news, Obama Courtney.
Oh my. Then gave me a new name now. My girl Obama this shirt this boy.
Yeah, they was like, slow down, Obama Courtney.
I also think as African Americans we need to practice more group economics and just be unified in general.
And you know the funny part? I didn't say no certain skin color on this thing or not. Everybody just assumed that I'm talking about black people. It's too funny. But I feel like anybody that just use that in general, right? Um, whatever color you can be though. My whole point of this is it's not even really that deep into me what I worded. It's just like when we gonna stop blaming anybody else for our decisions. That's just my thing. It don't even have to be a color. It don't have to be nothing. But my whole thing I was trying to get out of this is when we gonna start putting in that work. Before I get to that, how you feel about number three?
When are we going to admit a lot of us are lazy? I think in general, you can say a lot of people are lazy today in general, men, women, and all different
Yeah.
races, because they said there's a saying, good times make lazy men make hard times, and then hard times make strong men. So right now we're in an era where the strong men have created an easy world or just more comfortable world. So people are just comfortable with what they have, and they don't put the same effort that they did in the past. So you can say a lot of people are lazy today. 'Cause there's no real need or no real push to excel because things are more convenient. Like you can order food on the app, you can date on the app, like you can do almost anything from the comfort of your phone. So you don't really have to put in as much physical effort.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my humble opinion.
Okay. Okay. Hold on, I'm just trying to type this to midnight.
I hope people stop dating on these apps because it ain't really dating. I haven't went on there and I don't choose to. I tried, but they kept saying that my picture was
had like a filter or something on it when it didn't. I think it was because I don't
Man,
know.
that joke was like,
It's dangerous up there on them apps. Y'all got to stop using them apps. Go outside. Meet somebody in Kroger by the produce section.
he said, "What up?"
Think about the question that Miss
So when
One
you
Love
you
said.
said midnight, you said you said most black men talk about because you said black people with this topic, and I said most majority of them assume too, as in come in right and assume that a person is saying it because other people said it. So instead of, and I could also add to it, most, if we're gonna keep talking about BM, right, black men, I guess most black men uh don't know how to ask a question first before, or ask what are you talking about before assuming. I can say that too.
So the funny thing about it, me personally, the reason why I gathered that is just because of the context clues. One, you're African American man. I'm African American man myself. Most of the people on the panel are
You
African
know, I'm talking
American.
to Midnight about that, right?
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I was talking to
I
Midnight.
thought it was just out
I know
general.
everybody, but everybody did that. They automatically assumed I was talking about the. Yeah, everybody did that already, though.
And also, you see the air. The air where it says we are not victims. Stop the excuses is a black air. And so I use different context clues to come up to that decision.
I mean, I don't think that we all, as black culture, plays victims. Some do, most
Right,
don't. You know what I mean?
right,
It goes in all cultures. It's
right,
just not our culture. It's all over different cultures. And laziness isn't just not in black culture.
right.
You know what I mean? We speak on it because, of course, we in it, we see it, but there are majority YT. It goes in both coaches on both sides. So it's just not us. It's both sides that are lazy. You know what I mean? So we can't speak on just one culture. I mean, I don't look at it as one culture. I look at it as a diverse. I look at it as
As
everybody.
humanity.
You know what I'm saying? And I didn't answer the question because I mean, hey, I don't look at it just YT. You know what I mean? I look at it as us too. You know what I mean? That we can be even the decision we make, every problem. I mean, we can blame ourselves on it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't look at it as black or white folk. I blame myself first, and then I go out. And if I'm still fixing me, and I'm still not seeing a change, so I got to work a little bit on me. But then I got to go to the YT person, find out, okay, why I'm not making it, why am I not succeeding at what I'm doing. I got to do more work on me. And you know what I mean? Find out the reason why I can't get to this house or why I can't get to this car. You know what I mean? I got to still work on me no matter what, at the end of the day. So
Mm-hmm.
different reasons. I mean,
And I
that's why I
like
look
his
at
name
it.
so far. He sound like he might seem like just reading his profile, he might be talking something. He said he's a motivational speaker. I see you, Carlos.
Black men lack resources. Right. We do. Some, we do. I'm not going to say all. We
Wait,
do.
what
Some.
happened? Said it or
I was reading what Dawg said. Black
show,
men lack
show.
resources amongst other black women, however, do not. Some do.
That's
Hmm?
falsity.
What the
African
heck?
American men still make more than African American
No, no, no,
women
no.
today.
Here we
She
go
said the
about to make
resource.
this separation thing again. I don't know where
The
that came
what?
from.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Where did
mean,
that come from out of nowhere? I guess
I'm
everybody
sick
got
of
their
us
black
being
narrative and
men.
everything.
separated. I'm sick of us being so separated.
Right.
Okay,
Oh, I know you don't like
yeah,
it,
I'm gonna answer what Dawg just said. If
I
that's the
feel you.
case, if we lack resources, help us with the resources, black women. If you
But
see
that's
that us black men lacks resources, help us with the resources. Don't bash us, help us.
And the reason why we said
that's a false
people,
narrative as
the
well.
reason why we said people is because it wouldn't be many books out here that doesn't have a preference concerning gender or race that have people
Yeah,
that are lazy, that need
Right. I
calendars.
don't know how we separated it. He trying
They
to.
need a schedule. They don't even know how to pick out a schedule. They don't know how much sleep you need. They don't know how to organize their day. Things like the book, like Let That Shit Go, has no gender, no race. It's just some
Said
things you
that's
need
the
to let
Tyler Perry
go.
out of what the
So I
fuck?
agree. Whatever the man makes and the woman makes, they should work together. But I just statistically, if we're being factual, the African American male still makes more than African American woman. And whatever that gap is, they should use their resources to build the black community. So let's
I
not come on this panel with fake narratives stating that women make more than men. That's a falsity. All men of every race makes more than the women of their gender.
Well, I
Period.
mean, what's the point? I don't get what we're trying to get
um,
to about that. To make a
yeah,
whole nother argument that we're not talking about. That's weird.
Exactly. I just
She
wanted to
just
just
trying to throw us off, man. I don't get why we talking about that. See,
yeah,
look
I
at
exactly
that.
got
That's not
you.
true. So she just waving somebody to disagree. We're not talking about that. We talking about something else, man.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll make another live about that.
I mean, we ain't gonna get in that subject. Mr. Carlos, what's up, my brother?
What's up, Carlos? Welcome to the live.
How y'all doing, man? I'm just listening in and seeing what position people have on this topic before I jump in, right? Because I'm thinking that, although I'm reading the headline, I'm thinking it's really no one can uh really think like that, right? Without knowing any of the background, like below the surface. So you want me to build on how I feel about that
Yeah,
statement?
go ahead. That's the whole point. Just tell me how you feel about it.
Okay. All right. We are not victims. Stop the excuses. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're I stand corrected. I
Okay,
don't think we're obviously victims, but we don't have to stay in that position. We don't have like what happened, right?
right.
What are we gonna do? Like, like, are we gonna continue to dwell on that? Which is the situation. That's the
Thanks.
position a lot of men or a lot of people take, is they continue to just talk about being victimized. But you're supposed to get up whenever you're knocked down, right? We,
Thanks.
we were knocked down a lot of times, right? Throughout history, right? But so a lot of people don't even realize there was a time when we weren't the victims, we were the victimizers.
Oh my.
No, sir. The Moors enslaved Spain for, I think it was 600 years, right? That was
Mm-mm.
before the slave trade, and ironically, the Spaniards turned around and they started the transatlantic slave trade after being enslaved by the Moors, who was the North American Africans. For 600 years, they were not only enslaved, they were civilized by the Moors. The Moors,
Mm-hmm.
taught them irrigation, taught them, how to wash their ass correctly. Like they actually went into Spain and civilized them. And then they turn around and enslave Africans. It's ironic, right? But I guess it's karma. But what they did to us was nothing like what we did to them. And even in early Egypt,
They don't want to hear that part though.
yeah, you're right. They don't want to hear that. And Spaniards are Europeans. So Europeans, we brought them out of the dark ages. We brought them
Mm-hmm.
out of the dark ages, before slavery. But all they want to talk about is slavery. I don't dwell on that,
Now
right?
we the only ones.
Yeah, I don't dwell on that, but look at what happened since slavery, post haste, right? After slavery, when African American communities started to flourish, what did they do? They tore down every black Wall Street we had in America. They bombed us. They
Mm-hmm.
Wilmington, North Carolina. They ran the black people out of Wilmington. They
Come
were
on, man.
doing so well in Wilmington, they ran them out. So each time they tore down our communities, we had to start over. It's like a race. You running a race,
Thanks.
but soon as you start running, they pull you back and make you start over again, but everybody else still running. You feel what I'm saying? So at some point, this I think that's where the laziness came from. People just got tired of starting over. Like people got tired of starting over. Man, there were whole communities of black people buried underwater. They flooded out whole areas of black communities, man. Buried them. So we've had to start over all the time. So to say we aren't victims is to disregard what happened in the past. I mean, I
Facts.
think we should get past it. I think we should get past it. I think, we got to learn from the mistakes of the past when we were
Right.
victims and make sure we don't become victims again.
So we survivors.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's where I'm at
Not
right now with
victims,
it. Like,
survivors.
yeah,
Man, Carlos?
yes,
What do
sir.
you know? What do you know about Wilmington, North Carolina, my brother?
I'm from North Carolina, bro. I'm from Goldsboro. I'm from
Oh,
Goldsboro. I
bro,
live,
you right. Come
yeah, I
on
live
now.
in Jamestown. I live in Greensboro though.
Okay.
I'm a real estate agent.
Okay, I'm from K Town, my brother.
Oh, K-Town, Kinston?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we homies.
Yes, sir. When you
No
said
wonder
that
he making a lot
Wilmington,
of sense in his like, nah.
yeah,
Yeah.
when you said that Wilmington, I'm like, wait a minute, what you know about Wilmington? Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
most definitely.
I
I
lived in Bull City, Durham, which was another one
first,
of our Black Wall Streets, right? So
yes,
we
sir.
have a lot. People just think it was just Tulsa, Oklahoma. We had
Yes, sir.
Black Wall Streets across the United States, and these were areas where Black people thrived, where
Come
we
on,
had
man.
basically our own system, our own government, our own banks, everything, bus lines, like it. We
Yes.
did well, even in Alabama. People don't
Mm-hmm.
even realize that Alabama, before the boycotts, they had a black bus line, a
Sure.
black owned bus line. So the boycott actually hurt the black owned bus line and allowed the white people to come in with buses.
Yes.
You know, so
Yes.
a lot of people don't know that history about us. Man, we've thrived in the past. We in no way were we lazy, because we came from plantations, we came from farming, we were hard workers. So,
Exactly.
I just think what happened was, maybe it was drugs. Maybe when we I don't know, man. Like it happened. That's where we're there. That's where we're at now. We need to work to get out of that. But
That's
Facts.
it. That's it.
Facts.
That's it.
I love it. I knew I was going. I knew he was about to spit some fire. I already knew it. Just looking at it, reading at his page.
thank you, soldier. Thank you.
Well,
I
he
knew
done
where he
said
was
everything. I
going.
can't even ask them other questions. He already answered it through it.
Man,
Doctor.
I've been in some groups that were, man, I had to just leave, and I really kind of like, I wanted to hear people on here, see the type of people, like, because you don't surround yourself with foolishness, right? So I try to stay away from that. But when I see somebody is really actually building on their live, I love to join in and add on. I
Mhm.
appreciate the opportunity, bro.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure, man.
I'm definitely
Appreciate what you
following you.
said, man. You preaching.
Yeah, I definitely following you, my brother. You know what I mean? Because he
Right, I
came.
followed him too after he said,
Yeah, you know what I
dang,
mean. When he
what my
came.
man's about to say? I wanted to see. He's like, dang.
Yeah.
Mm.
He came
Yeah.
with he came with knowledge, and he came with knowing, you know what I mean? He's from North Carolina. He know about what happened here in North Carolina in different towns and different areas. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even get on that, you know what I mean? Because I know what happened in this our communities
Yeah.
around North Carolina, you know what I'm saying, that a lot of people don't talk about. You know what I'm saying? That we need to get back to what we had. If we allow ourselves to come out of the mentality that we have, victim mentality, I believe that we can get back to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have to
No doubt.
we have to start with ourselves, and then we speak on that. We have to
Mm-hmm.
start. You know what I mean? Then we be able to bring the people that is willing to, you know what I'm saying, be with us. Because like they say, a lot of us ain't gonna be able to go. A lot of us ain't gonna go.
Facts.
So they
Facts.
stuck in this world where they don't feel like nothing's gonna change. They want to be stuck in that victim mentality.
Facts.
Hey, look, they
Like
got a
sexy
saying.
Hey,
red.
look, before you go, I wanted to say, because you hit that one point, though. That's why I was talking about. You said they was tearing the walls down, right? There's people that was tearing the walls down, but they still was rebuilding it. They still was doing it no matter what, because nothing was stopping them. But if they had a victim mentality, even though they were the victim, right? That's why I had a live about that too. If they would have just quit, But it's people that's like that today, right? Nino, what's the deal, my brother? I gotta do the point move here. What's the deal, my brother, man? So it's people that just give up. They're gonna be like, well, they're gonna tear the wall down, so we can't do that. We can't like I be listening to a lot of people. There's people that's like that. Well, if I did that, when we did this, they tore the wall down. But then again, they missing the other part. It's people that still had that willpower. I'm gonna keep sticking with that. I like how my man's. I'm gonna keep sticking with it. They had the willpower. They like, I don't care what you do, because I'm gonna go back and do it again and try it another way or a better way until I get to where I gotta get to. But not many people is built like that, and that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like it's in a lot of us. But a lot of people, just because like they come with that laziness, and it comes with that give up mentality too. That's the reason why nobody don't try to push forward. People so quick to give up. But if you want to do better in your life, you gotta keep moving. You gotta keep going to work. That's just like us, like working on our own selves. It's just not gonna we us sitting here. It don't, because I keep saying that I gotta better myself. I gotta better myself. Nothing's gonna happen until you start putting in that work of bettering yourself. So you keep saying this and acknowledging it. It's not gonna never help. It's not gonna happen. It just don't work like that. We got to put in the work with everything. That's just part of life. We got to put in work to get to where we got to get to. Just like in the garden. Or, hey, we're not going to be able to get fed if we don't put in no work. Like they had that song, we don't work, we don't eat, right? That's true stuff. Ain't no fruit and stuff going to come in our lap when we just sit here laying down. It just don't work
Facts.
like that.
Facts. And to add to your point, And one not, quick statement. I'm Ladies first. You sorry. can speak. Ladies first. That's fine. Ladies first. You can speak. Um, and it's not just, thank you, King. It's not just finances either, because if you go out, I don't know how everybody is, where everybody is, but if you go out to Tent City in Dallas, the majority of those people, they have law degrees, they're doctors. If you don't work on yourself mentally, no matter how much money you make, you still won't be right. They're choosing to live in their cars. They're choosing to live in tents because they do not want to conform to the world anymore, because they got all these degrees and all this money and it don't matter, because they've lost one thing, and that's their minds when it comes down, and their compassion
Mm,
for people and the things that really matter. And I went out there conducting little interviews and stuff, and people was, I mean, they're really lost. They're lost internally. You know what I'm saying? So my bad. And to add to both of your points, one quick statement. Sometimes people try to reach very large goals and they haven't even accomplished small goals. Like, for example, do you even make up your bed every time you leave in the morning? If you can't make up your bed every day, then how do you think you're gonna become this doctor? You can't even start with the small things first. So I think sometimes you gotta look at the foundation and see, is your foundation strong before you strive for
mm,
these grandiose goals.
mm,
Right.
mm. Okay.
Facts.
Yeah. If people do, that is funny, right? Don't even can't do the baby or the little stuff, but they be asking for the biggest thing. That jump be crazy. That's why I be
Hobo
feeling
said,
about
how
that
does it
unity thing.
equate?
We can't even forgive one another. Then we be like, well, we gonna come together. Like, what the fuck? This don't make sense. We gotta start off, but like, it gotta start off with self. How we talk about other people when we ain't got our own selves in check. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got to take baby steps. It just don't work like that. It's no quick route. I know we all used to this microwave life, and it's going to happen when I think it's going to happen. But no, it always going to start off with the hardest thing first, most of the time too. So most of the time, which is ourself, we never realize that. But I don't know. Yeah,
Popo said, how does that equate? It equates to when you are lazy with self, you're going to be lazy in other perspectives in life. So just like King said, making your bed, if you put yourself on a routine and say you have a religious factor that you worship or that you follow, you will probably pray in the morning. You set a timer for how long you pray. You set a, just it's the same thing as brushing your teeth and washing your body. A lot of people are skipping on washing their daggone bodies, and that's a part of hygiene, but it should be a part of your routine. So most people are so lazy that they cannot configure a routine for themselves, but they could work for somebody else for money. When you get to that goal of money, then what do you do? What do you have left over when you're old and you're retired and you need somebody to be there? If you don't set those goals in life and you don't know who you are, you really don't know why you're doing it. And that's still a part of being lazy.
Mm,
y'all be tripping me out.
mm.
Midnight and Howell, bro, that junk is. It's no way y'all can't understand the analogy sometimes, man. What Midnight had to do is said that what if making the bed isn't, that was not the whole point. This is crazy. That's why I don't know. But
If
I
you
guess
read,
everybody's
most
not meant
successful
to
people
understand, I
do.
guess. I don't know. That's just weird to me. So out of all that, you didn't get the whole point of what was being said. But sometimes what I notice, some people just choose not to because they don't want to. Some people like staying where they're at. Some people want to make up 100 excuses to. But it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But that's crazy that got to really get explained, or we just always trying to look for something that don't sound right to me. So I'm just gonna say this. That's just crazy. My thing is like, is we trying to understand anything? That's my thing. Are we trying to understand one another, or we just rather just keep on uh critiquing one another about something, or that don't sound right. Like whenever we gonna say something is or it might work, or I'll get what you're saying, or something like that, or at least say I'm trying to understand what you're saying like that. But then some people, like I said, from what I noticed, is like some whatever. I guess whatever. I'm done.
Hey,
The
welcome to
the
the
reason why
island,
Yeah.
people
man.
make their beds in the morning, successful people, is because as soon as you wake up, that is the best that your brain is going to be throughout the entire day. That is the most fully functioning of your brain. So most of the time when people are making their beds, for one, not to get in it, for two, to think. Everything that you do in the morning should have a thought process. If
True.
that answers it to the simplest way.
True.
It was clear the first time you said it, Queen.
It was some people, right?
It's a part of discipline. It's about being disciplined, right, and establishing routine. And like
Hmm.
and Kev, one thing I've learned, right, is about energy, right? And if you're vibrating on certain frequency, right, and then you got people coming in, they vibrating on low frequencies, they can throw yours off, right? So I wouldn't
Hmm.
even respond to the negativity. When we're in here dealing on positivity, everybody in this on this panel right now is speak. I mean, I haven't caught a negative vibe from anybody on here, right?
Hmm.
So I would ignore the minutiae.
Hmm.
Let them talk, man.
But
Let them talk.
I'm gonna just put this ahead. Them I know them. I mean, they
Okay.
always do that, but I actually do it because I still got hope that because man, I feel you though. I wouldn't put out nothing that I feel like I don't got to. I wouldn't basically I wouldn't run on no empty stuff that I don't have within me. So sometimes I have my days where I feel like that. Maybe I can try today and get them to look at another perspective, or maybe I try today, I'm saying another day or whatever, because I do naturally care for everybody, low energy, high energy, whoever, you know what I'm saying? But it just depends on sometimes it depends on how I'm feeling and stuff. But yeah, I do know them, and that's how they be
Yeah.
sometimes. But hopefully, I'm trying to get them to see what they're doing sometimes, because a
Okay.
lot of, I mean, but I feel what you mean out there, though. You don't want
Yeah.
nobody to drag you down. And I be saying that too. But I do pick and choose. It's just a pick and choose thing. But I most definitely feel you on that, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't want to go reaching back or falling into somebody the way they want you to be sometimes or whatever. I feel you on that, though. So,
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
but one thing about it though, Kev, we all grown and we all have a brain and we all know what we're doing when we come into certain lives. We know what our intentions are once we get into these lives. You know what I mean? Whether we come in with some answers or solutions, or they just come in making problems. So people know what
believe
they're
me, I'm
doing when they
two
come
steps ahead. I know
into
the
this life.
deal. I already
You know what I
know
mean?
the deal.
So, hey, Miss Love, I just want to welcome to the panel. Just, Kim is on another
Hey,
level right now, but welcome to the
you're
panel.
2 steps ahead and 10 toes
I'm talking
down,
about
but you
two
know where
steps
to
ahead
go.
of people that think they coming in with the problems and stuff. Now they not getting me.
I just want to point out that I don't know how many people in here have uh, faith or believe in God, but I sure do. And I know that I've always been raised to be the victor, not the victim. And I can tell you right now that I am seeing a change in specifically more black men because I feel like their masculinity is being taken from them. And it is apparent. And I don't, I have an ex who was Haitian and my boyfriend now he's from the U.S. Virgin Islands, and they, the Haitian specifically, he didn't want to be associated being black, but I can tell you, not that he knows he's black, but a black American, I should say, because he doesn't want to be looked at like he's having this victim mentality. And both of them went into the trucking industry, and they work alongside every race. Their partners are actually Eastern Indian, but they all make over six figures. All of them. They make over six figures, and they hire people with felonies. There is no my brother is white. He went to jail for a year for having a felony for child support. And he went back to trucking, And so I'm not saying everybody needs to go into trucking, but I'm saying everybody can be a victor. It doesn't have to be this victim mentality, but my heart hurts because I do have a mixed son, and I don't ever want him. That's why I hate critical race theory. I don't want ever anybody to ever tell him that, you're black and it's this and that. You can't get to here because, this, that, and the third. I don't want that for my son. I want him to see that you get up like everybody else, you put your pants on like everybody else, and you claim your day, you claim your vision, and you do what you got to do. So I want to just say to the host, I think your live is great. I hope you keep on doing this because, like I said, I really do feel like the black men in America, the straight ones, and I apologize if you're gay. It's no, I don't want you to take offended because God loves us all. But I really do believe that the masculine black man, and I could even say the white man too, but because there's, obviously a smaller percentage of the population is being attacked. And we can't ignore the fact that we can go into the prison reform and all that. But I'm just so happy. It's like a breath of fresh air to see somebody on here that is a black male, because like I said, I have an Arabic son and I have a Haitian son. And I don't ever want them to take on that victim mentality. Ever.
Facts. I feel you.
Before you leave, love, whether I don't know what state you're in, but I don't know when being incarcerated for child support became a felony, and I never
Yeah,
heard
he
of that.
got it.
That
Yeah, he was
first.
Indiana.
Mm.
This was yeah. He went to prison for a whole year because he got slapped on the hands the first time. He didn't learn his lesson, and then he went back.
I never, it must have been another charge because in any
No,
law they can only hold you up to 120 days for child support.
no, no. Well, this was let's see here. This was probably about 15 years ago. So I don't know if the laws have changed, but
He
it sure
lied
was
to you.
then.
He lied.
Yeah, yeah, because I never heard of you going to prison
Okay.
for child
Well,
support, year. Because like I said, the maximum that they can hold you is 120 days. That's the
huh.
maximum. That's cross the
Well, he was
state.
in the rears. So you're saying even though he was in the rears, they can't
It
couldn't
doesn't
have
matter.
held him for 12 months
No,
for a year?
no,
No,
nope.
it
Huh.
doesn't matter.
120
Also,
days max. 100. Even if you're in the rears, they're not going to put you in jail for the rears. They will put you in jail for current child support only. For the rears, they can deduct a certain amount from your paycheck a week. But
I
Got it.
even
don't
I
with
know.
the
must have hit a
rears,
chord. I didn't mean to hit a
yeah,
chord, but you know what? My point,
yeah,
even if it was for a different crime, my point is he just
I got
being
you.
just any man still went out and he still made a living, you know what I mean? And he didn't let that stop him. So
Exactly.
that's my thing.
That's a good. I know what
Also,
you're
to
saying.
add to one little context, who knows what he did while he was incarcerated? Maybe he got in a fight. Who knows? Maybe whatever. It could have been additional charges that was added to the 120 days
That makes
when he was
sense.
inside.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Cuz
That's
you
even
just
know,
like that is funny though. That's how people be doing stories nowadays too. Oh, they got it too because of a Uno card or something like that. But they never say what led up to it. It'd be like it could be they done had the disrespect after that and this, that, and then somebody pulled out this and you know what I'm saying? They never say the full thing. They just that's how they do it on the news. They got it
mhm.
too because of this, but they'd be missing all the extra details. I'm not saying that you doing it, but I'm just saying that that's how I be, and I get what how that person probably had told you because it probably was more stuff that was added to that situation, whatever. They just only mentioned that part.
Well,
and I
I'm
do want to speak on reparations really quick if we're just going to go down this list and I can see it's like I'm happy because I can actually see what you're on here I almost want to say thesis, but I can see what these questions. As far
You
as
say you see what?
reparations,
Say it
it's such a
again. Your
sensitive
stuff broke up.
topic because
Your jump
I was
breaking
saying
up too.
I
Why I
was
say
trying
it
to look to
son?
see if there's like can you hear me?
Yeah, you got two bars. Say it again.
Somebody must not be on mute because well, I
Yeah,
see
your
everybody on
jump
mute.
lagging
Okay.
or something. Cause
Can you hear me now?
yeah, go ahead. You were saying you see what? What did you say you see about this topic?
I was just saying, like with reparations, I know it's a sensitive topic, and I know a lot of people think it's just going to happen overnight, but um, there's so many unanswered questions. Like, how much black do you got? One drop of black in you, or do you have to have 55% black in you? And then there's also, there's other things that come into the equation with the reparations, and I love America. I'm a military child, and I just know that everybody, the military, our veterans go without a lot, and they don't get a lot. They have a lot of mental illness, and the gal that was speaking about mental health and all that, I don't see them getting much. You know what I mean? I don't even see our elderly people They being have a taken care lot. of. Well, my They family, have a lot. I'm talking about like post-traumatic stress disorder and that sort of thing. I They was deal in the with a lot. military. They have a lot. They have a lot. They're just not forced by their chain of command to go because it's by free will. But there's a whole therapy session you can have with your family for free, individual, marriage. You just have to choose to go. And it's 24/7. So we had a therapist that used to see us at 10 o'clock at night. Hmm. They have a lot. They ignore it because at the end of the day, image is everything to the military, and they give it to you to go out and seek help. They don't hand walk you.
Yeah, yeah, you're exactly right, sister. I don't know.
Yeah. So. But
You're exactly right.
you
Yeah. So
hold up. There's
so,
double feedback or something.
somebody messed with their phone or something like that. Somebody must have it. Go ahead,
Hello.
talk Carlos again.
Yeah, I was gonna say I worked in mental health, man. They do have a lot for veterans, right? And like the Queen was just saying, right? A lot of times the veterans don't know. I come from a family full of veterans. My son is a veteran. He doesn't know how to get his benefits right now. He's 28, but like I don't know how she got on the topic of reparations, but she kind of opened a can of worms, right? Because I could tell by what she was saying that she wasn't really educated in the process and what it requires, right? And I know she has mixed children, right? And but she's kind of like out of touch when it comes to the plight of individuals.
She's kind of
It
like
doesn't
out of
matter
touch
how
when it
much.
comes to the
Hold on,
plight
you
of
went
Mitch,
off.
you gotta drop and come
It's
back up. You
her.
got a bad echo.
Yeah,
Just
it's
drop
her
and come
phone,
back
bro.
up, and it should go away.
Yeah, it's her phone. But yeah, like it was like hurting me to hear her speak on that topic, right? Because you can tell when a person is trying not to sound a certain way. Like I don't want to sound racist, but as soon as you make that statement, you sound racist. And I felt like
Trying to be sensitive because most people on
something wrong
here
with your
are
phone.
talking
Something
trash
wrong with
to
your
white
phone.
people where we don't
Something
even
wrong with
have
your
Hold
the
up,
phone.
I got you
and
real
so
quick.
are
I'm about to bring you back
literally
up
having
because
a
you never dropped down. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah, something wrong with her phone.
Came back with the same thing. I told
Yeah,
her to
so
drop down and
so
come back
so
up.
a lot of times we get that when we dealing with our YT people, right? Especially those who have mixed race children, they think that validates them to make certain statements, right? Certain positions, and she's way off in the direction she going. She going in the wrong direction, and I would like to reel her back in when she comes back on, right? But she's not in a position to talk about our reparations just because she has two mixed race kids. Like that doesn't qualify her. No, seriously, like because they kind of feel like that qualifies them. And she talked about how
Come
patriotic she
back up.
is, right? How patriotic she is because she was in the military. She loves America. Well, that she should love America. America didn't do anything to her. Like I'm not patriotic, never have been. I don't stand for the national anthem. That's just me. That's the position I take. Because I've studied and I realized that black people fought in our wars too, and they had to come home and still sit at the back of the bus and go to the back of the restaurant to eat. Right? It's even as far as Vietnam, like and that's a very volatile situation for black servicemen. Right? Like I say, my whole family served. I'm the only one, and that's because I became a convicted felon at the age of
She
18.
got in her feelings. What the heck going on?
Yeah,
Request back
she
up if you
probably
trying to
thinks
say your point.
you kicked her off and doesn't know to come back on.
Right, I literally told her to drop down and come back. You must have really triggered her or something because she not even wasn't hearing anything I said. So I
Yeah,
told her to
she'll
drop
probably
down
be
and come
back.
back up because she had an echo.
She'll
And now
probably. Oh yeah,
she's
she had a very bad echo. But like patriotism, um, it really comes from people who don't really know what the United States is doing when they do infiltrate these countries. Like when they do go and then they use, our media to make us feel a certain way about individuals that they empowered, and they like people don't realize the United States trained Osama bin Laden. like you got to look a little deeper than what's on the surface. Not just don't just look at what they want you to see. Like the United States called Martin Luther King a terrorist. He was on the terrorist list. Martin Luther King. The Black Panthers were on the terrorist list because they were defending black people. They weren't attacking white police officers. They were defending black people. Like anybody who like all of our leaders in the past were on the terrorist list. Mega Evers was on the terrorist list. Like all of these non-violent protesters were on terrorist lists, right? So that's the United States. So am I supposed to be proud of my being from the United States? When you go to other countries, they look at us like we're crazy, which is why she said her Haitian baby father doesn't like to be associated with American blacks. He wants to make sure that people understand he's Haitian. Part of the reason is because Haitians have pride. They were the first black revolt. They revolted in Haiti and killed all of the slave owners.
Unalive.
You know, they killed all of the slave owners. They didn't leave any
Unalive.
of
Say
them.
unalive. You can't say the K word on here.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is it
That's just
called?
TikTok. Yeah, just gotta say unalive.
Unalived. Well, they unalived all of the YT people on that island, on Haiti, which is
Hmm.
why Haiti is blackballed right now by the rest of the European nations. Haiti is on the same island. It's called Hispaniola with Dominica. If you go to Dominican Republic, they have a board. They have an actual border where you can't cross over into Haiti from the Dominican Republic. Like Haitians they sneak over the Dominican Republic. They sneak over there and beg. Like you would never know that it's on the same island. They're doing that bad over there, and Dominicans aren't doing great, you know. But Haiti is. At one point in Haiti, they were eating dirt. They were eating clay patties. They would use cow's blood and or fat, cow's fat, and they'll mix it with clay, and they would make patties out of it. That's how bad things were in Haiti because you know the United States and other European nations were they had a what was it, an embargo, not a uh, yeah, something. They weren't doing anything for Haiti. They cared nothing about Haiti. But Haitians are proud because they killed they unalived every white sea person that was on that island, and
Yeah.
defended the island against the strongest army on the globe. Against what was it? Not Napoleon. Was it Napoleon's army?
Mm.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything with Haiti. Carlos, can I give you some advice concerning your son who's trying to get his VA benefits? Yeah, he's right here. Yeah, he's not gonna listen. Well, I'm gonna give it to you. Okay, Carlos. Tell him go down to the VA. It's a Uh-huh. long process. First, you got to register at the VA, and Okay. then you go through all these therapists. After all those therapists, if they do not return the phone call back and they are jam packed, but they do help, he goes back to the VA and say, I'm mentally not okay. Now, what they're gonna do is push you somewhere for 3 days, for 72 hours. They're gonna give you 72-hour hold. You don't have to talk about having. You don't have to be like you don't have to have schizophrenia and stuff like that. It could be as simple as you have sleep apnea and there's no medication for that. Your stomach could be hurting. Anything that's going on, you tell that therapist at that time, and then they give you 100% medical. Huh? Yes. You got to So start at the VA first to register. he was discharged because of that, right? He was in Alaska, and you know Alaska has the long hours of night. You don't see the Hmm. sun. It kind of messed with him, and he was discharged because of what he went through while he was in Alaska. And you know, but you said they're gonna have a 3-day hold, so they're gonna put him. Yeah, so if he goes there and say he wants to speed up the process a little bit so he can get some help for what's going on, he That'll just goes do it. back and he tells them that mentally, I'm not doing so well. I don't know what it is. And they are going to put him in a 72-hour hold. They're not going to just sit there and inject him with stuff and stuff like that. The therapist is actually going to sit down and be able to have a conversation about everything that's going on. Okay,
Mm.
And then I'm that's gonna let when him they know. start the disability. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that information. Hmm.
Yeah, this is what it's about, man. It's about helping each other to better each other. You know what I mean? Family, friends, or whatever. This is what I like. I like to see that lives help people, in all walks of life, no matter the skin color. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we all can benefit from each other. We all can learn from each other. You know what I mean?
That's
I
a,
just wish that we could all understand each other. You know what I mean? We have
I
to,
wish wishful
you
thinking.
know, yeah, I would. That's why I say in a lot of lives, Ken, you know me, if we take the time to listen, to understand, and not listen to respond, we would get a
Mm.
lot further than where we are. You know what I mean? Because that's the first thing. You got to be able to listen. Do everybody have the right answers? Of course not.
Of course
Do
not.
everybody has the right things to say? Probably not. But we cannot listen to all of what the bad words. We have to listen to the message, because that's
Facts.
what we're trying to get to, is the message. You know what I mean? If
Facts.
you don't have a message to say, it's best thing to just learn to say your message. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Might not have to say it today or tomorrow, but one day you'll be able to say your message in a way that everybody can understand. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like this. Cause Jen,
And
she gave Carl some good information about helping him. You know what I mean? And that's what it's about, man. It's about us helping each other because we can't, we might know one thing in one area, but this might be somebody that knows something better than what I know.
What up,
And
Mark?
that's a good information. It might can help me in the process. So that's what it's about.
Hey, K
And
man, can you do me a favor? The sister that was speaking, can somebody help me with her name? Cause I,
Oh,
I,
it's
I
T.I. Jane.
Keon Jane.
okay, all right, okay, all right, and then
Also, I want to add this in there. I wanted to add that, and like what BK said for sure. We gotta. It's about the message, right? But this another thing. While we listening and trying to understand the message, don't I guess reject or throw somebody's message to the ground when you don't even have a message of your own.
That's it.
So we need to at least try to contribute to something rather than telling somebody's messages is not right or you don't know what you're talking about or that sounds silly or something like that. That's what we need to do. So
Hmm.
if we don't have a message on our own, we have no right to sit here and try to judge somebody else's situation that can possibly happen. Or at least if we're going to make a judgment or whatever about it, at least come with a reason why behind it or have a try to make it a valid reason or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of us don't do that.
Yeah. 'Cause, I mean, you listen to the message. I mean, it's easily to say, okay, so where do you find that information? You mean so
Mm-hmm.
I can go look it up for myself? And this same thing that we all say we Christians, you know what I mean? We're not going to take the pastor's word for it. What we're going to do,
Right.
we will read for ourselves to
Right.
get the knowledge, to get the understanding of the message that the person is saying. So you're always supposed to ask, hey, I don't mean no harm, but can you give me where you got that information from? Because you always can learn more. You know what I
Right.
mean? We just don't stop at what that person is saying. We go a whole lot further because I sure enough have. I mean, we can speak on accountability, and I look at as many accountabilities reasons. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? But it all boils down to we got to hold ourselves accountable for our actions and for our words. And you know what I mean? So that right there is a mouthful and is a handful. You know what I mean? We should never stop wanting to learn from each other because everybody's background is different. Everybody's.
you're
You know what I
Everybody.
mean?
exactly right. And I wish that young lady would come back. I don't know why she didn't come back. I really wanted her to come back, and yeah, I really had a lot to share, um, in regards to what she was saying. But one
She
of the
wasn't gonna
things,
hear you anyways. It sounded like she got triggered and said, and she didn't want to hear anything else anyway. So
oh, okay,
it's just like they get like that. Some people get triggered and they not trying to hear anything because you hurt their feelings, their little feelings.
Yeah.
okay.
Don't nobody
Yep.
want to be wrong. Don't nobody
No.
want to be just. I need to be corrected. That's all that was gonna be. I need to be corrected. That's pretty much what she ran from.
Well,
She
sometimes people have their thoughts, if they feel a certain way, and if you say something that's contrary to what they think, instead of like the brother was just saying, instead of just listening and learning, like listen and use your own, your own discretion to determine whether or not what they're saying is sound. Like
hmm
and if you don't do that, I like this. It's like a horse with blinders on. They put blinders on a horse for a reason, right? So he
Right.
can only see forward. He can't see what's happening to the side of him because those things are distract him. And in
Hmm.
life, there are a lot of situations where blinders are put on us, and we just keep walking forward instead of
Hmm.
trying to see what they're hiding from us. Me,
Right.
I'm a nonconformist. I've always been a nonconformist. If I always want to know why, right? That's my favorite
Facts.
question.
Hmm.
Is why. You can't find out answers if you're afraid of asking why.
Why?
So
Mm-hmm.
we need
hmm
to ask questions sometimes, right? And then sometimes, like I won't even tell. I might know the answer, but I'll just pose the question because
Mm-hmm.
posing the question is going to make that person think, and then now they got to go figure it out for themselves. And that's
Mm-hmm.
what
Hmm.
I would prefer a person go figure it out for themselves, right? Instead of me giving them an answer and then them automatically just ruling it out because
Mm-hmm.
they
hmm
didn't come up with the answer themselves. But I
Right.
want to ask a question, right? I'm gonna ask a question, and it's kind of on topic because we went into the reason being laziness, right?
Right.
So why? I'll ask this, and this comes from my observations. Right, I was once a member of Costco. Then we left Costco and joined Sam's Club. The difference my wife and I noticed between Sam's Club and Costco is that you would never see a woman in Costco with rollers in her hair or a bonnet on, and you would never see guys walking around with slides on or Crocs. Costco, they're more aware of what they wear outside of their house. Sam's Club, they might wake up, jump in the car, they ain't brushed their teeth yet, nothing, and, and go.
Sam's
So,
Club worldwide?
oh man, yes indeed.
I didn't know that. I'm like, what the heck? I thought it
Man,
was in Detroit.
Sam's Club is like a high, like a high. Well, no, it's like a low cost Walmart. It's
Because that's what it is. It's Walmart.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's how
Okay,
it
I
is.
just thought it
Walmart.
was only in Detroit. I thought
So
both of
I
those
would
only Detroit.
Oh,
to try to
transport
reel
everywhere.
it in and make it into one question, why is it that and I see YT people is used for YT people, but do I have to use a word for us? Like,
Somehow, I guess we don't. That's how I
so
don't.
only
I never
YT
understood
people have a
a
word?
code.
Oh
You
yeah,
could say you
okay.
could say
All right.
us.
All right. So why is
Us
it that
people.
okay. So, oh, somebody that person just that person just
Hello, hi baby. How are you? Hey.
What the
Hi,
heck?
what's going on? I think I'm naked. OMG, what's going
what is that?
Oh,
That
A
was
robot.
probably somebody
Somebody
trolling.
up here trying to troll and
That
deflect the
was that person just
conversation.
came on. Okay. So why my question is why is it that we're comfortable enough to come outside in our in our night clothes, whatever, like why is it that we is it laziness or what is it? Like help
It's
me.
it's culture. It's culture. It's the standards that's all equated within the culture. It comes down to culture. Culture. Everyone knows what culture is for the most part. Is the morals, the principles, the ethics that you have within your community. So it comes down to the culture.
It's being lazy.
That's all.
Bed clothes are bed clothes.
Yeah.
Bonnets are meant for when you're about to sleep to protect your hair or whatever you're wearing on your head. And that's just lazy. House shoes outside is lazy. Put on some
facts.
shoes.
Facts.
That's it.
You know
Don't
what's
say that.
funny?
You gotta hurt some feelings up in here.
No,
In
but
Arab,
it's the truth though. It's the truth.
I, I,
Sometimes
bro,
the
Zach,
truth
and the
hurts,
truth
right?
hurts.
in Arab countries, right? If you go outside with those slippers and Crocs and rolls in your hair, et cetera, your pants off your butt, what would the culture say? You better pick that up because there's going to be repercussions of it. So I think the culture that you're around can help you with those standards. Like for example, back in the '60s in the African American community, there was more marriages because we had a Christian culture. They believed in marriage. And when we moved away from Christian values as time went on, there's less marriages in the black community. So it comes down, in my humble opinion, is cultures, like the culture in your household, your mom and dad, and also the culture in your community. Is the culture.
Yeah, nah,
That was
but
also built from fear as well.
Thank
yeah, but
Back to that fear again, full circle.
so so
enabling. That's what we do. We
Full
enable.
circle. Remember we talked about that last
Enable.
night.
yeah, but
Here
it's
is
it's
something.
I beg to differ, right? And you made a observation, a statement about the '60s, right? So I was born in the '70s. I was born in '73, but I do know that the reason for having less black marriages has absolutely nothing to do with Christianity. I'm not a Christian. I've been married for 7 years. You got a lot of people married right now in Muslim culture. Marriage is abundant, right? They get married. Asians who don't practice Christianity and the ones who do practice Christianity, they get married. It's just our culture. It's African American culture who went away from marriage, not other people. And the
Facts.
other people are, they might be Christians, they might be something else, but it has nothing to do with the religion. It has something to do with the system. So the system that was put in place to keep us at the bottom of the totem pole because we're our country, our democratic country, right? We're still what is the word I'm looking for, right? a capitalist, right? Capitalist countries rely on there being a lower class, and that lower class is selected. So we have been selected to be the lower class. Remember, the United States came out of England. England had serfs. They had a system where they had serfs at the bottom. They had nobles. They had different knights. They had kings. They had queens. But we came from that, and we set up our system of government, which is supposed to be a little different, but it's still modeled on European standards. Even our courtrooms, they just don't wear white wigs. It's set up the same. They have an inquisitor. We have the prosecutor. It's the same system. But the system was designed for us in order the welfare system. The welfare system. A single mom cannot have a man living in her house.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're not married, he can't be there. He has to live somewhere else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if they're married, she can't get assistance.
That's
And they
true.
might and you got to think these were families that weren't doing well. So she wants the assistance. The assistance from the government was more important to her than having that man in the house who wasn't bringing food, who wasn't bringing the things that the government was providing. That's why our marriage systems, that's why our marriage is decreased, is because women became more dependent on the government and on assistance than they did on the man, because the man wasn't able to provide. Why? Because the black man was attacked in certain situations economically. Like he wasn't able to provide like the government was. That's why the marriages went down. But I'm married.
No, I get that. What I was alluding to is that I understand the factors behind that the factors and systems, etc., that can influence the culture. But I was simply saying whatever the culture is, whether it's influenced by A, B, C, or D, whatever that culture is in that moment will reflect the people that's in the culture. I wasn't necessarily saying that there wasn't a system behind it that made the marriage do, into which I understand. I understand all that. But I was simply saying whatever the reasons are, or the influences, or the structures behind the culture, whatever the culture is at that moment, the people will reflect that culture. For example, if it's a say for example, I'm a slave owner, and the culture I put in place is for people to wear blue hair. The people are going to wear blue hair, regardless of what the reason is. Whatever the culture is that's in play, the people are going to reflect that culture. Is what I was saying.
Got
And
you.
in
I got you.
2023, the culture of getting married has been replaced by people that do not want to get married. For one, everybody has placed a fear within marriage because people are getting married for all the wrong reasons or don't even know
Fact.
why they're doing it. And for two, it's for the image. People don't want what comes with a marriage in 2023. They just want to get married and walk down an aisle.
Yeah, doing it all
Yeah.
for the wrong reasons and not fully understanding what the word marriage means and what the definition of what marriage is compared to a relationship. You know what I mean? We take the word marriage and thinking that that's what it is, instead of just looking deeper than what it really
Know
means.
what it takes.
Marriage,
Right. People
you
get
know.
married and then they say, you can't have a fault. You can't make any mistakes. You can't be a person. You can't be human anymore. You have to confide to all of these rules. And then the next person, you got to confide to all of my rules. It don't work like that. If you
No,
want to actually be with that person for the rest of your life, it's going to be things that they're going to do because people out here peopling.
exactly, exactly. It's all about give and taking. You know what I mean? It's not going to be always going to be 100% all across the board all the time. You got to think. You know what I mean? I might be giving 100 one day, and tomorrow I might be giving 90%, 80%. It's never going to be the same every single day. But we work harder to learn each other. Every day is going to be
Facts.
different.
Facts.
You know.
And some people don't even want to work on themselves in the marriage. I didn't know how to be a wife until I got a divorce.
Hmm.
So that's what I learned. But I had to listen to another woman in my life, which is my stepmom that's been married to my dad for 30 plus years, sit down with her. And she told me when I asked her and opened up that floodgate, what did I do wrong? She had a
Hmm.
list. She literally wrote down a list of everything I did wrong since I talked to her all the time. And number one on the list was that I shared information with other people, including her.
Yep. That's the one thing that people don't get. And that marriage is between two people. That's the two people that walk down that aisle that said that I do. It ain't between mama, daddy, sister, brother, uncle, cousin, best friend. It ain't between them. It's between the two people that said I do.
And
And
that's
I
why it's called a
Facts.
and that's where I learned my mistake. You know what I mean? When you do get married, it's between us two. We have to talk to each other. We have to go on these dates, and we have to love on each other. We really have to communicate. Communication is the big key, and understanding. You know what I mean? I talk on that's my part. That's my thing right there. I mean, I've been down that road and I'm ready to get back down. I'm ready to be a husband. You know what I'm saying? So I know the difference between now and then when I was married. You know what I mean? I didn't know because I didn't want to learn how to be a husband. But now that I know how to be a husband, I'm ready to be a husband. So we got to
That's
learn it.
big. That's big, brother. I like that. I like that. That's big. That's big.
And that's why it's called a relationship, because you have to relate to each other for the ship to sail. If you're not relating to each other, the ship is going to sink.
Yeah.
But people don't know
Yeah.
how. People
They
have to,
didn't know how
you
to.
know, it's so many of us as grown folks and they don't know what the process is concerning vetting.
No, they
Because
don't.
now they skip that part and they text and they use these apps and they're lazy. And then when they go out on a date, they're so infatuated with the look that they skip over still picking and choosing whether this person is right for you or not. They just skip steps and go right to the bed.
Oh,
Now,
Yep.
when you get married because you infatuated, now you got to learn this whole person. You don't even like them.
that's true. See, and this is my thing right here. This is my motto, and I tell anybody this right here. When we out here dating, we can't have sex and make a relationship out of sex. We have to we have to go past it. We have to in order to make a relationship, we got to have communication, understanding, and we definitely got to have that communication. If that's not importance to nobody, we can't make a relationship out of sex. Period. Period. Point blank.
And that
Marriage.
don't mean for the ladies to be over communicating. But sometimes we can overly communicate and
Yeah.
complain about things that's already going to fix themselves.
Exactly. Hobo. And Neil, that and accountability is a big one right there. We got to hold each other accountable, but we got to hold ourselves accountable first before we can hold somebody else accountable. Because we got to know our dark side before we can learn somebody else's dark side. Hold yourself accountable first. That's
Hmm.
it. You got quiet.
That's a fact. And we agree.
Nigga,
We all agree.
y'all agree? Exactly. And that's
Hmm.
important. That's important. Care about to get married.
I think marriage is the greatest. Like my success right now is attributable to me getting married.
Mm.
A brief history on me. Right, I just came home. Well, I ain't just came. I did 17 years in federal prison. I've been home 8 years now. When I got with my wife, I was
I
making
would be
$10.
married, but she married.
Yeah, I was making $10 an hour when this woman married me. She
Oh
said
wow.
yes, and now, well, I'm gonna say how much I'm making now, but I'm making a whole lot of money now. We got 4 houses. I got my own real estate brokerage, a trucking company, a little bit of everything. Right, I'm all over the place. But I asked my wife probably last week, like, what made you say yes to me? I was making $10 an hour. Like, wow, what? I didn't have anything to offer. I just came home from 17 years in prison. I just know I wanted her as my wife.
Hmm.
I just know I wanted her. I dated my wife for 4 months. I proposed. We were married 4 months later. 4 months after that, we had a baby on the way. Like I knew what I wanted. I had 17 years to think about what I wanted. When I
Right.
came home and I found what I was looking for, I shot my shot. It like and she said the only reason she gave me a chance is because I had plans. She said she didn't look at where I was a security guard. She didn't look at that. She looked at the fact that I had plans. I had my life mapped out. every single thing I planned, I have achieved right now. Like even more. Like I never knew I was gonna become a professional speaker. Never knew I would get a TED talk. But I did. A lot of things have happened. I never knew I would go back into prisons and speak. But all of
Got a
that,
TED,
all
got
of
a
that.
TED talk.
Yeah, I got a TED talk. My TED talk is on YouTube. I did a TED talk in
That
2020
is, oh my
when
gosh, I'm following you. That is my goal.
yeah.
That's my
But
goal.
but but
And
listen.
I'd like to talk to you further about that.
All right, well, holler at me, man. My TED talk is on YouTube. You can go to my speaker page is carlosparkspeaks.com, and then you can see the TED talk on there too.
Or
But yeah,
have it in your bio.
I don't know how to do that. I just,
You got your .com in there. You got TEDspeaks.com.
I got that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I should have put my website in there. That's what I should have put.
Yeah, I mean, it's your website.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, carlosparkspeaks.com. It's in my bio. Okay, all right, thank you. But
Yeah,
some
it's in your bio.
yeah, but I all of that it is because of my wife, man. Like I ain't
Ghost in the building. What's the deal, man?
who
Hold up, y'all. I gotta reset this thing. I'm not resetting it, but I'm about to swipe out again, so I'm gonna freeze again because this thing tripping.
Yeah.
Wolfgang
But
the Ghost.
we still hear y'all though. I can still hear y'all. Who going down? Oh, but yeah, congratulations, my brother. You know what I mean? We all strive to find that one woman that will, help, lead us to that place. You know what I mean? I know some men have those goals and those purposes. You know what I mean? But we need that vision as that woman.
Oh, she's in Virginia working right now. I'm at home with the kids. Both my kids, I gotta get them up in the morning to send them to school. They're 3 and 5.
Oh man,
Yeah, so
you
when
start.
she's away, marriage is like that's how like it's just like you pick up the slack. She just took the last 3 months off. She didn't work this summer. I'm in a position now where she ain't had to work, and she don't want to work no more. But but that's because she took a gamble on somebody who's making $10 an hour. And if I could tell women anything, don't look at a man for what he has, because a lot of women are superficial. They only look at the surface. Look at what he will have. What he has the likelihood to have. Like the young man who just dropped off. He's young, but he's sharp. Like
He is.
he's sharp, man. He's sharp. A woman, if you look at a man and judge him for his mind, that's where his potential is gonna come from, in his mind. So I appreciate my wife for seeing value in me, and I really didn't even feel as strongly about myself at the time. I think because of how you feel sometimes, that might drive you to, drugs, drinking, which I don't do any of that, but some men do. Some have weaker minds and they go to those things because they can't deal with reality.
Hmm.
You have a beautiful testimony,
Well,
and to
thank you,
come
man.
from
I
where you
appreciate
come
that.
from, and to have a beautiful family, and to be able to speak in front of all them people,
Yeah,
Exactly.
I
to
appreciate
hold
that, and
yourself
I feel.
accountable in front of all those people, that's amazing, sir.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you. Yeah, I definitely hold myself accountable. That's what caught my eye. That excuses he got on here. We are not victims. Stop the excuses. Yeah, I don't believe in excuses.
That's
Which is,
it.
which is why I was able to become a realtor. I had to go before the board. After I took the test and passed the test, they still had to further scrutiny. They want to see where I'm at mentally, and I let them know. What's that, bro?
Oh dang, I was trying to show them my room. That's what my room is called. No excuses allowed.
Oh, that's the name of the
I
room?
got fed up because I kept hearing it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna set the record. I'm gonna let this be known. No excuses allowed. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, well,
People come with a hundred
I
things
agree.
and they want us to grow, but then come with 100 excuses. I'm like, man,
Yeah,
make your mind up.
Yeah. My brother, I do applaud you, my brother, for overcoming, not being, you could have been easily saying, victim by the system and just laying down and giving up. You know what I mean? You moved full steam ahead. You didn't let that, play a factor into your life. You know what I mean? You held yourself accountable. You found you a wonderful, amazing wife. And you know what I mean? You have amazing kids as well. So I applaud you, my brother, on that. You know what I mean? If I can give you, I can give you a virtual hug, give you a virtual pound that you overcome. That I wish that you could come back to the communities and show these young brothers that, you know, with enthusiasm, with grace and humble, you know, be humble, you can make it. You know what I'm saying? So I do applaud you on that, my brother. You know what
Thank
I
you,
mean?
thank you, Soldier. Appreciate
I
that.
yeah, I know for them years that you was in there, I know you were beat down. I know mentally you was, you know, hurt. But when you came out, that mentality stayed in there, and the true Carlos came out. You know what I
Oh
mean? So
yeah.
applaud you
Ironically,
for it.
ironically, my nickname was Cap. I went in, I
Oh,
was Cap. That was my street name. I had gold teeth in my mouth.
Cap, you capping, bro.
Yeah, when I came home, I said, man, I left Cap in there. I came home. I'm Carlos now. I never went by, you know, in the streets, you don't go by your name. You go by
true.
nicknames. You know, you
That's
don't want
true.
people to know
That's
your
true.
name. So I went by a nickname. I came home now. People don't know my nickname. They know my real name. Like right
Right.
now on this page, I don't have a handle. I'm using my real name. My
Right.
Facebook, my Instagram, everything, my real name. Like it's hard to hide when you're using when you're not, you know, you're being transparent. Like
True.
I really come on TikTok just so I can build with people and share my testimony, like the sister just said, G.I. Jane. It's my testimony. Like, but
Exactly.
I feel obligated to share it, which is why I go back to the prisons because I know, you know, that you know they need to hear it. So because I actually heard somebody's story, which was what influenced me, what made me think that I could do more than just work at McDonald's when I came home. So my ambition returned. So you got to have ambition, and that's not just for a person coming home from prison. That same story is for anybody, man. You got to be ambitious. If you want to get ahead, and as far as the victim thing, like we got to stop looking in the rearview mirror. Somebody said it was a wise saying. I don't
Thanks.
remember who made the statement, but the only time you should look in the rearview mirror is to see how far you've come.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't look back
Mm-hmm.
to see. You know, look back to see how far you got away from where you started out at. You
That's
know,
it.
that's the only
We
reason
rather
I
look
look
in the
back.
rear view mirror than the mirror itself. That's crazy.
Yeah, yep.
Hey man, I just got kicked from alive from saying that I made my life the way I made it. You know what I mean? Regardless of what I did in my past. Like it was hard and tough, right? But nobody wanted to listen to that. You know what I mean?
Well, them are the ones that you can't surround yourself with. You know what I mean? Because you know people shouldn't judge people off their past, because it
Right.
is what it is. Your past, your past should build you to be a better person. It shouldn't
Right.
dictate to people who you used to be, because you're
Right.
not where you used to be. You
Right.
Right.
change,
Right.
hopefully. You know what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying?
bro. Yeah, like for instance, I'm like 45 now, right? And at age of 17, I was tried as an adult, right? I went to the YOS, Youthful Offender System, boot camp, all this stuff, right? And then I came out of there, and it was either sit there and feel sorry for myself, or build a life for myself and make something out of myself. You know what I mean? In which I have now. You know what I mean? I just got kicked out of Alive because I tried to explain this to people, dude. Like, it doesn't matter. You know, you build your life to how you want it to build. So if you sit there and feel sorry for yourself and be like, well, I'm a convicted felon, so, well, I can't do nothing with myself, so I'm going to wind up in prison, so I might as well just continue to do what I'm going to do and wind up in prison, then that's what you're going to do. But if you sit there and be like, I'm not going to feel sorry for myself, I'm going to bust my ass and I'm going to do what I got to do, regardless if I got in trouble, you know what I mean? Or regardless of my past or whatever, you know what I mean? And I just don't understand how people can sit there and feel sorry for themselves. Like, dude, like, especially like we live in America, dude. Like, I mean, it might be hard for certain people, certain ethnic groups or whatever to make something out of themselves or whatever. But those who do, that's like amazing. You know what I mean? That's like amazing. Like you know, you went through all those obstacles and you created something out of yourself. You know what I mean? And you made something for yourself instead of feeling sorry for yourself, blaming other people, you know, for your problems or whatever. You stood up and been like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna fucking make something. I'm not gonna go to prison for the rest of my life because I can't get a job because I'm a convicted felon. I can't do this because I'm a convicted felon. Feel sorry for yourself. You know what I mean? Like there was times in my life where I felt like that when I was younger. Like right when I got out, dude. Like honestly, dude, when I was getting out and I was on my way back to where I live on parole, getting ready to go, dude, I feel like jumping out of the fucking car and killing myself, dude. Like, oh, I can't do this.
Unalive.
You know what I mean? I can't. Sorry, unalive myself. I was like, I can't do this. You know what I mean? Like, whoa, this is too tough. You know what I mean? But then when I got out, I said, you know what? I'm going to do the best I can and try to make something of my, because I don't want to wind up in prison. I don't want to live my life like that. I was like, I got out here and like everything was like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like I didn't really fully understand everything I missed, my freedom that I actually had that people take for granted because they don't really know. You know what I mean? And then even when like my parole officer came to my house and she was going to take me to she was going to take me to prison, back to jail again because I had penicillin. That wasn't mine, but it was from my mom. You know what I mean? Because I was sick. My mom said, "Here, take this, and hopefully it'll help you get better." Just like a family thing. And I was just like, and I took that. She found that, like when she came to the search in my house, and I was just like, "Oh my," you know what I mean? And she's like, "Well, you're gonna go to, we're gonna take you back to prison for that." Well, I never actually went to prison because I went to the YOS Youthful Offender System, and went through boot camp and all. But we're gonna take you to prison now. And what they don't tell you is if you don't complete your boot camp and you don't complete that youthful offender system, then you're going to get retried and you're going to go back and you're going to wind up in prison. And I was just like, are you serious? Like, it's just penicillin. That's all it was. You know what I mean? But that made me like that kind of opened my eyes too. Like, oh, holy shit, these people are like really out to get me. Like, what? You know what I mean? But then she said, well, we're not going to do nothing this time, but I understand this is something that maybe if families do, so we're not going to say nothing, but you can't have this here. And she took it, and luckily, dude, she was being cool about it. You know what I mean? Or otherwise, I'd wind up in prison over penicillin that I was sick. You know what I mean? But right now, dude, I'm 46 years old. Well, 45, almost 46. And I own my home. I own some badass dogs. I own my truck. I have a badass wife. I have some children that are growing up, you know what I mean? But I built all that stuff for myself. I was like, fuck this. I'm not going to sit there and feel sorry for myself and act like I
There you
can't
go.
build nothing for myself. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. And you know what I mean? Like, it was tough. Like, there was times, dude, like, I was like, oh my God, dude, I can't do this. I cannot do this. But then I was like, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Facts.
Yes, you can do this. You just got to put forth the effort. And sure, you might not get that first job you applied for because you have to mark down, are you a felon? You know what I mean? You got to mark down that shit. But, dude, you got to realize when you go to your interview, if you happen to get an interview, man, you got to sit there and basically explain that, dude, I made a mistake in my life, but I'm better for this now. And I learned, you know what I mean? And I learned from this. And so I'm going to be a better person and I'm going to make what I can out of my life. And I have, you know what I mean? And I wish everybody would think like that. You know what I mean? Because our life,
Right. I was
dude,
about
in
to say the
America.
wish for everybody not like that though. I was about to say that is what I've been striving to do. That's actually been my message to try to give people to that type of mentality that you got right now and stuff. But you'll get in a lot of fights like that, or just going not like literal, but I'm just saying like people
Right.
they will push back like crazy because a lot of people they I guess they just love being them. A lot of people don't want to do what it takes to change their mentality because a lot of people want things handed to them
Oh, yeah,
easily. You know what I'm
it's
saying?
hard. It's
Yeah, it
hard,
is
man.
hard. It is hard, especially right. But the more you keep doing it and you get this hardest part out the way, the easier it becomes.
Right.
But
Yep.
yeah, people gotta have that willpower. That's what it is, man. They gotta really want to do this, you know. But that's perfect. That's another good. They go another good testimony. You know what I'm saying? Them loving it.
Look, that's a
And
good
we gotta
testimony,
start.
but
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think I think Braun probably got kicked out of that live for more than just what he was saying. is also your profile picture.
Wait, what
that's
do you got?
gonna that's gonna throw people off right there,
Oh yeah,
bro.
bro. Yep.
That's gonna throw
I
people
know.
off,
I
man.
know.
Oh, I see. I see. I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't even look at it. I just listened. I didn't even
yeah,
look at it.
yeah. Nah, I appreciate everything you said, man. I feel you. Like you were definitely genuine in what you were saying, and I understand your your
And
perspective and
that's why we got to judge off of. That's crazy. I
you,
did not know that.
and
I'm
see
glad
that
I didn't
happens.
look because I probably would have had a bias of what he was saying, though. I'm glad I didn't. But
I
that's
thought
why
Yeah,
it
we
was
shouldn't
yeah,
do that.
Whataburger.
yep, yep.
Yeah,
I could have
yeah,
sworn it was
hobo.
Whataburger fries.
Yeah, hobo is his whole profile. Is his whole profile kind of? I looked. I was like, wait, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah,
But
but you
I
I
can't
didn't
see
even
judge a
what your
book
look. I was
by
profile
listening to what
says.
he was saying. That's crazy.
you can't
Right.
judge a book by its cover. But
Can't judge a book. Right.
No.
That's
yeah,
something we got to learn.
And I think we should start normalizing like people actually hitting their bottom and having those breakthroughs because when you break down, that ain't nothing but room for a breakthrough.
Hmm.
You got to start figuring out the ways in
Mm,
which you're going to
Come
do
on
in
up,
order to
woof
come
woof.
back. You know what I'm saying? So if people start normalizing, it's okay to fall because that's a natural part of life. As kids, we fall in order to walk. And sometimes you fall just as many times as you fall as a toddler, but it's what you do after the fact.
that's
Hmm.
true.
Pick yourself up.
Facts.
Yeah.
That is facts. God, you hit that right on the
That's
head.
crazy. I didn't even know. Okay, that would make sense. Because I was like, no, that sounds like you was in it, but you got that. No, it makes sense, though, because there's some people that's just like that, though. They ain't trying to hear you and they get triggered quick on this. I mean, it is what everybody make their choices. Like, everybody got their reasons. It is what it is, man. Like I said, we got it. We do need to start hearing each other out because we would put a block on something and not really hear nothing and we can care less.
that's
And we
those
do, and a lot
blinders.
of us have that problem. That's one thing, though. But
That's
that's
those
something.
blinders I was talking about. Like it's kind of hard to have an intelligent conversation with people when they have blinders on. If you like,
Hmm.
regardless of what your biases are, like I was biased at one time, but I was also open minded. When you're open
Facts.
minded, think about the word open. You're open to hearing something, right? And then you got to use your discretion on whether or not you're going to believe it. I apply logic to everything. So if somebody tells me something and it's logical, I'm going to consider it, right? I'm gonna
Right.
do more research on the situation. Like his bio, like Trump, which I don't want to get off topic, right? But there are a lot of people who came from my background, which is incarceration, who absolutely love Trump, right? And they love Trump because Trump did a lot for individuals who were incarcerated that Obama didn't do. Like Obama had a chance to sign a bill that he didn't, right? That would have freed a lot of people who were locked up under 100-to-1 ratio for crack cocaine to powder cocaine, right? Obama just didn't do anything. So when Trump came into office, he did a lot to free a lot of people. I know a lot of people who came home that had life sentences for drugs that they never got caught with, right? And Trump opened these doors. So a lot of individuals who were in my situation, man, they live and die by Trump. They look past the fact that he ignited the left and brought all these races out of hiding. You know what I'm saying? Like they ignore that. They ignore that side of it, right? Because he let some people out of prison. But I'm not one of those people. But I do know that they do exist, especially in Texas. They don't care. They love Trump in Texas.
They love him.
It so do. Lord,
They love him.
Trump on everything. It's even somebody driving around with Trump on their limo. Like they sure do.
Yeah, they love
But
him in
that's
Texas. Are you from Texas?
people. No, I just live here. My dad's from Texas though. He's from Port Arthur.
Oh,
But
that's near. I was in Beaumont.
yeah, all my family in Beaumont and Port Arthur, and I had to come check on my dad. So I've been out in Texas for 5 years, and now I'm taking care of him. So
I, I
helping
was
out
in
when I
Beaumont.
can.
I was in Beaumont for like 6 years. And I said I would never return to Texas. After my experience with Texas, like I would never return to Texas. And that's another thing, right? Different regions in our country are different. People are just different. Like you're gonna go to New Orleans and you're gonna have a different experience than if you come to Virginia or North Carolina. And I think it was somebody who left on the panel that she was from California and her
Mhm.
experience with North Carolina was entirely different. She felt like it was, they were separated. And it is like that in certain parts of North Carolina, but that's a state. So it depends on what city you go to. Like if you go to Bull City, which was where they had Black Wall Street, it's going to be a lot more unity there, right? Um,
Yep.
and and then you can go out west to somewhere like Hickory or Statesville, Lenore, and you're going to get a whole different read, right? So it just depends on where you go. Just like California is probably going to be different. Everywhere you go, people going to be different. You
Yeah,
know,
I stay in a Grace's town. Don't want to say the R word up here because I don't want
So,
Kev will have to get taken
yeah,
down. But I stay in a Grace's town, and I'm gonna do it regardless because my dad's out here and he went through fire to raise me. So I don't care where he's at. He could have been on Pluto. I would have went to Pluto.
yeah. Texas. You got to think Texas held people in slavery 2 years after we was emancipated. That's what
Hmm.
Juneteenth is about. Texas,
Our Juneteenths are popping. Our
yeah,
Juneteenths are full of educational value out here.
yeah.
It hits totally different. It's not just a cookout scene. The news come out, everybody
Oh
come
no,
out. It
it's
hits
real. It's
different.
real for them. It's real for them because Texas was still enslaved for 2 years,
Hmm.
while the rest of the
Hmm.
country was progressing. Texas was still enslaved. They just bucked and said, "We're not freeing our slaves." They bucked. That's why they call
Hmm.
them the Lone Star State. They stand alone. They do what they want to do, which is why I said I never step foot in that place again in my life. Like I can't do it. I can't.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea either, but you know, I'm gonna do what I gotta do, but it ain't my cup of tea. I like Austin though.
Oh yeah,
I,
Austin is different. They say Austin is
Austin is
different. I've never been
party.
there.
and so is
Yeah,
Houston.
Austin.
Oh,
Yeah,
Houston is different
Houston.
too.
So, like you said,
Well,
in different places,
different
different stuff.
sectors.
Yeah,
Cause I got
yeah.
a little apartment out in Katy that I rent out, and it depends on where you're at.
Yeah,
Yeah. But you gotta ignore ignorance. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta read people for who they are, know who they are, and just learn how to walk away from people because a lot of people out here, they're trying to rob you of your freedom. So you just have to make the conscious decision that, okay, this is not even worth addressing. I'm just gonna go
Yeah.
the other way. I'd have been called all sorts of N-word, everything else. A lady called me N-word one day. I bust out laughing. Like people thought I was going hysterical. Because I'm like, you don't even know what you're saying, who you're saying it to, or why you're even saying it because you have a hatred within, but that's not for me to teach you. That's for
Yeah.
you to know and find out on your own. But
I be
just like
feeling.
Wolfgang panels be lit, right? And when I first met Wolfgang, I used to go over there. He had like over 1,000 and some women up in there. And I'm talking about he be going off, they be going off. But I was listening to his message, and his message was clear, but everybody was combating him on the truth. The truth is just what it is. And a lot of us don't want to face the fact and the truth. That's why we're lazy mentally. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
We don't even want to hear nobody.
You need to say that
Hey,
again
I
for the
be
ones in the background.
right.
Real.
Exactly.
And
Loud, super
you're right
loud.
though. You're exactly right. Sometimes we just like some people would rather be lied to than hear the truth.
Yep.
yeah.
But
They
It
would
just
rather deal with the lie.
they'd
Like I
rather
don't
hear pleasant lies than bitter truths.
right, the sweet
yeah,
lies a bit than the harsh truth. Right.
yeah, yeah.
I was about to say, I be actually, when the more I be thinking about it, I actually feel bad for people that's like that, right? The people that be treat you a certain way because of your skin color and all that stuff. And the reason why I say that is because I think a lot of them that got brought up, they just got taught this stuff. It's like, man, that's why I really have me myself, I'm forgiving of everybody. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like all of us grew up different ways and stuff and got brought up different ways too. You know, so it's like some people is really following after whatever their parents taught them and all that stuff and say this is loyalty, so you got to treat people this certain way. You know, it's just, it's stuff going, it's everywhere around this world though. And it's like, it even got to a point that I don't want to
You're
say this, the dude with
you're
that dude,
exactly right.
with the mustache, right? I don't
No,
know if
don't
y'all know
say
what I'm talking
that.
about. The
Don't
big
please
power
don't.
dude. Huh?
I hope I thought you were talking about the dude from Texas. All right, go ahead.
No, 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 no. No, I'm just saying the dude that's known with the big mustache that was real, real bad that started with a H. Y'all know what I'm
Oh
talking
yeah,
about.
Okay.
That
yeah,
guy.
yeah.
I don't know if we can say his name on here. But even him, I be even trying to
You're,
think like, dang,
you're exactly
what's the
right, bro.
cause of
You are
making him
talking
be
about.
like that? Some who talking? Who said that? What y'all say? I can't hear nothing.
I heard somebody talking. I don't know who it
Somebody
was.
said something on
That
there.
was
You're
Bron. That was Bron talking.
we're taught to be like, yeah, but
That's crazy. Every time somebody want to talk, they joke
we're like,
lagging. That's
Nah, his
crazy.
so
joint
for instance,
lagging.
I'm like half white and Hispanic. Native American, right? But I remember my grandma, right, on my mom's side, like my mom's white, right? I remember my grandma telling me
I forgot. All right, I forgot Ghost was outside.
I need to marry a white woman, like a white Mexican now. I remember because my grandma, she was
Hey,
like
Brian, your stuff
probably
messing up. Hold
racist.
on real quick.
I was
Hey,
like,
hey,
I don't know,
request
she
back up,
wanted.
Brian. Your junk is lagging. But I did want to finish what I was saying though, 'cause I never finished. This junk was so. But my point out of that is like a lot of people we don't know what they're going through. And I was talking about the mustache dude, right? That started with an H, that did a lot of damage. But I was saying, I even think about this like we don't like we never know nobody's background for real. We don't know why they the way they are. We don't know. It's a lot of stuff. Of course we look at. Of course it's evil or whatever. But I look at it like, and that's the reason why I say I'm just got grace for or forgiving for a lot of people. Of course, people got to do what they got to do because some people just mentally crazy and all that stuff. But we just don't know. It's just like the movies and all that stuff where you got the villain and all that stuff. But then the villain, it was something that went on in their life to make them become a villain. Because at one point they was a good person. At one point, you see what I'm saying? But then some dramatic or traumatic happened in their life, and they become the worst person of all. You know, so that's how I be looking at it. I be, reason, and that's more of a reason why I be having just being forgiving of everybody, have grace for everybody. That's why I used to talk about. I used to talk about every other Saturday about grudges and forgiveness, because that's also part of the reason why a lot of us is so angry at our family, friends, and all this stuff. Well, we don't know how to let go of the past. We don't know how to. We keep prolonging all this stuff, which is damaging us. We don't know how to let go. That's what's making us being mean and all this other stuff. So this is really serious, though. We do need to figure out how to just give people grace sometimes and realize that shoe. Sometimes, when if I was this person, I was that person, and I was in their shoes. I could have been that person. That's how I be looking at it. I could have been that person that didn't, or I didn't get the chance to have you know, um, that type of the mentality I got now. I could have been that crazy guy that's on the news that's unaliving people. You know what I'm saying? We could have been any of these people for real, like real talk. But all we care about is ourselves and how we get taught. I mean, got treated and stuff. You hurt my feelings and something like that. But all of us hurt. All of us gonna become hurt. All of us gonna be unalive one day. All of us is human. That's just what it is. We just got our own way of living. Our brains might develop different. I mean, we got different illnesses. I mean, it's all type of stuff, but we still are humans at the end of the day.
And we so the guy Wolfgang the Ghost said something. He said, "All I do is speak truth. Knowledge is power, but a lot of people lack it."
Mm.
I really like that, right? I really like that.
Man,
I'm
here.
sorry, I got a phone call came in just now.
Uh-huh.
Said a phone call. Had just got a phone call. But I'm gonna say something, right? And it's because, like I say, I pay attention to detail, and I can tell the type of individuals I'm surrounded with. They're not gonna like this statement, right? And I hope Wolfgang the Ghost is still on here, because all I do is speak the truth too, and I agree, knowledge is power, right? And part of that is knowing that a lot of people won't agree with the fact that religion is the major problem or issue we have in our community. Not just religion, but Christianity, right? And when I talk about the blinders, it's because so many people believe what they were taught by their ancestors, by their parents, their great grandparents. See, we were born into a Christian society, but we haven't done enough research to understand why. Like, if you were born in Asia, you might have been a Buddhist, right? If you were born in Mexico, you were Catholic, or wherever you were born is going to determine, basically, because of the societal norms, what religion you follow, what you practice. If your parents were Jehovah's Witness, you're gonna be a Jehovah's Witness, because that's
Right.
what they're gonna teach you, right? So we all have chosen a team, right? Like, I'm a Tar Heel. Everybody got a team in religion. And if it's a person that plays for another team, we don't really care for that person because they don't like then I don't like Duke players. I don't like Duke dudes. I don't, or you might be a Dallas fan, I might be a Redskins fan. I don't like so with religion, we've chosen teams, we picked up flags, and that's causing division, right?
Right.
Which is by design. And I know this because I used to be a devout Christian, right? And then I started to study religion when I was working for a chaplain. He had a book in there about world religions. And I started to study this big book. It was like a big encyclopedia. And it just broke down all the world religions, the origins of these religions, when these religions were created. And I realized through studying that all of these things were created by men. And then some of these religions copied the other religions. Like they got religions that predate other religions by thousands of years. So
Mm.
through studying religion, my mind opened up. Mind you, I was biased. I was a Christian. I was praying for people they called me Brother Parks. Like I was a devout Christian. But I was also open minded. So I realized that before Christianity, there was religions, right? And one of these religions came out of Egypt, and in that religion, they had a trilogy. They had a birth by a human had was
Immaculate
impregnated by
Conception.
God. Osiris, the
Hmm.
story of Osiris, right? So it was the same exact story. And I'm like, how is this story the same as the story in Christianity, but it was thousands of years before? Thousands of years. It predated Christianity by thousands of years, right? But it's the same exact story. And then I started to study, more. There was another religion that came before Christianity that had the same story, but they called it mythology, Greek mythology. Zeus, Zeus had a child named Hercules by a woman. So all of these things came out of Egypt, and it made me look at what I was practicing. It made me examine what I was practicing and where it came from. And through studying religion, through studying history, I learned that slaves were taught Christianity, and they were taught that this was the good book, which is a term we still
Oh,
use
so
today.
is it the hold up? Is it the book the
The
problem or
book,
the religion?
the Bible, the Bible
Mm.
is the tenet of the religion. The
The book,
religion stems from the Bible. You can't have one without the other. Right?
Mm.
basically.
It was when Moses came down with the Ten Commandments, and I don't know who the authors of the New Testament never even met Jesus. Jesus didn't write a single book. The book of the New Testament was written after his death, like years later, right? And it was the stories in third person. It's just I learned all of these things. Then I read the books of the Bible that were taken out. They took
Oh,
books out of the Bible.
yeah,
There
that's the
was
book of Enoch, the book of
It was like 16 of them.
I
yeah,
Peter
think
and
it's
Baal and the dragon and all
so.
these different crazy names. I read every last one of them. I read every last one of them. And it sounds like if you read them, you'll see why they took them out.
of
Because
course,
they weren't as believable as the other books,
right,
which is why
right,
they took them out. They
right.
didn't they didn't match with the other books of the Bible, right? Like it
I
talks
think
about a dragon. There was one called Baal and the dragon.
I
Like
think the problem is it ain't just the religion. It's just
Books,
the not acceptance of others' views or religion, if you want to say that.
Yeah,
right.
and that's exactly what it
Uh,
is because
yeah, because
Christianity
everybody gonna
teaches
believe
you
something in something.
Right,
They
exactly.
make their choices and stuff.
right.
But
But
that book teaches you that any other book, any other thought process, any other school of thought is wrong. That this
W-
is the only way. This is
w-
the only way. So that's one of the differences I found. When you find other schools of thought, they're more accepting of other schools of thought.
wait, so you say other religions never say that?
No, Islam acknowledges Christianity, but
Yeah,
Islam comes from Christianity. The
right.
names are just different.
Yeah, that's all it is. They just
Yeah,
took pieces of the Bible and use it in Islam. I
yeah.
mean, because they
The
still
name,
believe in God, they still believe, but they say Allah. but you know what I mean.
Exactly. The
They still
names are different.
believe in the names are different.
But
So
they
you know,
also believe that anybody who does not practice Islam is an infidel, a non-believer, and
right,
they don't give infidels the same grace that they do the believers, the ones with faith. So those two religions are the same in that respect, right? And they were also used to enslave. So
yeah,
I don't agree with religions because I come from a group of people who were formerly enslaved.
right,
So if
Mm.
I come from a people who were formerly enslaved, why am I accepting the teachings of my masters?
right.
Because
I'm
that's what they
spiritual,
are.
but I ain't religious, but I'm
And
spiritual.
that's what
But
I am. I'm spiritual, but I'm
it's
not
a lot
religious.
in the Bible. I mean, I believe a lot in the Bible, though. I don't see what's wrong with it. I'm pretty sure. But what I understood,
I
everybody
don't
got their
believe
own
a man.
interpretation.
I
I
Yeah,
don't
so
see the
logically,
damaging
you
part.
sound like you're smart. You sound like you're smart. Do you think a person can survive in the belly of a fish for 5 days?
no,
Is that logically? Now use your own common sense. Is that possible?
I don't believe a person can part seas either, but I mean, it's possible.
Okay, so you
Life
can't.
itself is mystery,
Okay,
though.
you
but
can't
I
pick
believe
and choose what to believe.
This
You
is,
feel what I'm
wait,
saying?
what you mean? It just because something don't make sense. That don't mean it didn't happen. Because I don't believe. I don't. It don't. I don't understand it. That don't mean it
No,
didn't
no,
happen.
no, no. If no, so you, I'm saying logically.
no.
You use
You
your
can,
mind. Use your
yeah,
mind. I want use your mind. Do you think a person can survive in the belly of a fish?
not in the water.
Possible.
It's impossible. It's
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 impossible.
possible.
scientifically impossible. We cannot survive without oxygen. Or do
But
you
don't
think you think you can survive
You
without
don't think
oxygen?
water? You don't think you got no oxygen inside of a,
yeah,
in
we
a
can't
fish?
live in water. We can't live in water,
Are you gonna
but
use
with the
listen,
with
listen, man, listen.
in a fish,
Come
but
on
a
now,
fish
man.
create oxygen inside of itself
Right.
because that's why they filter in the water to push out the water to inhale the oxygen.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we can live underwater. No, I don't think we can live in a fish. I
No,
don't.
it's
I
it's
don't.
it's
I
not
don't.
gonna
It's
happen, homie.
impossible. You know what I
It's not
mean?
gonna happen. And then the fish
Because
ain't gonna come spit you back on land.
nah, nah.
All right. So when
To
I
that
hear when
depth.
I
To that
and
depth.
mind you,
You know what I mean?
there are hundreds of inconsistencies. There are hundreds of inconsistencies in the Bible. But when you start to pick up that flag, you don't want to listen to anything that goes against it because you're taught don't question God. So they're
Uh-uh.
telling you that questioning the Bible is questioning God. And my grandma would whip me for questioning God, which is why I was a devout Christian when I was a grown man,
I
right?
don't think they got a verse on that either to say you can't
And
question God.
it
Doesn't.
doesn't.
No, it's
It,
just the belief. It's just the old
That's what I'm about to say. A
saying.
lot of people mess a lot of this
but
stuff
where
up.
does
But
it come from? Where does
Yeah,
it come from? It stems from slavery.
it does. It does.
Slave masters would teach the slaves a certain way. They would teach them parts of the Bible that they wanted them to learn.
so that's the part that the fish part. I guess that's where you get the slaves mass whatever.
No. The slave master, so they called that the Bible was the good book. Now these people, again using logic, common sense. If people are enslaving you, if they're killing you, if they're raping and molesting your wife, your women and your kids, they're quartering you, like they're just doing all type of atrocious things to your whole entire race, right? Why would they give you something good? So they gave us these books and
But they
called it
reading it too.
huh?
So they reading it too.
But they not abiding by it. Only people abiding by it are us. The Bible says do not kill. They was killing slaves every day. They was hanging you and having picnics while they was doing it. So the only
I
people,
guess I see it a whole different way because
yeah, the only
a lot of
people
this
who
stuff
was
makes sense to
abiding,
me.
yeah, the only people who was abiding by it was us.
Because otherwise, like, what would you recommend to believe in? Like, what do you believe in, anyways?
I believe I'm like you said, I'm spiritual, but I don't believe in religion. I know religion was man-made,
You
and
know,
that came from studying religions. So I would
But
like
what do you
people to not.
believe in?
What'd you say?
It go past. What do you believe in within spirituality?
I believe that God is
See,
in
this is
us.
why we're friends. You
It,
always.
it I believe that God is energy. Energy.
Okay.
That's why they call it that energy. That's the inner God. I believe God is not just in us. God is in every animate object on the planet, which is why God can be everywhere at once. If he's in every living thing on the
Omnipresent.
planet,
Yeah.
God is energy. See, the early
But
Egyptians, they worshiped the sun because the sun fueled the earth. All of our energy came from the sun. So they worship the sun god, Amun Ra. Ra, Ahmad Ra.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
I
they say
know.
Amen at the end of every prayer right now, because secretly all religions are still worshiping the sun god. At the end of a prayer, they're gonna say Amen or Amen. Amen Ra was his name. That was the first god they worshipped on this planet, and that was the sun. So I believe in energy. Energy.
yeah,
That's what I
everything is
believe in.
energy. The whole universe is energy. So
Exactly.
I get you on that
Exactly.
though. I feel you on that though.
So
But
that's
even
what
that got taught to us.
without energy,
But
there is no existence.
That's
Right?
true.
I feel
Without
you.
energy, there is no existence. You have to have an animator. That
I think,
animator is energy. So
hey,
that energy, in my opinion, is
excuse me
God.
real quick.
I just think that
The
they
belief that
made
you
God
believe
into a man.
in spirituality is called animism.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Animism.
That's what I believe
Because
in.
religion made God into a person.
Of course.
Religion made God into a person. That's what I don't agree with.
Well, did the religion or did the people make it?
Well, people
Okay.
created
I
religion.
about to say the religion couldn't make it a person. It has to be a person. It has to make the person into a person.
Yeah, well, people created religion.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Yeah.
in the minds of the masses, they made God into a person.
Right.
They
Because
put the power of,
People
of God
created.
into a person.
yeah, because what I
You
read and
believe
what I
What
everything
found.
that's in
religion
the
is
Black
it?
History book?
I believe the Black history I study. I don't just study a Black history book. You got different sources of
The
history.
ones that they said the same people. That's what I'm about to get to some with this one. So
All
the
right,
same
talk
people
to
that
me.
gave us the Bible was the same people that gave us these Black History books too
Who told you that?
to look at.
Who told you that?
I'm assuming
Nah. That's not
because
correct.
you got. I mean, you. Somebody told you about who gave you the Bible too, right? So that came from
Nah.
somewhere,
I
right?
studied.
He
I
right on that.
studied. I studied
Studied it from where?
world
Like
religion.
somebody made it.
You got what they call
Who
griots.
gave it to you?
You asked me a question, let me answer it. Right? You have what they call griots. Griots pass our history down. Griots through storytelling passed our history down. So these stories were passed down generationally. Then they started to keep it in writing. The written text, the written scribes from the griots were kept in Egypt, in Timbuktu. Timbuktu was the largest in the first library we had, which was why when Napoleon invaded Egypt, not Napoleon, what's his name? They named
Alexander the Great.
Alexander the Great. When he invaded Egypt, what did they do? They destroyed the libraries in Timbuktu. They wanted to destroy our history, but they didn't. They didn't destroy everything. So some of these books escaped.
But where you
But
get that from, though?
regardless, man, I'm a historian. I'm a
That's all I'm saying.
historian.
So, what made that word valid? Who told you that? Like, you met the dude from the
Not,
beginning of
not
time, and
listen.
he told you this. I wrote
Nothing,
this.
nothing makes it valid except my own discretion. I use
Hmm.
logic. If you apply
Okay.
logic to what you're hearing, you determine what you believe and what you don't. Now, if you ain't got to believe nothing I say, but I would love for you to research it.
Yeah,
Now, how you
research is, but that comes from another man, though. Just like you use the same thing about them. A man made the Bible, right?
it comes
Man made
from
the
rich
same
reference.
information you looking up to.
So, who wrote the Bible?
I don't know. It's a man,
All
just
right.
like
So,
somebody that
Can
so,
you
wrote
tell
your
us?
all right,
history.
So,
okay. So, you don't want to believe what I'm believing, but
I
I'm
never
telling
said I
you,
didn't.
can,
We all got a
can,
choice to believe or
can I
not. But I'm
interject?
just
Well,
trying to let you know that
exactly,
we
One
all in the
comment.
same
I
playing
can
exactly,
answer
field.
your
But
question.
we try to hold up.
exactly.
Give me a second. I'm
Who
just
wrote the
saying that.
Bible? A group of authors.
Hold up, brother. Hold up. What the heck? All I'm saying is your stuff is no different from anybody else. Yours no better than anybody else because you feel yours is more truer than somebody else. That's all I'm saying. All of us, that's how open-minded I done got to because any of our stuff can get debunked. Any of our stuff can be thing with us trying to stand 10 toes and say that this is right or this is facts. No, these are all beliefs. And I tell people the beliefs are not
Facts.
facts. We only just
Okay,
going off what we feel is right.
okay.
That's just
All
what it
right.
is.
So
But
you
we can't make
remember?
somebody else uh act like somebody else is stupid or less
All right.
logical because
Okay,
I don't believe how
Kev,
you hearing anything I'm
Kev.
saying?
Yeah,
Hey,
but I don't want you to believe me. I
right.
want you
I
to
never said
research
that, but
it.
that was my point. I'm just
Nah,
saying the same
I
stuff
get
you
you.
saying, we can do the same thing
Hey,
with you.
Okay,
Like
but
that your
you
history
listen,
already got to
books have
follow
been written
host.
by
Kev,
men.
I
Kev,
got to follow
Kev,
you after
Kev.
that one.
The difference is this. I don't want you to believe me. I
Mm.
told you that. Don't
Yeah, he
believe
said,
nothing I say. Go find out for
You
yourself.
just want somebody to listen.
I don't want you to listen. I want you to go find out for yourself. Don't believe nothing I
Well,
said.
let me reword that.
yeah, because I
You just
mean,
want to enlighten the
with
people and just
anything
put the
that,
Okay,
message
yeah,
out there.
thank you. Yeah, that's all
with,
I want to do. I
yeah,
want to
with
All
see
right.
my
anything that he's
I want to
saying,
All
and
see
right.
I understand what he's saying, is like, you know what I mean? We listening to him, what he's saying, because he's a messenger. And what we as people have to do, if we listen to the message, now what we have to do, we have to take it into our mindset and say, okay, let me do more research. Let me do more homework to get the understanding of what he's saying. You know what I mean? Because we all going to interpret
All
the
right.
things that we read for ourselves. So we have to learn and
Uh,
get the eff- diff, get the understanding for ourselves at the end of the day.
exactly.
Right.
That's
all
all I
right.
So
You
want.
know what I mean?
And look,
And for
it
that
go
being
a little
said,
deeper than
people,
that.
everybody in the
We are
comments,
listening.
hold on, my brother. Hey, everybody in the comments,
Mhm.
we try to let's get the 10K, y'all. Let's tap the screen up because this is a good conversation that we're having. This is a good dialogue that we are honestly having because this is some good insight that we all can learn from. You know what I mean? Regardless of who's saying it, we can learn from it and we can take it and we can really help our surrounded, the people that we're surrounded by, because Carlos is giving some good information and I like this. So let's tap it up,
All
y'all.
right.
Let's get the team K real
I,
quick.
Yeah.
I think I
But
Hey
think
look, to
I
Kev,
piggyback off you right
hey
quick,
Kev, I definitely
what
I
don't
want to
want you
go
to
a little bit.
believe me.
yeah, before you go, I just want to my thing is before y'all go real quick. I'm just trying to because it has nothing to do with believing or not. That was never my whole point. But what I'm saying is that I'm just trying to get the mindset that because I'm not trying to say that I don't believe it. Don't say I'm not trying to say that I won't do the research or not. But the whole thing is I'm just using the same thing you use. All this stuff is written by men. No matter how you want to look at it, I could do 100 research, but it still came from another man.
Right.
So that's what I'm getting to. All I'm getting to about that, we all choose what we want to believe in or not, no matter what, because nobody to this day was here from the beginning of time and can give and tell us that. And even if a person was from the beginning of time, we're not going to believe them. We just wouldn't know that.
All right.
That's
can I
all I
say
was getting to about that.
can I
Yeah,
say
Hey,
one
okay,
thing?
host.
okay.
Let
So
me
I
ask
see what
you a
you're
question,
saying.
host.
Huh?
I
Go
want to
ahead.
ask the host a question. So
Okay.
basically, host, like, you content with what you know and you good because you know what you know and you can't make nobody believe, more or less. So it's like you basically like you trying to see where everybody else is at to see like where they are knowledge wise to see how they think and see why they think that way.
Oh,
Basically,
yeah,
got
yeah,
you. We
yeah,
in the,
yeah.
when
And can I
we in
say
the
one
same
thing?
spot. But hold on,
So
Carlos, I'm gonna let you go, but I want to go a little bit deeper into what dude under him said. We all listen, but it's up to us to pick what is heard. You feel me? We all listening, but it's up to you to pick what is heard. I just
oh,
wanted to go a little bit deeper than that.
I
But
think what the
everything
host
else,
said.
he was right on the money.
I think what the host said is profound because I agree with him. This is how I think. You have to be open to different perspectives. Me personally, I know exactly where college is coming from, exactly
Yeah.
about the you can say the resources and where all knowledge stems from, which is ancient Egypt, because I opened myself to learn that knowledge. But then at the same time, I understand Christian values because I opened myself to understand that. So I think you have to be open to knowledge, and then you research the knowledge, and then also
Hmm.
you use your observable reality to see if the knowledge is true and also the results that this knowledge yields. So if everyone's saying Christian is the best way, okay, what are the fruits of that tree? If they're saying Egypt, what are the fruits of that tree? So you take in all information as much as you can, use your observable reality to see what are the fruits that those
Mm-hmm.
trees yield.
And do what's best, even with all that stuff we got. All of us got a starting point, right? But you
Yep.
got to use all this stuff
Yes,
to make
sir.
the best out your life out of it. We can't just say that your information is better, my information is better. No, work with what you got. That's why I don't try to judge what people be believing in or not. I just let if as long as it's better in your life, you know what I'm saying. Do what you got to do. I don't think our Creator, we don't want to say God or whatever we want to call it. I don't think I didn't hit that real quick, but I don't think that it's she, he, whatever created us just to have the same mindset and be like, hey, this it is what it is. No, it's just I'm pretty sure that I say he, they might say it, whatever, brung us on this earth to figure a way out to better our life, whatever type of way. It's all about us trying to better our life. That's all it is. Do what's best for our life. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no
Right.
competition. It ain't no you're stupider, you're dumber, you this, I'm smart. You know what I mean? It ain't all about that. It's just about doing what's best with what works in your life.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And I feel like I just want to say this because like this is something that I thought about earlier today. All right, we all then heard something about somebody and went back and asked that person and what they tell you. Why you asking me? Ask the person who told you, right? So why, whenever people have a question, they ask everybody but themselves?
Mm. Mm.
Okay. I
They
like
say
that.
all the answers are within. Even Carlos say he believes in energy, which is the God within you. So sometimes you have to go within.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Definitely.
And look,
I,
they'll be quick to tell somebody else. Go ask the person who told you. You're not realizing you're telling yourself that if we all reflections, you're telling yourself that ask the person who told you. Ask
Mm.
yourself. Like a lot of things that simple.
mm-hmm. I am the creator. I create. Hmm. Okay.
That's how
I
my
like
mind think.
Okay, you on that. That's why I even said this is my definition of what open minded is to me. I always say basically open to possibly being wrong. That's how I look at it. Possibly not being uh
right.
so basically just open to it can possibly be not right or wrong. That's all it is. That's how I feel
You
because
trying
like
to
it's
find out.
nothing I can say or nothing is really solid in just in life because a lot of everybody to this day is off beliefs. No matter if they feel like it's a fact, it's the truth or something like that, it's still a belief. It's just a little faith in it. We might get super high, but we're not even 100%. All we know is our experiences and what we went through. I mean, the same thing. All we know is our experiences and what we got taught. Basically, that's all we know. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? We don't know any other stuff is a
You know what?
guess. Other stuff is
Ted,
somebody like,
Ted,
oh,
You know
I
what's
heard
funny?
from this, or this was in
can
a
I ask
book. That's all we know.
can I ask one question, right? Do
Go
you
ahead.
know what wisdom is?
Wait, say that
Let us
again.
know.
Do you know what wisdom is?
Mm-hmm.
Let
What
us
it's
know.
supposed
Saying
to be.
the initial definition
The
is the
Wisdom.
knowledge.
oneness.
Yeah,
Like
wisdom. Do you know what
The
wisdom is? There's a difference
Let
between
us
knowledge
know.
and wisdom. Knowledge you can gain through reading, through just
wisdom is experience.
hey, thank you. Thank you. That's something you can't teach.
Nah, you can't.
In order to be wise, you have to experience things, right? So
Yeah.
if you are
Yeah.
like if I'm talking to an individual who's 18 years old, right? And I'm 50, right? So I have something that he doesn't have, and that's wisdom. I've experienced things that he hasn't experienced. So that
Mhm.
gives me a little more insight. So before there was a time when we would go to our elders in especially in Africa, right? The elders are questioned first
Wait,
before
so before you go too far, wisdom is you mean? Wait, hold on. It's you got to experience it or you don't
I
got to
gotta play
experience it.
devil's
wisdom is
advocate
You
on
got to
that.
experience.
experience.
You got
Wisdom
to
is
Wisdom comes.
experience.
experience.
I just want to play devil's
Wisdom
advocate
comes.
Wisdom
real
from
quick though.
experience.
Wisdom
Yeah,
is experience.
I was
that's one
always
part.
taught that wisdom is actually not having to experience it and learning from other people too.
I don't know
No,
who taught
no.
you that.
Wisdom is
Wisdom is
experience.
So hold
No,
on. So
that's
experience.
how
you
you.
saying it's not wise? So say because I never smoked a cigarette, right? So you saying that I'm
All right.
not wise until I actually smoke a cigarette to know that I can get cancer from it.
No, this the
Nah,
No, that's not
definition of
true.
wisdom, everybody. This the definition. Hold on, everybody. I got it. This the definition. The
I'm about to look
quality
it
of
up too.
having experience, knowledge, and good judgment. The
Hmm.
quality of being wise. The body of knowledge and the principles that develop within a specific society or period.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's
Wisdom.
all three of them, right? We only saying the experience
yeah,
part, so you don't have to experience. It say good judgment and knowledge.
Yeah,
okay.
you
That's
got
So
that's
so
how
most
you
so
can gain knowledge from different people.
so
I
we
mean
got
wisdom.
the three tenets in my particular school of thought are knowledge, wisdom, and understanding.
right.
Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. I live and die by it. First, you gain knowledge, right? That just means
Right.
you know something. If you go
Right.
to school, you get a lot of knowledge, right? You become
Right.
Right.
wise. You become wise
No,
when
first
you
you gotta
study.
comprehend it.
Yeah, that's part of wisdom. But then you get the understanding.
Hmm.
Understanding is the ultimate. Once you
Right.
Right.
understand, so you remember they had the philosophers, right? Philosophers would go to Africa and study. When they were studying, they were gaining knowledge, right? When they got
Right.
together and they build and they talked about what they were studying, the things they saw, how things worked, that was wisdom. They were developing wisdom. And then
Hmm.
when they got that aha moment, when they understood it, when things just
Hmm.
hit them, not when they understood it, but when they felt what was going on and they had their own opinion, that's understanding. Now you know what's going on. So each
It
person is
goes
going to
deeper
come
than
to
that too.
each person is going to come to their own understanding, right? But they're
Right.
not going to come to that understanding without asking these questions first. You have to know the why. You have to know the why behind everything. So when I tell you what I believe,
Facts.
that's what I believe through my understanding.
Right.
Through my understanding. So I'm not trying to make you believe the way I want you to question what you believe though. I question what I believed at one
Right.
time. Remember I told you I was a
I
Christian.
still question what I believe.
I was a devout Christian, right? And a lot of Christians are afraid to question their beliefs because their beliefs tells them not to question God. You
No, it
know,
ain't.
So
It
Well, I'm
ain't the
about to
let me go
say,
religion.
deeper
I
on
saw
it.
Hold on,
saying
hold on. It
that's
ain't the
crazy.
religion. It's that
the
when you
people, the
grew up, just
people,
it's the people.
Right, because I'm about to say
It's
you won't even
never the
find a verse
religion.
that don't say that.
Yeah,
it's
It's not
the
even
it's
people.
never
All
the
right,
Listen,
let
religion.
me
It's
go deeper
always that.
on.
Just like you said earlier, your parents taught you never to question God, never
exactly.
to
So I
question
wasn't the
God's
only one
judgment.
who was told
so.
that.
Yeah, we can't blame the religion. It's the people
Right?
that's
It's the
teaching it.
people.
And look, this why. This why. Let me go deeper into understanding. Once you fully understand something, you have to understand it. Understand it. So you know all the insides of it. You didn't really study it. And once you got the understanding, the understanding, now you can
In the
overstand it.
overstanding. Exactly.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then after
I
that,
agree.
you can go to the last one to where you actually like you go to like the fourth dimensional like area of the fifth dimensional area, and you actually seeing all around it. Like you know the aspects, the past, the future, the present. You can see the patterns going on. Like you see it on a whole different level. That's the
Hmm.
last level of comprehension. That is comprehend, understand, overstand, and I'm missing one, I think. But yeah,
And what the Buddhists called it, they were always trying to get in touch with their inner selves, right? They would that's why they meditate because God is within, right? So the more time you spend with yourself, the closer you are to God, which is why the Buddhists would always meditate. And when I studied Buddhism, I was blown by um a particular I don't know if you know about when they had one of their monks. They were protesting in I forgot the Himalayas or somewhere. They were protesting because the government was doing away with all the Buddhist temples. So the Buddhists were protesting. And in their protest, a circle and you can Google this, look it up. It was a circle of Buddhists. They went out, they formed a circle, and one of their Buddhist monks went into the middle of the circle, poured gasoline on himself, and lit himself on fire and went into a meditative state and burned to death right there in the center, in the town square, in front of everybody. He did not budge. He sat akimbo and did not budge because he meditated. He left his physical realm. He left his physical body. There's no way a person can endure the pain of burning to death without budging. He ain't flinch. He ain't make a move. He didn't scream. He burned to death. How can he do that? He got in touch through meditation. Buddhists have learned to master self. They master self. There's a difference between our physical self and our spiritual self. Our spiritual self is God within.
Self
man, that
isolation.
man was in shock. Fire is hot.
This man, Google it. Google it. You can go on YouTube, look at it. This man lit himself on fire
So
and did not budge.
the
Nah,
power
I
he's
believe
talking
you.
about is
I believe
the
you.
power he's talking
I
about
just
is
believe
what
that he was in shock. Fire hot.
You think he was in shock, and that's
I
why he
think
didn't?
the power he's speaking of is the same power that a lot of people have used to do amazing things that we look and say, wow, how did they do that? So he's talking about the same power. We just call it different names.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're exactly right.
Right. Exactly. That's what I say. I realize that all of us be saying the same exact thing. We just put it in a different way. That's all it is. And we think, well, my way of saying it make it better. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we all talking about the same exact thing, man.
And that's why I
Yeah,
understand where you're coming from.
yeah. We use big words to make something bigger than what it really is, and it's just
Facts.
us all meaning the same thing. You know what I mean? So that's
Yeah,
Exactly.
why.
but
That's why I
sometimes it
listen to
take
this.
those big words
Yeah.
That's
to
why I
get the
listen.
true meaning because that one word mean exactly what you're trying to say. You ain't got to go like look around for context. Just read that in the word.
Right.
I think it's a little different. It's a little more than just a word. It's an image, right? Because through Christianity, they have an image of God is Jesus. In order to get to God, you have to go through his son Jesus Christ. So whenever a person who is a Christian does something, makes an achievement, they automatically thank their Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That's taken away from the God that's within them, right? They're
Right.
thanking outside entity. Remember, I said that God was created and turned into a man through religion. Men turned God, who is not a physical being, they turned God into a person who has a face, who has a face. He's a white man with curly hair. You know, he was on all of our grandmama's walls. He was on my grandmama's wall. Anybody in here who was in the 70s and
That's
80s
the
was on your
whitewash
grandmama's
version.
wall too. You know, yeah,
All
that's the
right. So
version
look,
we got.
let me
That's
run
the
you a
version we got.
hypothetical real quick when you're done.
Yeah, that's the
So
version we
look,
got, right? That's the
Jesus was
difference.
crucified, right? They
So they
buried
say.
him.
So they say.
It wasn't. Hold on. Let me get to it. It wasn't until 100 years later that Christianity was created as a religion. Jesus never preached Christianity. Jesus never
Exactly.
told us to follow
Exactly.
religion. Jesus never told us to do nothing. Jesus just minded his own business, and people
Facts.
chose to follow him.
Facts.
So
Right.
how
It
you
never
go?
said we had to
So
be a Christian or
hold
anything.
on.
That's why I know
So
people don't hardly read the Bible right.
so
It
look,
said that
why
there's a
would
hundred
people?
religions in the Bible.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you go, love. Well, look, why would people? Well, hold on. How can people follow Jesus Christ to get to God whenever he don't even know nothing about Christianity to even bring you to God?
Yeah, he
That's where
never
it
did
comes
If
that
you
in.
want to be
himself.
That's where
logical
the
about it.
mentality. It comes from slavery. So it ain't like what we taught was we was taught this. It ain't like that we automatically one
I
day, oh, we
I
gonna
was
do
taught
this.
that too.
This was taught
I,
mentally. This was beat
I
into
was taught the
us
same way y'all was taught.
emotionally. Mm,
I'm from Louisiana. I was taught the same way you taught, probably even worse. I just
Mhm.
realized earlier that the Bible is BS because I'm like, he supposed to be an all loving God, but this man don't do nothing good in the Bible.
but we
He's
can't put
supposed
it
to be
on
an
the
all loving
Bible
God,
because
but yet if we sin, hold on. But yet if we sin, he promises to have his revenge once we get back. But nah, I believe in the creator God, but the God in the Bible, nah, he's the devil. He don't do
So
nothing
I
good,
want
nothing positive.
to. I wonder what y'all must be reading a whole nother different Bible. I don't get it. So what? Y'all be having a lot of stuff that y'all sound like y'all. No, no. But
All right, I'm
what's the parts
autistic,
that
so you
hurt
know
you
I
in the
see
Bible?
things from a different perspective.
I
No,
can
not
see.
like
I
not
can see
us,
it though. But
but
I don't see it
people,
that way either. And I read the same
people.
exact Bible. But I'm trying to see
But
like what's
like,
the part
if you
that
read it,
affect you in the Bible? Like what is it saying so bad in there?
that's what I'll try to find out.
oh, it's not affecting us, but the people in the Bible. Like God never do not one thing good to the people in the Bible. Everything is hurt them.
But,
The
I ain't reading
floods,
that.
so
taking
when
the
he died
firstborn
when
sons.
Jesus died on the cross, that wasn't a good thing. When he
I
gave
mean,
him
we don't
life,
even
that
know if it
wasn't a
happened
good
like
thing.
that. Not the God in the Bible, the creator God did. Jesus was a real spiritual being, just like me and you and everybody else on this panel.
Hmm.
But
Okay.
how they wrote it in the Bible was written as a story.
I don't know. I guess
Because,
everybody do got their own interpretation. I guess we read it in whole two different ways.
It's all about
But
perspective.
I mean, I look at it as a story, me.
yeah, man, it's many stories. Y'all get you. That's a bunch of stories. Yeah.
They even say in the
They got a
Bible
lot
is
of truths behind it because there's a lot of stuff going on now that's been happening in the Bible. There's been a lot of stuff. That's why I said it make a lot of sense to me, though.
right? But
Yeah.
over how many years was the Bible wrote to?
I
A
don't know.
long time. So I think a lot of
It's
things
a lot
would
of stuff
line
that
up
we don't
somewhere
know,
in
but we
history.
choose to believe it.
And
It's a
I
lot of
think
stuff.
I think just one
Right,
thing about
right,
the
right.
Bible, not that it's good or bad. I just think people forget that a lot of the things in it are parables. Is meant to showcase a lesson, and it's not necessarily supposed to be taken literal. I'm not saying
Right.
there aren't things that are supposed to be taken literal, but there are many things in the Bible that are supposed to be taken as a lesson to help you within life. It's called a parable.
Facts. Right. That's what I got out of it.
Why not?
Yeah, there's
Right.
always a
Why not
People
lesson.
be
teach
You
us
know
taking
what
right the
things
first
literal,
time?
man.
Why?
It
I
must say
mean?
you got to pray in a
Hey,
closet.
why?
Like, no, that's just something. You don't be in a closet.
Oh,
I mean,
and look,
and I, you
nowhere in the
know,
Bible it say you got to pray on your knees either.
It don't. Well,
no, it
do it? I
don't.
don't know. I got
You
to
don't say
read
that
that.
I
nowhere.
mean,
No, no, no.
it says
I
come to
actually
the
researched
altar.
that. It don't
You
says it
know,
nowhere.
I'm
no,
pretty sure you
it don't
don't
say.
have to. That's too specific. I mean, you could pray standing up. You can pray on
Yeah,
a
you can
toilet.
pray anywhere. You
But
can be in your car.
right,
You can
right.
be at your house. You can be at your table.
We
You can be
comprehend
anywhere.
that. We
It
comprehend
never
that,
said
but in
anything.
churches they
That's
always be
church.
on their
Right. We
knees,
going back
and
to the people that's
We're going back
delivering
to
but
it.
me.
Right.
We're going back to me.
as we was younger too, we was taught to pray on our hands and knees on side our bed.
No,
Yeah.
that's what was taught in the back in the day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they
Right,
wanted us to
right, right,
know.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it ain't
Yeah.
nothing that,
But I'm saying like where
my
they got
dad
that from,
my
where that
dad
notion
never
came
ever
from, if it's not written
instilled.
in the Bible.
Yeah, it's not. It's not because
It's
my
not
dad
in the
never
Bible.
instilled
Right.
that in us. Even
It's
though we went
about
to
like
church.
the same thing we do or
Yeah,
not. Another interpretation of the Bible, how they want to make it. And that's why we are, which it says in the Bible, we are the church. That's why we talk amongst each other to try to see if we can get some type of common understanding to things in life anyways. Because some stuff might not
Right.
sound right, and another person tells them like, well, I don't think that sound right. And then we all try to figure it out with each other. That's why we can't lean to our own
And it
understanding, which that says it in the Bible.
right,
Because it's obvious that everybody got their
right.
own understanding of different things. That's why we talk or gather together, or we should gather
Hey,
with one another so we can, discuss.
did y'all notice that like each religion has like a different piece of what is correct? Like y'all ever notice that too?
oh
Like
yeah,
every
Yeah,
different
but a
religion
lot
has
of it,
something
yeah,
different.
differences, but they
Yeah.
got a lot of similarities too, which we always dodge
Right.
similarities
Right.
to separate one another. But it's
Right.
similarities too.
But like each religion has a different truth that is the true truth. Like it's
Yeah, I
like they
feel you.
took the one truth and decided to spread that out into multiple religions to try to confuse everybody. I don't know.
We still confused. If you want to get to that, we are all still confused. We all still trying to find a way. We all trying to see
Hey, but
what the
look,
truth is. I said that a while ago. I know
let's
such
say
thing
we,
as the truth.
but
You know
look,
what I'm saying? Because we don't have no proof
let's
of it.
say
We
we,
can believe it. We could try to believe or whatever, but we just, that's just
hey,
how
look,
it is, man.
let's say one day somebody just okay, they finally get it. Like they have all the answers. Then
well,
what?
nobody had it.
What's after that?
That'd
Well,
be
nobody can have
God.
all
So
this.
that's
That'd be the creator then, if that's the
Exactly.
case, a
Nobody
person that
had
can
it.
do that.
And we can't hypothetically
but
assume
even
that everybody can have the answer, because ain't nobody can
Well,
have the
I
answer
think
because there's always something's gonna be missing.
I think the simple
Something
truth
new,
is
right?
I think the simple truth is we all come from source. Whatever that source is, we all come from. Everything comes from
Hey,
source. Like
hey.
if we trace everything back to who created the stars and moon and how was this created, like if we trace back everything to the beginning, whatever the beginning was, whatever the source is, we all come from source. That's it. Everything comes from
Facts.
source.
light,
Hmm?
light.
And we all
I
just
think that source is light
searching
because
for the truth.
all
That's what
right.
we searching for.
And we just
Hey,
call it different
let me know if
names.
this makes sense to y'all. All right. The first thing, we're not religious, but the first thing in the Bible that was said, "Let there be light." Okay, so there's light. Darkness is always there. So we got light, and we know that light slowed down with gravity creates matter, creates mass. We
Hmm.
live within the mass, and we are made of matter. And light reflects off of everything. Like a light beam cannot bounce back until it has something to reflect off of. They say that we are reflections of each other, and even in the Bible, they say we are reflections of God, giving us a halfway truth. So technically, we are light. So the fact that we are light beings, could that mean that we are God? Since everything is connected.
I don't see where that says that
I,
in.
I think like from what the angle you're coming from, I understand where you're coming from. I think we for lack of a, like, how can I express this? I'll express it like this: that we're not the source, but we may be parts of the source. We're
Yeah,
not the full spectrum of the source. We are parts of the source.
Right.
obviously.
I
You're
mean,
right.
we can't even visualize the full spectrum of, what we could see. We only see a little small part of it, so we can
Or
never know everything.
exactly. So
We'll never know.
if I'm
We will
using your
never
word,
know.
Never know.
we're light
That's why I don't spend my
fractions.
Right.
whole life trying to get all this information just to go to the grave for worms to suck on it. That's why I try to do what I got
And
information
look,
and try to
this
spread it out and help people as best as I can. That's all I can do. What's the point of getting real
and
smart for
look,
nothing?
this is what I heard today. This is what I heard today, and it made perfect sense. If you do not have to decide on something, don't.
I like that.
You feel me? If you don't have to decide on something, don't. Like, if it's not up to you to decide on something, don't.
Period.
Hmm.
Don't have to decide on something. Don't. Okay. I believe. I think that if you don't have to believe, decide. Okay. Oh, that's a
I'm
solid
gonna have to
one.
sleep on that one. My brain hurt. I think I've been talking too much. I gotta sleep. I don't want to answer too fast because of what I think it
hey,
might mean. I'm gonna just
hey,
think on
say,
it.
It's
hey,
kind of what you said earlier, bro. It's about being
nah,
open, being
no, it
open.
mean exactly what your mind making it. However your mind like
Right,
bringing it to you, that's what it is, because that's your truth. That's why everybody will be saying the same truth, just in different ways, because we all have different realities from different perspectives.
right.
Even if we
Facts.
have the same reality, we have different perspectives because it's two different brains.
Facts.
Can I
Facts.
speak up, gentlemen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
so I'm
ma'am.
back on here. I'm not going to talk about reparations because that's just a new topic, and I'm
She
not
can't leave that
not
alone,
trying.
huh? She just you would.
Look, listen. I want you guys to
It's
see
a,
my face so that you know I'm not, and I'm not to say you guys are hiding
what you
behind.
about to prove yourself or not? Something now?
No, I want you to see
I've
my
been
face because
watching.
I think when it comes to communication, sometimes things get,
You,
twisted, whether it's a
are you
text or
assuming?
in face. Who's talking to me?
You
Hold on.
assuming?
Say that again.
I said
Yeah,
you assuming.
you kind of assuming on that one.
As far as what?
It
Seeing
sounds
my
like you trying to
face?
prove yourself. You doing too much. Just say what you got to say. That's on
Hey,
your
say
chest.
Well,
It
those.
sound
I'm
like
not
it
That's
gonna
my
lie.
sound like
word
you ain't
too.
let go of
Assuming.
whatever happened earlier. I see you came back with the same thing.
What did I come back? I came back with my face to show you my face
Okay, we
because
For
got
I'm a
what?
woman of my word and I'm just trying to
yeah.
explain myself. That's why
What you had to prove? Who do you have to prove this to? That's all I'm saying.
I'm on a live to engage in a conversation, not to prove
No,
anything
it's
to
the reason
you.
why you did it.
You
You
have
might not. You
questions
probably
up
not gonna
here.
tell me, but it's the reason why you did it though. Because I understand. And that's why you came back with the same thing from why you
I'm saying I'm not.
whatever.
That's not what I'm here to talk about because that's why I got off.
Right.
But
Nobody
that's not
was
what I'm here
even
to talk
talking
about.
about it though.
You
We
guys
was
are
literally
actually on
all
a
talking
great
about,
topic right now.
huh?
You guys are on a great topic right now.
Yeah,
This
most
is a great
definitely. So
topic.
it was no point of bringing that stuff back up.
Okay, okay, great. So because that's why I got back on here. So you guys don't even talk about the Holy Ghost, about the Holy Spirit, and some of y'all are from the South, and so nobody's even mentioned the Holy Spirit.
Some people
Which you,
don't believe in it. From what I just noticed, a lot of people
okay,
don't
well,
believe
I've
in it.
been
So
saved, sanctified, and baptized in
What
the
is
Holy
it?
Spirit in North Carolina and Winston-Salem, and that was when I was 9 years old. And I'm here to tell you that the Holy Spirit is the real deal. That is the real deal. You can
but it's
talk
up to for
about
somebody to
Buddhists.
believe it though.
Yeah, it's hard because not everybody see when children are innocent, they believe more with their heart. And so it's easier for a child to receive than it is for an adult when their heart becomes hardened. And so a lot of people are like, I'm trying to understand the Holy Spirit and the gift of tongues, but it seems like just something mythical to them, like it's not really true. And I'm a living, walking testimony to tell you that it is the honest to God truth. The Holy Spirit is the real deal. Not
Yeah,
everybody's going to experience it, but it is the honest to God truth. So when you're talking about, and here's another thing, my mother is Muslim. She is white as snow. Her husband is Egyptian. She lived in Alexandria twice. And so I know a lot about Islam. My first son, his father was Muslim. He's from Kuwait. My son went to Kuwait. So I'm 46 years old. I'm not, I'm not green behind the ears either. There's a gentleman on here saying wisdom and he's 50 and whatnot. That's the same thing here with me. I've had worldwide experience. I've been all around. I'm not trying to just give you my resume, but I am here to kind of just speak on religion and some sort of facts. First of all, going back to Islam, nobody witnessed Muhammad, but everybody witnessed Jesus. And I'm just going to read this real quick and I hope people understand just from a Christian perspective. And by the way, nobody put white Jesus up in my house. Okay. This is how Christians look at it. Okay, you guys, I'm going to read this. Hold on. Come in here with some receipts, I guess you could say. Jesus is God who lived up in heaven. But he came down here on earth and became a man like us. He transformed himself into a man. He lived for 33 and a half years without committing any sin. Then there were certain people who were jealous of him. They framed him on phony charges. Hold on, They framed him on phony charges and crucified him. Then he was buried and he raised himself from the dead. Now he is up in heaven. Do you know why Jesus went through all of that bloody mess for us? Here's the reason. Because your sin is the problem, and that's why you can't go to heaven. Jesus' only commandment was to love one another. Okay? The only thing that can wash away your sins is the blood of Jesus. I can give you scripture. That's in Romans and
That's funny
Ephesians.
how you said it. I mentioned it earlier about that's what I got out the whole entire Bible is. That's the main message for real. Is to
Yes.
love one another. That's
Yes.
what I'm saying. There's nothing
Now here's
damaging
about
about it.
salvation. Now
Besides
here's
us
about
looking through all the stories and stuff, like that was really the whole goal of the Bible is for us to love one another. So the
yeah.
fact that we trying to say that it's hurting and all this stuff and all this bad stuff, I just don't understand it. I'm like, that's how I know people not reading it right.
Right. And I just want to point out two other
Right.
things with the Holy Spirit and being a sinner and free will. Okay, so here's the next thing. Salvation is not by doing good works. It's not by being baptized in the water, and it's not even about attending church or any good thing that you do. You cannot be saved from being baptized in water, from doing a good deed. That's not going to save you. What Christians believe is that we, in order to get saved, need to repent as a sinner or need to be sorry for being a sinner. That's in Romans. So say you have to believe. So if
I
you
need
do
that.
believe,
That makes sense, dude. I'm like, okay, I thought I was going. I like all the stuff, the ones you bringing up, because I was saying that too. Because a
yeah,
lot of people think that they gotta. That's why I say it even say we're no longer off work. We're off faith. We're not off like because I'm about to buy. I'm about to do all these good deeds and make myself go to heaven. It ain't working like that. It's a reason why Jesus came and unalive on the cross for. You know what I'm saying? Now we be acting like because Jesus never told us we had to do anything except for, and that was the new thing to but love one another. You know what I'm saying? Because it was obvious we couldn't follow all the commandments and all that. It was 600 and something commandments at that, right? Or the 10 commandments they saying, but it was obvious we couldn't do it. So that's why that's the whole purpose of him being here. That was like the biggest gift. Why we be saying that what have he done for us? That's like the biggest gift ever. You know what I'm saying? No matter what. But
right,
I mean, but that's just for the people that believe it or that actually read the Bible and stuff. I'm
right.
just saying.
I'm just trying to give you a Christian perspective. So I'm almost done here. So what people need to understand is a thing called you can, as long as a Christian, you ask God to forgive you for your sins and you're sincere about it, you're saved. Done deal. Now, with the Holy Spirit is something that God gives as a gift of repentance. So somebody talk about meditation. It's the same thing with praying. The more you pray and the more you lift your hands and you give God the glory, you receive that spirit. Some people recognize it as electricity. Some people recognize it as it's just something it's an all-knowing voice, or you hear a message. That is the Holy Spirit talking to you. Now, it doesn't mean that if you don't hear that or you're not on electric fire, it doesn't mean that you're not going to heaven. It just means the closer you get to God, the more you receive that Holy Spirit and that joy. Okay, so there's that. And the last thing I want to point out is, what does everyone know about dispensationalism? Do you guys know that Jesus was only talking in 4 books of the Bible to Christians? The rest was to the Jews. So the Gentiles, there's only 4 books that he was talking about. Not everything in the Bible is meant for the Gentiles, which is the church. The Gentiles are the church, okay? A lot of the Bible was directed to the Jews. Muhammad came 500 years after Jesus. Muhammad had no eyewitnesses, but Jesus had many eyewitnesses. And the last part I'm going to say is that the rapture, people are confused between the rapture and they're confused between what's going to happen after the rapture. So I can talk to you about Christianity because I was literally filled with the Holy. My grandma went to tent meetings. Okay, God bless her soul. She lived to 97, but she would take us to tent meetings. And if it wasn't for my grandma, I wouldn't have turned out okay. But the Holy Ghost is real. The Holy Spirit, however you want to say it, it is a real thing. And my mother was Pentecostal. She's raised Pentecostal. It broke my heart when she converted to Islam. But, we still love each other. But, the difference with Jesus is they believe he's a prophet and Christians believe he is the son of God. And the Jewish, I believe, think that he is a prophet, but they really don't, And Jesus is the most spoken name in all of the Bible. And even in the Quran, Jesus is spoken in the Quran more than any other name, more than Abraham, more than Muhammad. So that's my 2 cents because I think this is a real positive thing, to talk about. But that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, I wish, man, I wish you actually read that. That's crazy. Now I wish you read that when my man was here earlier. I don't know where he go though, 'cause he just made everything sound like it was bad in there. I'm like,
No.
but
If Jesus says
that's
my
funny. I'm
only thing
laughing
is
at
to
my
love one another, how could that
spiritual.
be
He
bad?
what he answered the same way I would answer some of the questions. That was so funny.
Yeah.
But yeah. I got a couple minutes with y'all, about 12 minutes with y'all, man. I'm doing it till like 12 today. It's almost about to be 12. It's 11:48, and I gotta call it,
Yeah,
man.
for
This
real.
was a wonderful live today, man. Unless we ain't nobody cussing each
You
other
on the
out and
East
stuff.
Coast?
Yeah, East
Huh.
Coast. Nothing wrong with East Coast. What's wrong with the East Coast?
Nah, cause he said it was almost 12. I'm like, I know damn well time ain't moving that fast. I'm in
Yeah,
Louisiana. I'm in
yeah,
Albuquerque.
it's almost 12.
Yeah, I'm in Detroit.
12.
Disclaimer.
Yeah.
Please do not.
Terry,
Hey,
too bad about
uh,
Carr. We got Carr now. I'm sorry, I'm a Saints fan, by the way, and a Raiders fan, but I just became a Saints fan because they got rid of
I'm gonna
Carr.
get on down the road. It's the reason you only have a few watchers. I
Hey,
guess so, brother. Do your thing.
and we had all these people here, man. We had a good live. Bro, I tell you, I ain't neither one
I
of them
mean, we
fan.
ain't
I've
want
been
you to
in
come and watch the
Louisiana.
live. We
I've been in
appreciate you coming with the
Louisiana.
live. Trav one, Trap
Louisiana,
O.
okay. Louisiana, okay. You know, can't talk bad about it.
Yeah, man.
Louisiana,
oh
good.
shit, Louisiana talk bad about you right to your face and not even care because it's
That's
all
true.
love at the end of the day. If we ain't love you, we wouldn't tell you. Somebody
Now
gotta
listen,
tell you, and the truth hurts.
now I love the fact the way that daggone y'all women talk in Louisiana. I love how they talk. Now shoot, I don't know what it is about them Louisiana women, boy. I don't know what it is, but
I don't know, but look, it, whenever we go like to another state or whatever, everybody want us to say love,
yeah.
especially all the little females. They're like, say love, say love. I'm like, what's wrong with love? They're like, oh, like, what you talking about? You have an accent. What accent?
I just like the
That
way
accent. I ain't got no accent.
it is all the words you say to me. I mean, the
Hey,
women, okay, they got the not the okay. They just say okay. That's the way they say okay to me.
Oh,
You,
it's like
you know what I mean? So it
a,
is what it is.
a bunch of
hey,
Cardi
look,
B's.
y'all. Hey, look, y'all want to hear about how if we look at the creator God, the Most High, the one who created everything, the female is the closest thing to him.
Uh-huh.
I want to know how.
Hmm.
Who else
So they
can
create
create
life.
life? Like who else can exactly?
Hmm.
But you know how like a lot of women they be like, I need a man or I want a man. I need a man to protect me and all that. Now I don't condone violence, but they don't realize that they are telling spells on themselves. Like they are making themselves weak by telling themselves what they can't do, what they can't do. I'm like, ain't nobody just sitting back and realizing they keep telling themselves what they can't do. I'm gonna say that one more time. They keep telling themselves what they cannot do. So if you
Hmm.
tell yourself that you can't do it, do you think that you could actually do it? No. Why not try to flip that? Tell yourself what you can do and watch what you can do. Like a lot of shit that's simple.
You
A lot
made
of
me
shit
think
that's
about it.
simple. And
Hmm.
what? What's
No,
that?
you said women. Do they really create life, or they just do their whole life? Because I was thinking, like,
All right.
well, how can you create life without the seed, though? Like, that's just like,
I mean, all
if we
right.
do want to say God,
And look,
God
this to
put us
bust your
here, but
head.
we still, but this is like the soil we
All right, look.
grow on, though. You see what I'm saying? Like, Earth will be more of
Hey, look.
the woman, right? And
See,
then,
look. I
huh?
bet you $10 you ain't never thought about it like this, cause like, it came clear in my head randomly, like about a few days ago. All
Hmm,
right. Before like we become X, Y, we are Y, Y. So technically, we are a woman, right? But even
hmm,
though we become a man, we come out of a woman with all of our testicles and our sperm already inside of us.
hmm.
Where did that come from? The creation of the woman, being inside the woman. So technically, women do have sperm cells inside of them. So if it ever came to the survival of humanity, I really do feel like a woman could mutate and get her own self pregnant.
Nah,
Wow, that's deep.
I don't know about that.
No, I'm about to say I don't know either, but hey,
I don't know about
I
that
I
one.
mean,
wow.
mean,
you have
that's
a
why I say
baby from
if
Adam
Nah,
I
and you get the
mean
second rib. I mean, you know.
don't
I
They
believe in
come
that.
with a
mean,
nutsack out of
I get
nowhere,
why
boy.
like I get why it's hard to believe, but when you sit back and you just think about it, it kind of makes sense because uh who do we get our sperm from?
Oh,
Your testicles.
well,
Yeah,
that's
but
why men is
okay,
built. That's why you
where
have
does the
fathers.
testicles
So
come
which
from?
came first, the seed or the plant? I mean, the seed or the soil?
Mm.
I don't know that one, brother. See, look, it's you can only go so
That's like
deep
the egg and
on
the chicken
things
thing.
until it's like a chain reaction. It's like and look, people tell me I be going too deep. No, y'all ain't going deep
Then
enough
why does
because
the man
it's
determine the sex of the baby?
if you can't, huh?
Do you know the man is the one who determines the sex of the baby?
I
Obviously.
don't know. They be
How?
talk
Yes,
about
the man
I
is the
don't
one
know
who
different
about it
determines
strokes
the
to
sex
make
because
of the
a
baby.
different
I think the
baby.
man. I
If
think
I
the man
stroke it this
holds
way,
the.
a boy coming out.
If you
I
have
think the
all
man.
boys and you
I
have
think
your
it's
girl pregnant, she's gonna have boys, guaranteed.
I think the man holds the Y chromosome, and the women have
hold
holds
on.
some other chromosome. I think the women holds the boys, and
What
the
she
men
said?
holds the
Say that one
girls.
more time.
Uh-uh. Mm-mm.
Hold on. Say that one more time, Mama.
I'm saying the man, he is the one who determines the sex of the child. So, like, let's just say,
Hmm?
How?
yeah, that's
Yeah,
no.
that's
Hold
That's,
on.
fact.
I
That's
mean,
fact.
Let me hear.
okay, hold
Let
on.
me hear. Hold on. Let me hear.
Okay, that's all I was going to say is that the man determines the sex of the child, whether it's a boy or girl.
How?
Right. Say hi.
Honey, I can Google it, but that is a medical
Man, you
fact.
supposed to
You
have
That is
that
said
a
on
how
deck.
just
You
now.
just gonna say
scientifically
it, don't
proven
have it on
truth.
deck.
Yeah,
You
Let me
that's a
you had
medical
said something
fact.
about
Though.
18.
That's a medical fact. I
Dang.
can't.
This
I've
all I
never.
know. Cells separate and divide. I feel like maybe that X don't
Yeah,
want to
men
be a Y
determine
no
gender
more
of
and it
child.
divide like that.
Yeah, men determine the
How
sex of
though?
a baby depending on whether their sperm is carrying the X or the Y chromosome. So
Oh
whatever you're
no, the
carrying,
boy carry the
because you got
X.
to plant that seed.
No, the
Right.
boy
The
carry X.
woman, the mother
Listen,
holds the X chromosome of
the
the child, and the father holds the combination on X or
I thought
the Y, the chromosome from the father. So the father holds the mother holds the X chromosome, and the father holds the X and the Y chromosome. So
Mm.
Right.
the man determines which sex there is. So
Yes.
there you have it.
Right.
Oh, you talking about that way? Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
hold
was
on,
thinking about automatically like
But
what
when
come
you got
out.
your DNA test, you
Like we
get
can
both.
just choose if
You
I'm
get
gonna have a girl
50-50.
or a woman, or a girl or a man. I thought you was talking about like that.
So
You don't
wow.
get a color shots like that. It's just
I
genetical.
I
I was
mean
just about
look,
to say. I'm like, what?
uh
So
No, we're
who
talking
really
once
did?
that
genetics.
So
child
we
is
gonna go back to who
conceived
really the creator
and
of
it,
life?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I believe in God 100 million%. I
No,
feel
we.
bad for people who
I
don't.
think it's even though. Well, I'm not talking about the overall creator. I'm just saying we was talking about he was talking about the woman being. I think it's both. It can't be no
But if
life
you
without
pull your
both.
DNA test from like ancestry.com, which I'm guilty of, you're going to literally see that you're literally equal to both parents, 50-50, right down the middle. So if one parent is like black, one person's white, you're literally getting 50 from him and 50 from her. So it does take two to procreate.
Yeah. But it didn't take two to create for our creator to create
We're here
us.
to procreate. That's why we're here. We're here to procreate.
That we know of.
No, we're here to procreate.
Hold on. Hey. This is why the male holds HY. The male holds HY to keep diversity, because we the ones bringing over the Y to the X.
Right.
If we didn't have no Y and the woman had the Y, we would bring straight X's. So after a while, there would be no more Y's.
Mm-hmm. And the men are the Y's and the X's are the women.
Yeah. So basically, whenever
Speaking of X, I'm about to X in 3 minutes.
All right, look.
All right, well, go say it. You guys have a blessed evening. I'm gonna get off here and respect the host. Have a good night, everybody.
Appreciate you.
All right, look. Okay. If the egg receives another X chromosome from the sperm, then it would result in a female. But if the egg receives a Y chromosome, then it is going to be a boy. So technically, we have both chromosomes in different sperms in our body. So technically, you're right. I just had to look that up because I ain't never actually went in deep into that.
I ain't know none of this stuff. I'm just learning today.
I always knew that. You know what I mean? That's why, just the FYI for the most men. That's why women all like to play with the, scrotum. You know what I mean? That kind of help mix it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But, to the other answer, bro, a woman cannot. It's impossible for a woman to get pregnant on her own. She can have fertility treatments to get pregnant, but she cannot be pregnant without a man.
But the sperm comes from the male, and the male comes from the female, though.
Mm-hmm. But she can do it in the facility. She can.
1 minute.
You know what I mean? So she can be. It has to be through a doctor that saying that goes into there with the sperm to impregnate.
Hey, look, let me play brother this video real quick. I made this bitch the other day. It's called The Book of Eternity.
That video better be 30 seconds.
Once upon a time, in the aftermath of cataclysmic events that wiped out 99% of the population, a new world emerged. In this rebirthed civilization, 3 brilliant minds emerged from the remnants of the previous era. These 3 individuals, named Marcus, As they looked upon the shattered remains of society, the trio realized the potential power they held. Knowledge alone was not enough. They needed a means to guide and control the people who would soon repopulate the earth. And so they conceived a plan rooted in deception, a religious book that would become the cornerstone of society known as the Book of Eternity. The Book of Eternity was crafted to control the thoughts and actions of the masses. Marcus, Isabella, and Ethan wove together a narrative that revolved around an all-powerful God who was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. People were instructed to revere this God, for he gave them the gift of free will. However, this free will was plagued with contradictions, as the book outlined various sins and transgressions that would be punished severely. The deceptive nature of the book was designed to keep the population obedient and reliant on the guidance of the ruling elite. It emphasized that the God within its pages loved all individuals but would also condemn them to eternal damnation in the depths of hell. This imposed a sense of fear and eternal consequences, ensuring that people followed the rules laid down in the Book of Eternity. Over the generations, the book was passed down generation after generation, becoming ingrained in the fabric of the society. It shaped cultural norms, dictated social hierarchies, and controlled every aspect of human life. The 3 families descendants of Marcus, Isabella, and Ethan became known as the Illuminati, a secretive group that reaped immense wealth and power from their control over the book and its doctrines. But as the centuries passed, whispers of discontent grew louder. Some individuals began to question the teachings of the Book of Eternity, seeking truth and freedom beyond its pages. The Illuminati, sensing a potential threat, intensified their efforts to maintain control, tightening their grip on the narrative, suppressing dissent, and using their vast resources to manipulate events in their favor. However, the power of knowledge is not easily subdued. A small group of enlightened individuals known as the Seekers emerged. They delved into forbidden texts, discovered ancient wisdom, and exposed the sinister designs of the Illuminati. Led by a charismatic leader named Ava, the Seekers made it their mission to dismantle the deceptive structure created by the Book of Eternity. A secret struggle ensued between the Illuminati and the Seekers, with each side vying for control of the future of humanity. As truths were revealed and the ignorance of the masses began to crumble, the balance of power teetered on a knife edge. Ultimately, the fate of the civilization hung in the balance. Would the Book of Eternity continue to maintain its grip over the masses, perpetuating a cycle of control and manipulation? Or would the people awaken to the truth, embracing knowledge and freedom? The outcome of this struggle would determine whether humanity would be forever bound by the chains of deception or rise to reclaim their autonomy and a new path towards enlightenment.
Appreciate you, brother.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's the opposite version of the Bible and my theory on how religion got created.
Mm-hmm. I feel you on that.
Yeah, I made those type of videos. So yeah, if y'all want to follow me, I really appreciate it. Y'all don't have to, but follow me, I'll follow you back.
Oh yeah, I already followed you already, man.
I think I follow you too.
All right, brother. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, host,
Mm-hmm.
whenever you be on live again, I'm gonna come rock with you, bro, because I see where your mind at, and we like-minded individuals.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure, man. And the thing is, another thing which we notice, all of us ain't gonna agree all the time. Sure, we all still got the same
Oh
goal. That's just what
yeah.
it is. It's just, we all got the same goal.
But look,
All of us trying to get
if
somewhere.
you can't disagree, with people who you say we friends on TikTok, friends with, those not your real friends, because friends have disagree all
Facts,
the time
facts.
because you just sharing your perspective. We just talking and conversating.
That's it.
Facts.
That's it.
Facts. I wish everybody knew that though, but hey, it would have been meant that way if
Shit
that
that
was the
simple.
case. But yeah, it would have been too simple.
Right. Well, look, good night, brother, man. You be good,
Oh
man.
yeah,
It was nice meeting
oh
you.
yeah, for sure, man. I appreciate you, my brother BK. You know I appreciate you too, man.
Always, I'm here, bro.
Oh
Must
yeah, man.
especially if I ain't learning, try to do other things, you know what I'm saying? Especially with my reading, you know what I mean? I try to read with this good topic, but it was hard kind of read, you know what I mean? My, but I appreciate it, bro. This live was very, very interesting, and it jumped from one topic to the other topic, and that's something that I love, you know what I mean? But we basically we got the understanding of everything that we was talking about, so
Mm-hmm. Oh
that's a
yeah, man.
that's a good one.
So,
But whenever you back, bro, I'll be back. You
oh
already
yeah,
know.
man. Wednesday, I gotta take my couple day break.
Of course, yeah,
Yeah.
man. But I definitely gonna take my break because I got to get back in the. You done opened up my mind to this atomic. What do you say? Some habit book,
Oh,
atomic
Atomic Habit.
habit.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
most definitely. I
and
would highly recommend that for everybody in this world to live.
I,
Read.
and you know what? And I was looking at from some books on Amazon. I mean, on my Kindle. You know what I mean? I was looking at it before. I was like, nah, I'm gonna pass on
Mm.
it. I went and got something else, but I wish I'd have got it the first time and started reading on it.
Yeah.
But
If you gotta get cause I listened to the audiobook, it was on, and it's on SoundCloud. If you just want to work and listen to it in your ear or whatever, it's way easier. That's what I was doing. I was at work. I was at work, listen to it. It's a 5 hour audio book.
I got
Listen to it, and man, I heard it so much. I had to actually play it over and again. Another 5 hours just listening to it. It's just in case I miss some parts and stuff.
Oh,
But man, that's it for sure, man. I
I'm
listen
glad you
to it on
said.
SoundCloud.
I'm glad
Huh?
you said that. Cause I'm gonna definitely listen on SoundCloud.
SoundCloud, yeah, please, yeah, do that. And it's James Clear. Listen to it on SoundCloud. Whenever you just press play in your ear, listen to it, do your job, do whatever you doing, and press play.
I
You said what's the
definitely
name
gonna
of the
do it.
book? Atomic Habits from James Clear. From James Clear. The version I listened to was what's his name? He what's the dude name? The motivational speaker. He ended up reading he read the book though for me to listen to it. Let me see, what's his name? Dang, motivation. I keep missing his name.
Yes, sir.
Motivation.
Yeah, 'cause I was looking at it a while ago. I was like, man, I don't know which one to choose from. It had a bunch of them. I'm like, dang, didn't know. But I chose one. I chose the first one. I done downloaded, and I would just sit here and listen to it. Man, I'm like, try to read it. I put it like that.
Mhm.
I was
Tony
trying to.
Robinson. That's his name. Tony Robinson read it in that version, the one that you're gonna probably look for on SoundCloud.
Okay.
Tony
Okay.
Robinson read it, and James Clear made the book.
James Clear. So he did the first one
Why
that
are
I.
you focused on the weak part of blacks people? Like, here we go, right near the end of the day. I'm glad I'm getting off. And who the heck said anything about black people?
Ain't no
Whatever.
weakness. That's all. That can go for both.
That can go for anything. Go for Chinese, anybody. But whatever. Yeah, from James Clear. His name is James Clear. Thanks. But yeah, for sure, I recommend. I'm always keep talking about that book. That book changed my life, so it can happen to anybody else. It made me realize that I have full control of my life. No
Right.
matter whatever obstacle get put in front of me, and I get to choose who I want to be. Like I always be mentioning, if I wanted to be a hippie, I just gotta look for hippie type ways. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah.
We better get out here for somebody that's come back in here and started doing stuff. So.
Right, exactly. All right,
So.
man. Appreciate you again, man. I'm out, man.
But I'll make sure I send you my number again. 'Cause I think
Yeah, I sent it to you. I sent
yeah,
mine to
yeah,
you. I don't know.
yeah,
I
you
don't
did,
know.
you did.
Oh,
I just ain't locked it in yet, but I'm about to go do
oh.
that right now.
Yeah,
Right
for
now, I'm about
sure.
to do it right now. But I'm gonna send
Yeah.
it to you though.
Yeah, because I did that because I'm like, nah, I had just grabbed what you call it, just hit me up. I'm like, hey, I do got to get all my peoples and stuff, just in case or whatever. Somebody
Right,
get banana that you can't find me. I'm like, hey, I'm this new profile. So,
exactly, exactly.
but
But I got you, though, man. But I'm about to do it right now. But I'll
oh
holler at
yeah,
you Wednesday though,
all right,
bro.
for sure, man. Yep.
Right.
Oh, I can never hit this end button right there.